End? No, the journey doesn't end here. Death is just another path, one that we all must take. J.R.R. Tolkien, The Return of the King. 1. She stands in front of me, looking at the house. Darlene? I ask. She's not moving, as still as a stone. Darlene? Nothing. It's the house she grew up in. Norm nudges me and shakes his head. Give her a minute, he says. The neighborhood silence is deafening. No zombies, no corpses. There's not even much of a smell here. I don't have my key, Darlene says. Her voice carries in the quiet. She sticks a hand out and grabs mine. Her hand trembles. It's okay, I say. We won't need a key. No one does in this wasteland. It's a beautiful house, Abby says. Yeah, it is, Norm says from behind us. I'd love to see the inside. He doesn't sound like himself. None of us do. Nothing has been the same since Herb passed. Since you killed him, Jack. I've been teetering on the edge of depression. I can feel its claws in my back, trying to pull me down. But I can't let it. God, I miss him. I wish he was here with us. Darlene takes 2 steps toward the porch and stops. We all watch, holding our breath. She turns and sits on the bottom of the stairs, puts her head in her hands, and starts crying softly. It's okay, I say. We shouldn't have come here, she says. We shouldn't have come here at all. She looks up at me, tears running from the corners of her eyes. Why'd you let me come here? A faint breeze rolls up the hill, odorless. Do you want to go inside? I asked Darlene. No, she says. That's okay, but I have to, she says, cutting me off. She stands up, brushes off the seat of her dirty jeans, and faces the front door. Darlene climbs the steps. I admire this woman. I do. She is stronger than me. She really is. She reaches for the doorknob. Behind, Abby and Norm join us. We are all holding our guns. Guns we picked up in a small town called Corcoran, just south of San Francisco. Everyone is holding them except Darlene, and normally I'd chastise her for such a slip-up, but I don't right now. We are here for her. We won't let anything bad happen. She turns the knob. The quiet gets heavier. The door is not locked. It opens with a click and a creak. We step inside. 2. The house has a smell. One that is all too familiar. It's death. It's hot roadkill. It's dust and decay. It's fear. Our fear. It makes me want to go back outside where the air is fresh and clean. Darlene doesn't seem to notice. She stands in the foyer looking at the long, dark hallway. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust, but when they do, I see what Darlene stares at. Norm closes the door behind us. I turn around fast and shake my head. He nods and opens it again, the dying sunlight drifting in, lighting up the golden lacquered floors. We might need an easy escape. The house is as quiet as the city, but you never know. I like it when my brother and I are on the same page. Darlene moves forward. She moves like a woman who is very drunk, not on alcohol, but on nostalgia. She picks up a picture frame from the table running the length of the hall. The silver frame glimmers in the light. Her other hand, which should be filled with a gun, comes up to her mouth. She squeezes her eyes shut and fresh tears spill down her cheeks. I walk forward, ready to embrace her. The picture I see is black and white. A wedding photo. The woman is thin but curvy, a full head of 80s-style blonde hair. Darlene's mother. She looks like Darlene stuck in a different era. The man in his tuxedo has thinning hair but a full smile. These are people whose love oozes through the decades. The man's eyes are the same as Darlene's, a striking green. Next to where the frame was are more pictures. Darlene in high school, Darlene as a baby, her sister in a softball uniform, Dad and Darlene the night of a school dance. I'm smiling, but it hurts to see this. Out of the corner of my eyes, which are tearing up, I see Norm and Abby split and peek into the various rooms branching off from the foyer. I pull the picture out from Darlene's hand and I hug her tight. She sobs silently into my shoulder. Then we part and she says, "I have to keep going." I don't know what she means at first. I think she means in general because it's a sentiment I've said many times before. We always have to keep going. The world is dead, but we aren't. Except that's not what Darlene means. She means she has to keep going through the house. She has to keep torturing herself with this horrible thing called closure. I reach out and grab her gently by the waist to pull her close to me and tell her it's all right. She doesn't have to keep going. Her parents and her younger sister are in a better place. But I don't because she's already storming through the hall, footsteps muted on the rug. I go after her, but as so often in my life, I'm not smooth. I nudge the table. The wood wobbles and two of the framed pictures fall over. One of them shatters, and the sound is enormous and the house is quiet. Norm and Abby are back in the foyer watching this unfold with large, round eyes. "Shit," I say. "Good going, Jack," Norm says. Abby shakes her head. Darlene hasn't noticed. She disappears behind the corner at the end of the hall. I bend down to start picking up the large pieces of glass, and just as I do, I hear something. It's not a human sound. It's a zombie. 3. Nobody screams or jumps or freaks out. We are past that stage, I think. If anything, the feeling that hits me is despair, not fear or excitement. Despair because of where we are at, because of who that gurgling death rattle will belong to. I look down the hall. We all look down the hall. The sound comes from upstairs, but we're waiting. In the momentary quiet, I hear footsteps creaking on the wood floor, then a shadow, and finally the first strands of blonde hair. "What was that?" Darlene asks. I just shake my head. I don't want to say what that is or who it might be. "I'll take care of it," Norm says, and he turns toward the stairwell. "No!" Darlene shouts. The sound carries out into the street. Footsteps above us now, more creaking, then a scrabbling. Fingernails against the wood of a door, the rattling of a doorknob. "No," Norm says, surprised. I get why he's surprised, though. He doesn't understand. Well, he does. It's just sometimes Norm is dumb when it comes to heavy things like this. The zombie up there is most likely someone Darlene knows. But to Norm, it's a zombie. A zombie is always a zombie. The person the zombie was before they turned doesn't matter. It may look like it, but they're not them. Not anymore, no matter what. No, Darlene says, softer now. She walks up the hallway, her head held high, unaware or not caring about the glass on the carpet. Some of it shatters and crunches beneath the running shoes she wears, crisp white Nike she picked up in a footlocker. I'll do it. I shake my head. No, Darlene, it's going to be okay. I have to do this. If it's Carmen or Mom or Dad, I have to do it. I can't let them be like that. I see the determination on her face. You can't tell her no. I hate it, but I understand. She walks right past me, reaching into her belt to pull the .22 free. The chrome glitters, waning sunlight catching off the muzzle with her shaking hand. She shoulders past Abby and Norm, not saying a word. Meanwhile, the scrabbling gets louder, and the death rattles follow. 4. I stand there with this surprised look on my face. Abby and Norm do the same, except Norm looks more offended than anything. I'm not aware of the smell anymore. I'm used to it. What are you waiting for? Abby asks. What? I say. You're not going to let her do this on her own. You're her fiancé, for Christ's sake, Abby says. She's right. This is when I move. I kick into gear and run after Darlene. When I get to the steps, she's gone, disappeared into the dark shadows. I hear her walking. Mom, she says. Dad? Carmen? Darlene, I shout. My blood pumps fast. This is almost as bad as running from the zombies. Hell, it might be worse. I'm running to the zombies. That doesn't happen too often, if at all. Darlene stops at the end of the upstairs. There's a mirror on the wall. I see myself coming at her, the pained look on my face. I look horrible. Too skinny, too dirty, too stressed. She reaches out to grab the doorknob. On the left and right are 2 more doors. One of the doors says Darlene in rhinestones glued to the wood. The other one says Carmen. The door where the noise seems to be coming from is a bathroom. I see where the carpet ends in the hallway and turns into the black and white tile from the faint light streaming in. Darlene, I say, and reach out to grab her shoulder. She jumps at my touch. I said I could do it, she says. I don't need you to babysit me. She pushes my hand away. I still feel her trembling. I'm not mad. I'm really not. I get it. Unlike Norm, I have a soft spot for this type of thing. I know he might be right to think zombies aren't people anymore, but there's no denying that they once were. So what I do is back off. I take a step back, the gun in my hand, ready to come up in the blink of an eye. Darlene reaches for the doorknob, fingers trembling, gun in her right hand. She doesn't open the door immediately. She pauses and just stares at the wood, a look of longing on her face. The zombie behind the door growls louder. Something else, too. The sound of bones hitting a porcelain sink, the toilet rocking back and forth, clunky footsteps. Darlene, I say. But she doesn't answer. She throws the door open and backs up, her gun raised. 5. The zombie spills out and Darlene almost trips over her own feet. The gun falters, ultimately drops. It's times like these where I'll occasionally freeze up. Right now, I don't. I raise the gun and prepare to end this zombie's suffering. It reaches out to us. I expect it to keep coming, but it doesn't. I see a gleam of metal, hear the twang of a rope. It's tethered to the bathtub, not going anywhere. Thank God. Still, it's dangerous. I can't. Darlene screams, "Dad! Dad!" Dad? God, I didn't even recognize him. Now I can't pull the trigger. Footsteps thunder up the stairs. Abby yells our name. Norm says nothing. The zombie turns to me, realizing Darlene is out of reach. Arms outstretched. Dried blood on his face. Eyes two glittering gold coins. He swipes at me. Gets nothing but air. I hear a twang and the metal rings that hold the rope clinking together. He's like a mad dog on a leash. The zombie gnashes its teeth. His gums are lined with dripping black sludge and the teeth are decayed. One good bump from all falling out. Under the man's pallid flesh are rivers of black veins like inverted spiderwebs. He wears a t-shirt that says Warriors Nation on it. Bits of black sludge have dribbled down from his mouth and stained the golden basketball logo. His pants are jeans that are shredded near the thigh. His shoes are gone. He has one white sock on his left foot. Around his waist is a belt like something a weightlifter would wear during a particularly heavy squat. It's padlocked on. He's not going anywhere. Ropes dangle from his wrists as if his hands were tied at one point, but they weren't tied with any concerted effort. This is Darlene's dad, and I can't believe it. And I can't even begin to imagine what's going through Darlene's mind. Now I realize there's an envelope hanging from her father's shirt. It looks like it is stapled on. "What the fuck?" Norm whispers behind me. "Who would tie up a A slap cuts him off. Abby reminds Norm that sometimes he needs to keep his big fat mouth shut. On the envelope, written in bold letters, is, "For Darlene or to whom it may concern." Darlene gets on her knees, much too close to the zombie. She snatches the envelope and backs away, staring at her father in horror. I give him a push with my forearm. He was too close to us. I didn't like it, Darlene's dad or not. He stumbles back into the bathroom. His chest felt gummy and soft beneath the Golden State shirt. I see blood or grease or something else soaking through the cotton. And when he hits the bathtub and falls into it, I grab the door handle and slam it shut. The note shakes in Darlene's hands. Darlene brings her fist to her mouth and stifles a sob. A tear drops from her eyes and lands on the paper. The moisture absorbs instantly. Behind me, I hear the rope untangling and landing on the bathroom tile with a thump. Then the footsteps and the hands beating against the door, more frantic now. The concept of food has jolted Darlene's father into some sort of semi-awareness, and that scares me more than anything else. Hungry zombies suck, but hungry zombies who you have some sort of connection to are the worst. "What does it say?" I ask, looking at Darlene and the note. She looks up at me and drops the paper. Abby picks it up. Norm watches all of this with an eyebrow arched. Abby's lips move silently as she reads what's written on it. I see tears beginning to well up in her eyes, too. Whatever is on that piece of paper, I'm not sure if I really want to know. "It's my mom, Jack," Darlene says, whispering into my ear. "My mom and Carmen." "What?" I say, despite the dread knotting my stomach. "What is it?" "They're still alive," she says. The pounding on the door stops for a moment, and the house is terribly quiet. 6. Turns out I do read the note. Rather, Norm reads it aloud to me. I notice while Norm is reading that his own voice shakes. "Darlene, what a terrible thing that has happened to the world. We were in church when we first heard about the incident in Ohio. Woodhaven was the town's name, and it seemed so familiar to me. I didn't know why. By the time the realization hit, I had already called your cell 4 times. Ohio is dreadfully close to Chicago. I know, not really, but us mothers tend to overreact, don't we? Carmen told me I was being bananas, and of course, I thought I wasn't. But deep down, I did, Sweet Pea. I did. You remember how I wouldn't let you go to the mall when you were 16 because I was afraid you'd be abducted? Or how I wouldn't let you go on your class trip when you were in the 6th grade to that camp, but I let you stay at the church lock-in with that terribly unpleasant nun? That was just me being overprotective. I know you're grown now, but I still worry, Darlene. I think I'll always worry. The virus hit the country hard. They were calling it the mad cat disease over here because of the way it changes a person's eyes. God knows why. The army came, then the quarantines, and the riots and rampage. All the while I couldn't get a hold of you. When the news went dark and the government decided it was a perfect time to quit telling the few of us who survived what to do, I lost all hope. And it seems that when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? One morning I had awoken to your father coughing. Deep, hacking coughs that shook the whole house. With the coughs came the blood, and then the nail in the coffin, the toxic black sludge. Dad was never a smoker, but I'd asked him regardless. I'd hoped he'd been sneaking the occasional cigar out in the garage while I was at work or maybe at the Thursday night poker games with Neil and Terry. But he just stared at the bedsheets, at the drops of black and red, and we both laughed. Laughed like crazy people because we knew what it meant. I didn't tell Carmen. She's old enough now to realize these things on her own, but I guess I couldn't have told her even if I tried. Dad kept a gun in his study. He told me to get it. He'd seen what happened firsthand one morning at the grocery store in the early stages of the incident. Old Esther from down the street was standing on the sidewalk outside of the market, examining that morning's fruits, when a homeless man had attacked her like a rabid animal. No one helped, your father included. He said he was in too much shock, and Esther was probably dead before she hit the concrete anyway. Except, of course, she didn't stay dead. So we knew exactly what it meant when your father started coughing and his face started losing all color. I'd seen these things on the news, and he told me to get the gun. I did. But if you're reading this, you have probably seen that I nor Carmen could do what needed to be done. Maybe someone else did. We left before he turned completely, but he was not himself. He was delirious. He was sick. He was not my husband, and he was not your father. I hope you understand. We have taken off for the city. There's supposed to be a complex that takes in survivors. It's in Golden Gate Park. They're calling it Haven. I think they will keep us quarantined for a while, and that's okay. I would prefer any building over this house. Everything reminds me of your father. Everything reminds me of you. No, I love you with all of my heart, and I believe our paths will cross again. If not in this life, then in the one after it. I love you, Darlene. Please try to come and find us. Please let me hug you and kiss you and pinch your chubby cheeks one last time. I know they're not chubby anymore, and you hate when I say that. Mom. I started crying the moment Norm began reading. Darlene squeezes my hand harder. Norm wipes a tear from his face, just a single tear. I've met Darlene's mother one time in my life. She never liked me, never thought I was good enough for her princess. The time I met her was during Christmas break at Ohio State one year. It was not a good time for me, and the things her mother said took a toll on Darlene and I's relationship. Norm sniffles and turns his head away, a ploy to cover up the fact that he teared up. He's been doing it constantly since Herb has been gone. It's not smooth at all, and oftentimes I'd think he'd be better off to just let it out. I've heard him crying in the dead of night when he's supposed to be on watch. It breaks my heart. "What now?" Norm says. His voice is very distant. But Darlene doesn't let me finish because she's up and she has the gun in her hand. And I'm screaming again because I don't want her to do this. But I also see there's no stopping her, just like there was no stopping her from coming up here and seeing who was behind the door. She opens the door and steps away, and the thing that was once her father falls out onto the carpet with a muffled thump and squelch. "I'm sorry, Dad," she says, and she pulls the trigger. 7. The zombie lay unmoving on the carpet, a steady stream of black and red leaking from the smoking hole in the back of his head. Looking at him, I think I can see the man he used to be. The man I remember sharing deep conversation with late at night when everyone was asleep, and Christmas specials played on the flat-screen television hung over the fireplace as the snow drifted past down the window panes. This man who told me to treat his daughter right because she was a queen. And I'm not just saying that, Jack. She is. And not to listen to what Eve says. He thought I was a great guy. Good enough for his Darlene. The man who worked tirelessly to give his wife and 2 daughters a great life and a great education. I look at him and I feel a deep longing in the pit of my stomach. I long for the world to be normal. I long for a world where I don't have to see my beautiful queen of a fiancé kill her zombified father. Darlene drops the gun. She's breathing hard and fast. Abby and Norm stare with their jaws hanging open. I feel numb. I don't know what to do, what to say. I thought I'd seen it all, done it all. I guess not. "I'm leaving," Darlene says. "I'm going to find my mom and my sister, Jack. And you're not stopping me. So you can either come with me, or you can stay in this horrible-smelling house and keep staring at my dead dad. It's up to you." I could protest. I could say we need to vote as a unit before blindly chasing after Darlene's mom and sister. But none of that matters. I love Darlene. I would follow her to the gates of hell. I think she expects me to protest. I don't. I just say, "Let's go." "Yeah, let's go get them back," Norm says. Abby says, "Hell yeah." Do I believe Darlene's mom and sister are still alive? I do. Sometimes in my life, certain things would happen. Things I never thought could happen. Meeting Darlene and her falling in love with me is one of those things. Another is when an editor told me I had talent. Then later on, I sold my first book and got my first good review. Those types of things. Things you'd never expect to happen, but always believe would happen. The world died, but I stayed alive, and so did the love of my life, my brother, and a girl who I now consider my sister. Them, and I, avoiding the virus and the zombies and the chaos is one of those things. I won't call it fate or destiny. I won't say it's God or the universe or the multiverse. None of those things. But I will say it's something bigger than all of us. Something working behind the scenes in all of our lives, guiding us in the right direction, nudging us along the path we're meant to be on. I think if I can meet a beautiful, kind, wonderful, and caring woman like Darlene, and we can fall in love with each other and be all right when the dead rise, and my books can sell, and I can gain a following and meet all kinds of new and interesting people who seem to care for me, and I can make my brother, who hated my guts once upon a time, love me and have my back, then I think Darlene's family is going to be okay. I think her mom and sister will have survived and changed because we all had to change when the zombies replaced our loved ones, our family and friends. That is the way of the world. But mostly, I think they will be all right because of the invisible force acting behind the curtain of the very fabric of the universe. I think that force will help us. I think that force is on our side. You guys really mean it? Darlene asks, looking like she's close to tears again. Yeah. Let's go get them, I say. 8. Well, where do we start? Norm asks. We are in the car now. Abby rustles in the front seat and turns around to look at us. The engine idles. We sit on the steep hill with Darlene's old childhood home a few doors down from us. All eyes are on Darlene. We go into the city, she says with such finality I get chills. We go to Golden Gate Park, and we try to find this place called Haven. The lady has spoken, is all I say. We have weapons. We're relatively healthy at the moment. We're experienced in the fine art of zombie slaying. Our car is practically brand new with a full tank of gas. We have a lot going for us. And I know I've fallen for the trap before, the trap of some promised safe haven. It's a trap and an overused plot point in many zombie shows and movies, if I might add, that we're really too smart to fall for again. I think we're all aware of this. If we're aware of it, are we really falling for it? Besides, I'm Jack Jupiter. I've survived the city before. They're all staring at me, waiting for my answer again. Yeah, let's go, I say. Norm throws the car into drive. I squeeze Darlene's hand, knowing if I'm with her, I'm going to be all right. And if I'm all right, then my family will be all right. I'll make damn sure of it. 9. We don't see any zombies. We don't see much of anything, actually. There is the occasional broken window or a car parked crookedly on the curb, and the traffic lights don't work, and it's deathly quiet. But other than that, nothing. I think that scares me the worst. When you're so used to zombies and you suddenly don't see any anymore, you think two things. First, you're walking right into a death trap. And second, this is the calm before the storm. When I get like this, I just think of that force behind the scenes, that entity working the strings, guiding me, protecting me. And I hope that force doesn't feel like pulling the rug out from under our feet today, or ever. We drive out of the valley where Darlene's empty house stands on the side of the rocks, like a mini version of Central's headquarters in the Mojave. We drive up a street called Main, passing cars parked on the sides of the road. All types of them, and all of them don't look like they've been used since this unholy apocalypse happened. Now we crest the hill out of the valley. Norm turns the car left on the road. I'm in the back seat, and if I look down and over the guardrail, I can see the crop of houses in Darlene's old neighborhood. "Wow, would you look at that?" Norm says. "It's a lot bigger in person." I look out the windshield and see the first arches of the Golden Gate Bridge, around the curve of the road and the deep blue of the water beneath it stretching out for as far as the eye can see. The rolling hills and mountains rise behind us and on my right side. A speed limit sign hangs crookedly from a post near the guardrail. The bridge is honestly breathtaking. Just that first orangish tower jutting high into the sky. Then a cancerous thought invades my mind, asking me how long ago that bridge was given maintenance, and how many cars must have driven over it when they were fleeing the city, and how long until those cables snap and the metal support beams crumble and fall into the bay below. I shake my head, trying to shake the thought away, and as I'm doing this, I see Darlene. She looks out the windshield with her hand over her gaping mouth. She must have seen the bridge countless times before, but it still manages to surprise her. Or maybe she just missed it. I don't know, but I do know this is truly a sight to behold. Yet again, though, it's another stop on the Jack Jupiter's All-American Dead Tour. Another monument I get to see after the world ends. Go figure, right? The bridge is mostly clear from what I can see. We get closer and closer, passing dead cars and broken metal rails on the side. We hit the bridge, the part that's not over the water, but raised off the land below. I get a sinking feeling in my gut, and it mingles with excitement. But Norm slows the car down before we roll over it, before the concrete goes from dark gray to a light ash. I can see a few cars dotting the horizon, unmoving. Norm takes a deep, shaky breath and grips the steering wheel tighter. "What's wrong?" Abby asks. Norm doesn't answer. We all look at him with our heads tilted. "Norm," I say. I don't mean to sound hasty, but daylight is wasting. If there are zombies in the city, which there most certainly are, I don't want to be trapped inside without any light. Abby laughs and quickly covers her mouth. "Shut up," Norm says. He gives her a playful punch on the arm. "I'm sorry," Abby says, shaking her head. "It's just, I never thought Norm Jupiter would be scared." "Aren't you scared?" Norm asks. "Yeah, I am," Abby answers. "Me too," I chime in. "Yep," Darlene says, finally pulling her hand away from her mouth. "Well, that's all fine and good for you babies. But I've seen war, man. I'm not supposed to be scared," Norm says. "I read somewhere that the Golden Gate Bridge goes over the water for like 4,000 feet. That's a lot of feet where something can go wrong. And Jack's with us, and whenever Jack's with us, no offense, little bro, something always goes wrong." Abby nods. "That's true, actually." Then she adds, "No offense." "None taken," I say. It is true. "I guess I'll get out and walk from here. I'll meet you at the park in, I don't know, a week." I make like I'm checking a watch on my wrist, and I haven't worn a watch in about 5 years. "It wouldn't take you a week to walk to the park," Darlene says, sounding honestly surprised. "Maybe if you crawled." "But you're not getting out, Jack. I won't let you." I laugh. "I'm kidding." "I'm not," Norm says. "Get the hell out." Abby punches him. "Ow," he says. "We're all scared," Abby says. "Man up, Norm." "Yeah, it's normal to be scared," I say. "Especially these days." He sighs loudly. "I hate it, that's all. It makes me feel like I'm back in Iraq." "Wow, you're really letting it all out there," Abby says. "I'm impressed." I used to tell Herb these things. I don't know if he ever listened or anything. I mean, I'm always scared, you know? The zombies scare the fuck out of me. And then there's the madmen, and... Norm says. And what? Darlene asks, leaning forward. I lean with her. We are shoulder to shoulder, our eyes bugged out at Norm, waiting for a response. He shakes his head and rolls his eyes. It's nothing, really. Spill it, Abby shouts. Yeah, spill it, I say. And Abby and I both punch him at almost exactly the same time. He jolts backward, knocking his shoulder against the door and steering wheel. Quit with the hitting, Christ, he says. We'll stop if you tell us, Abby says. Fine. It's just that I care about you guys, okay? Jesus, are you happy now? I love you guys because you're my family, and if something happened to you like what happened to Herb, then I think I'd die. Wow, I can't even speak. I'm floored. My older brother, the man who used to torture me and who practically destroyed my mom when he left for the army, is bearing his soul to the three of us. Oh, Norm, that's beautiful, Darlene says. I feel the same way. Abby makes a sound like she's about to throw up. Then she smiles. Just kidding. I love you too, man. I'm afraid if I speak, I might start crying. I reach forward and grip Norm on the shoulder, the same shoulder I'd punched just 30 seconds ago. He squeezes my hand with 4 fingers. I don't have to speak. He understands. It's going to be all right, Darlene says. I know it is. I feel it. I feel it too, but I don't say this. I don't think I have to. I think we all feel it. Norm nods his head after a moment and shifts gears back into drive. The car eases over the dividing line of different colored asphalt. The cables on each side of us rise higher and higher. I get the sensation of slowly going up that first big hill on a roller coaster as my eyes follow the orange metal to the first tower. In my head, I hear that click, click, click of a roller coaster car being pulled up, defying gravity. My throat tightens. We drive in silence, all of us in awe of this wonder of the dead world. 10. It's hazy out, so we didn't see it until it was almost too late. The large gaping hole in the road that leads to the water below, who knows how many feet up. Norm slams on the brakes. The tires screech like a dying animal. My throat, which has been slowly tightening and choking me out, closes so fast I can't even scream. Darlene does, though, and she grips my thigh hard enough for me to feel her nails through the material of my jeans. For a second, a vision of the car not stopping in time flashes into my head. I see the blue water rising up to meet us, hear the raking of the metal wires poking from the blown concrete scraping the sides of the car. I smell the ocean. Sharks circle below, waiting for us to drop into their gullets. Fuck, 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 Norm says. His foot bangs on the pedal loud enough for me to hear it over the wailing tires. Abby has her hand out in front of her, bracing herself on the glove box. My eyesight blacks out for a moment because I hit Norm's seat in front of me. Still, I feel Darlene's sweaty hand in my own. Then the car stops, inches from the hole in the road. It's not a small hole either. I see that now. It's a square about 30 feet by 30 feet. Norm looks over his shoulder at us. There's pain in my ribs and thigh, both of which are wounds that will never heal properly, I think. Everyone okay? Norm asks, his eyes wide. Yeah, Darlene says. I wince and say, could be better. Ab? Norm asks. Sometimes I think you really do want to kill us, Norm, Abby says. Then silence, followed shortly by laughter. Uneasy laughter of a group of people who have seen too much in too little of a time. No way we're making it across from that, Norm says. Unless... No, Abby says firmly. Don't even think about it. What? Norm says, both hands up as if to say he's innocent. I can make the jump, just need enough speed. That's like 50 feet, Abby says. I'm kidding, Norm says. I don't think he is. I get out of the car. The air is cool up here, but it's heavy, too, weighing down on my lungs. I smell the salt, taste it. The haze which seemed to shroud the bridge dissipates right before my eyes. Darlene is next to get out. She shields her eyes from the waning sunlight. Somewhere in the sky, a gull cries. Norm and Abby follow. I inch closer to the hole, noting the scorch marks around the concrete. Across the way, where the bridge takes its last stretch into San Francisco and the cables start rising high again to meet the second tower, I see the gleam of bullet casings. It's as if some great battle was fought here. My eyes keep scanning. I'm not surprised when I see a dark stain in the concrete not far from either the bullet casings or the crater. It's blood. It's always blood. We were truly dumb if we thought this city would be untouched by the end. Now that we are closer and the haze is clearing, I see the skyline, and it's not healthy. It's as diseased as the plague that destroyed the world. I don't feel anything looking at it besides embarrassment. Embarrassment of the fact I'd honestly believed the zombies hadn't ravaged the Bay Area. Skyscrapers look crooked. Some of them look incomplete as if they are still under construction, but I know the truth is that they were destroyed. If not by the zombies, then by the warring people. Blackened husks of concrete. Facades that look like a mouthful of missing teeth. Still, everything is so quiet, so calm. I start to shake. Darlene walks up next to me and loops her arm through mine. She must feel me shaking. This embarrasses me even more. She points to a building in the downtown area. It's one of the tallest, but that's not saying much considering some of the structures were blown a few stories short. My dad worked in that one. He had the nicest office. He let me visit him sometimes, and I got to sit in this big, comfy wingback chair and eat candy. His secretary would even play Go Fish with me when Dad had to go to a meeting or take an important phone call. He did that a lot. He turns away from the skyline and looks at the car. I put my arm around her. It hurts. I know it does. I can't even imagine. But I don't think she needs to hear this right now. So instead, I say, "We're going to find your mom. I promise, Darlene." She looks up at me with wet eyes. She's still smiling. "Well, we can walk from here," Norm says. Abby shrugs. "I don't mind. We've been in that smelly car forever." It doesn't smell like anything bad. It has that new car smell, and Abby told us she's never been fond of it, so she rolled her window down for most of our trip out of the Mojave, and instead of the new car smell, we got that rotten smell of the dead. It's okay, I guess. I hardly notice it anymore. "I need to stretch my legs," Abby says. "We can find another car in the city." I eye her wearily. Sure, there will be a ton of cars, many of them sitting for the better part of a year. What are the odds that they work? Probably not good. Norm says, "We better find it before we get to the city. I'm not trying to end up like Jack in D.C. As much as it hurt me to tell the story of our nation's capital, I told them all about it. I didn't skip any parts, either. I let them know about the men who lost their lives, even the ones who probably deserved it. No secrets among family. Abby and Norm huddle closer to Darlene and I. All of our eyes meet. There's mutual understanding in them. We have to go on. I cross the barrier in the middle of the bridge and head to the pedestrian walkway. It looks safer on this side. I help Darlene over. Norm vaults it like an Olympian, and Abby is slow-going, apprehensive. We walk on. There are more bloodstains on the concrete up ahead. The wind blows harshly, and I hear the support beams of the bridge twang and creak and groan, as if it were a living creature. It causes my heart to speed up, and the grip I have on Darlene's hand to squeeze tighter. I used to love the park, Darlene says. It's good to hear her voice, though. I think it'd be good to hear anything besides the wind and the water and that creaking coming from the bridge. I'm excited to see it, I say, only talking to keep my mind off the certain death below. I grip the handrail hard and slide my hand along, wiping the metal clean. Norm has his gun out. He watches with his head on a swivel. There was this train you could ride around the park. I haven't seen it in years. It's probably a lot smaller now that I'm grown, Darlene says. That sounds cool. I wonder if it still works, Abby says. I think she's just being polite. Norm cuts in. I know we're all scared and talking helps, but we really... He stops and looks down at his feet. The color drains from his face. The sun shines on a thin string, almost invisible to the naked eye, stretching around Norm's ankle. I hear a soft beeping. Norm's face changes from shocked and surprised to horror. His jaw stretches open, his eyes peel back. I'm frozen to the spot. We all are. Run, Norm says. And he moves faster than I've ever seen him move. 11. Abby has the good grace to turn around and start running. I hear her feet slapping the concrete, but I don't hear it for long because Norm comes at Darlene like he's about to wrap us up in a hug that would rival one of Herb's bear hugs. Then I don't hear anything besides the explosion. I don't think much of anything either. The concrete scrapes my elbows and tears the back of my jeans open. The air grows 100 degrees hotter. Something snaps and groans so loud I'm able to hear it over the ringing in my ears. I scream. I don't hear that, though. Then all is quiet for the moment. Norm breathes fast on top of Darlene and I. I can't see. It's like I've been in the dark for years and I've just now crawled out into the sunlight for the first time. Everything is whitewashed. You okay? Norm wheezes. He uses my chest to push himself up and the breath that's mostly been knocked out of my lungs is gone. The air tastes like fire and smells like something melting. It takes a moment for the world to come back into focus, but when it does, I turn to Darlene and look at her. She's curled into a ball. There's a black scorch mark on her face. Some of her hair smokes and fizzles. I should have seen that, Norm is saying. Darlene says, I'm okay. I'm okay. Abby sits a few feet behind us. I should have seen that too, I say. Where else would that crater a ways back have come from? We fell into a trap. Norm set off explosives by walking through a tripwire. I get up and help Darlene. Now there's a new crater in the bridge. Water plops and splashes below from the falling rock. The bridge's suspension sways alarmingly. We have to get off this thing, I say. Norm dusts himself off. He turns around and a deep slash has gone down his back. The clothing rippled and burned. I reach out and touch him. He winces. Yeah, I'm gonna be feeling that one for a while. Could be worse, I say. Darlene moans and rolls her head back and forth. A loud pop comes from her spine. Abby approaches, black soot under her eyes. Maybe we should go back, Abby says. Regroup. No, I say. Maybe we can find a different way into the city, Darlene says. Abby shrugs. Could be more traps up ahead. Norm winces again, flexing his arm, which I now see is a bright reddish-pink color, like a deep sunburn, and the sight of it makes me a tad squeamish. No, Jack's right. We gotta keep going. If there's traps here, there's gonna be traps everywhere else. Longer we dilly-dally up here, the closer sundown gets. Besides, whoever set these traps, if they're still around, would have heard that explosion. It's so quiet they probably heard it in China, Abby says. I nod. And we're close, Norm says. Might get worse, Abby says. Like in one of those action movies, Indiana Jones or something? Each trap revs up in intensity until Indy's about one blow dart away from death? But he always survives, doesn't he? I say, giving Abby a wink. She rolls her eyes in her patented Abby Cage way. That's the movies, she says. Hey, I think we've survived a hell of a lot more than Indiana Jones has, I say. A few explosions are nothing to us now, right? Darlene nods. Norm stares at me with a burning intensity, a slight smile on his face. I'm trying to rally the troops. Yeah, we can go back and regroup. We can go hide like chickens during a thunderstorm. But we're better than that, aren't we? We're together and we're strong. We keep going. Yes, Darlene says. She reaches out a dirty hand and takes mine. She's proud of me, and I love it when she's proud of me. You guys are right, Abby says. She walks past us toward the gaping hole in the walkway. She doesn't hesitate when she comes up to it. She takes the handrail in her good hand and wraps her other arm through it. Then she jumps up onto the metal beam, which bounces under her weight and sends a coldness throughout my whole body. It looks like it's going to give, but it doesn't. In a few quick lateral strides, Abby is on the other side. She's very careful when she lets go of the bar. She is looking at the walkway, strewn with rubble and chunks of concrete, for another tripwire. We all stare at her with our mouths hanging open. Well, damn, Norm says, breaking the silence. Abby stares back over the chasm, her arms crossed. That was pretty impressive, Ab. Why? Because I don't have a left hand or because I'm a girl, she says. Norm chuckles. It's amazing he can after almost getting blown to hell a few minutes ago. Sometimes I really admire the bastard. A little of both, I guess, he says. Anything you can do, I can do better, Norm, Abby says and looks to Darlene and me. You guys coming? I feel a little apprehensive, and I have both of my hands. No way I could do what Abby just did. She must have been a gymnast in another life. Darlene doesn't wait for me. She just goes. Not scared, determined. She gets over almost as easily as Abby did. Now it's my turn. I take hold of the handrail and lift up from the concrete. The bar gives beneath my weight more than it did when Abby and Darlene went. A dull vibration runs through my hands and is sent down my body. Below, water smacks into the pillars coming up from the bay. It's a long way down. I shimmy about 3 feet and want nothing more than to start going back the way I came. Darlene looks so far away, and the land on the other side of her looks even farther. Give me zombies and crazy cowboys over heights any day. I keep going. The water roils. Debris floats by. Things I can't identify but look like they belong in this empty world, bobbing lifelessly on the water. I think of corpses. bloated bodies the fish have nibbled, eye sockets with half-chewed eyes, plastered clothing. I think of falling down there and landing on one, the wet plop of the corpse's innards exploding out of its mouth and nostrils and ears once my body hits. Oh, God, help me through this. My hands are getting sweaty, sopping. The bar groans and creaks with every movement. I close my eyes. A dizzying feeling takes over. I feel the bar slipping out from beneath my grip. I'm going to fall, and there's no safety net below me. I'm going to land on the millions of corpses that once walked the downtown area of San Francisco, that once sat behind BMWs and Fords that traveled over the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm going... A hand grabs me, and my eyes shoot open. It's Abby. "Come on," she says. I'm honestly surprised when I see I only have a few feet left to cross before I reach the safety of pedestrian walkway. That thought alone is enough to spur me the rest of the way. With Abby's guidance, of course. As I hop off and my heels plant on the scorched concrete, I want nothing more than to bend down and start kissing the ground. I don't do it, that would just be embarrassing, but the feeling is still there. "Took you long enough," Darlene says and winks. "Don't move, you guys," Norm says. "There might be other setups. Wait for me." He makes his way across the gap as nimbly as Darlene or Abby. The beams and metal rods barely make any noise as he travels over to us. On the other side of this hole, and at the edge of a different hole, is the black car taken from Central. It sits there, looking very lonely and very out of place. Norm climbs over the jagged handrail on our right and back onto the road. He picks up a few chunks of concrete in his hand, looks down the rest of the bridge, which is probably less than a quarter mile, and he rolls a large chunk out in front of him like a professional bowler. The chunk, not even close to the size of a bowling ball, cartwheels down the road. It looks like it's going to travel forever, bouncing right into the heart of San Francisco, but it doesn't. It just stops, drops dead. Twang! Thank God the rock wasn't big enough to set off the trap. Norm knows what he's doing. I trust him. In the waning sunlight, a hair-thin wire wobbles, catching the glare in shimmering waves. "We're good until we hit that spot," Norm says. Clever bastards. "Wow," I say, looking at my brother in awe. What the hell would we do without him? 12. We step over this trap easily enough, and Norm rolls another chunk of rock. It hits a wire much too close for comfort, about 12 feet in front of the other one. It'd probably be easier to take a peek under the bridge and see where the explosives are strapped at this point, but we keep going. We reach the end of the bridge, the dead city beyond us. I feel my heart swell with anticipation and fear. But I think, time to kick some ass. 13. The walk into the city is an arduous one. We talk quietly from time to time, but otherwise we are focused. The sun is almost gone now, barely a dusky orange in the darkness. Still, with the faint light, I see Darlene's engagement ring glitter. Somehow she's kept it. I got it back when I didn't have much money. And, before the world ended. Darlene deserves the biggest diamond I could get her. Unfortunately, the biggest diamond I could afford was not very big at all. Somewhere in my head, the voice of Darlene's mom says, "You're not good enough for her, Jack." Yes, I am. Darlene walks with a purpose. We all do. She is hell-bent on seeing her mom and sister one last time. I pick up the pace and walk next to her. Abby and Norm walk side by side a few feet behind. We are always on the lookout for cars, but every single one we've tried has been dead. The stretch of highway we walk seems like it goes on forever. We are on a curve. Low-hanging trees, no longer trimmed and kept neat by the city, hang over the guardrail, reaching out to us, beckoning us into the darkening forest where we can get lost forever and ever. "Darlene," I say. "Yeah," she answers. "Maybe we should call it quits for the night. We're all beat, and I know you are too. Look at your shoes," I say. She doesn't. But the white Nike she got from that Foot Locker a couple days ago are ripping. The sole stitched into the forefoot opens and closes, opens and closes. "I'm fine," she says. A few months ago, she'd listen to anything I'd say, and she'd be the one telling me to take a break. Let your bullet wound heal. Don't go running into Eden without help. Now the roles have reversed. I put my arm around her. She is soaked in sweat around the collar. Her exposed neck and arms are no longer a milky white. Now they're desert scorched. She feels more than warm. She feels hot. "Just a breather," I say, pointing behind me. "Look at those two back there. They look like zombies. Not to mention we haven't seen any true zombies, and that freaks me the fuck out. Not to mention the pistols and limited ammo we have on us is all we have on us, and we are most likely heading into an undead war zone. Not to mention I'm scared as all hell because the sun is almost gone, and in a world where electricity doesn't run because the people who are supposed to be running it are dead, no sun means total, utter blackness. And total, utter blackness means wilder zombies, hungrier zombies." Of course, I can't say these things. I don't know if they'll scare her or not. Probably not, since this is a new Darlene. But saying them out loud would do nothing besides scare the piss out of me. As if speaking about them makes them real, makes these things more likely to happen. She keeps walking, leaving me there to look at Abby and Norm. How can I get her to stop? I don't know. Then, suddenly, I hear her footsteps cease. She's almost completely around the curve now. I jog to catch up with her. And what I see stops me dead in my tracks, too. Not only what I see, but what I smell. 14. It's a tunnel at the end of the highway. It goes through a high-rise in the land. From where I'm standing, I can no longer see the San Francisco skyline. Well, what's left of it. The hill dwarfs me, casting a black shadow over us. The smell that drifts from it is a common one of the apocalyptic world we live in. A smell my brain wanted to forget. Now it's back. The putrid stink of rotten flesh, of dusty corpses left to the zombies and maggots and worms. It's old gasoline and melted tires. It's death. Hopelessness. "I am definitely not going through there," Abby says from behind me. We all jump at the sound of her voice. I think we were so entranced by what lies ahead we kind of forgot we were with each other. "You couldn't pay me enough to go in there." I feel the same, but we have to. Money is useless now anyway. "Don't see much of a choice," Norm says. Darlene remains looking at the dark mouth of the tunnel, the shadowy pavement of road. Right in the thin veil of light that separates the blackness from the darkness, I see the tail end of a VW Beetle. One side slumped on a flat tire, the back windshield jagged and broken. "Gotta be a way around," I say, squinting my eyes and scanning the land. We could hike the hill, or jump off the overpass we are currently standing on, the one that seems to stretch on for half a mile. But I think I've learned my lesson when it comes to jumping off of overpasses with DC and all. It looks like farther down the stretch of highway, concrete embankments guide us into the tunnel. So we either get off now or keep going. One glance at the dark trees and empty black windows of the surrounding houses, and a feeling of dread makes it tough for me to speak, let alone move. We're safer on the highway, Norm says. Tough to get lost when you're stuck with 4 lanes, even if we can't see. But we will see. We'll see zombies coming from a mile away in this blackness. Those glowing eyes will bounce and dance in the dark. It's not the zombies I'm worried about. It's the people, the crazies, the Froggies, the Butches, Spikes, even the Doc Kleins, Mrs. Mays, and Bees. Plus, I've heard the people around the Bay Area were already borderline crazy to begin with. We can camp out on the road, I say. Wait till it's light out. Take turns on watch. I'll take the first one. I'm cool with that, Abby says. I'm cooler if you let me just sleep through the night. I look to Norm. He shrugs, then nods. Then I look to Darlene, waiting for her response, knowing exactly the type I'm going to get. No, Darlene says. Darlene, it's what, I say, looking at her. Her back is to all of us, arms crossed across her chest. She looks down the highway at the mouth of the tunnel. No, she says again, this time with even more finality, if that's possible. My mom and sister are out there. Who knows how long they've been gone or where the hell they really are. We're already running against the clock. I'm not going to waste any more time by sleeping. I hate to admit it, but she's right. If it were Darlene out there, I wouldn't stop to rest. If I were to guess the time it would be in the old world where time actually mattered, I'd guess it was close to 9 p.m. Now that's not very late, but I'm always tired. There's never downtime, never a chance to just rest easily without an eye open. Because there's always the dead to worry about, or the freaks and the villains who've tormented us since the world ended. Still, some sleep is better than no sleep. It'd be dumb to travel into the city without rest. Dumb to plunge into the unknown when the sun isn't shining and the zombies are typically rowdier. We rest, Norm says. Come on, Jack. I'm tired. Well, have fun, Darlene says. She leans in and gives me a kiss on the cheek, her lips barely touching my skin. A perfect, non-violent slap to the face. Then she turns and starts walking down the highway. A strong gust of wind brings the stench from the tunnel toward us. It causes my stomach to clench and the leaves to rustle. I'm standing, watching my fiancée basically kill herself. Footsteps behind me, Norm grumbling, then saying, She's a little firecracker, isn't she? Yeah, she is, I say. What can I do? I can't let her go by herself. Abby sighs. She knows too. So we walk on, toward the dark tunnel, where our lives will probably end. 15. The moon creeps out now, almost a full one. In the pale light, I can see Darlene's face work into a smile. Yeah, she's smiling now, but I doubt any of us will be smiling once we enter the tunnel. As we come up to the tunnel, we slow down. Norm is shaking his head. I take a deep breath. We'll see their eyes, Darlene says. I'm amazed at how nonchalant her voice is. She used to be scared of the zombies. She used to hate this life. But now it almost seems as if she's reveling in it. I don't know how I feel about that. She was innocent. almost as innocent as Herb. Not even my beautiful fiancée can remain untouched by the horrors of the apocalypse. We are all turned in one way or another. Even if we remain unbitten, we will never be the same. Abby goes first, and I almost reach out and grab her. We need a plan. We can't just plunge into this unholy place without a plan. I see she actually stops short, hovering in the grayness cast by the moonlight above. She throws the VW's door open. It makes a terrible screeching noise, metal grinding on metal. Far into the tunnel, something screeches back, and the sound is enough to make my blood run cold. Then the quiet is filled by the echo of the screeches, both metal and not. Then, the flapping of wings, a rush of wind. Bats. I hate bats. Darlene screams. We all drop down except Abby, who I see has dove into the VW, her legs hanging out into the road. The bats seem to stream out of the tunnel forever, flapping over our heads. I feel their scrabbly claws crawling over my skin, their sharp teeth, see their glassy black eyes. Then, all is quiet. "Nice going, Abby," Norm says. She grunts as she pulls herself out of the VW. I reach down to help Darlene up, but she shrugs me off and gets up herself, brushing away dirt and dust from the thighs of her pants. I don't like this, but what can I do? Darlene's all grown up, and she's on a mission. "Yeah, it was nice going," Abby says. She tosses something at Norm, who jumps as she throws the item. The thing she throws catches the moonlight and spins in the air. Norm grabs it easily enough, despite the lack of light. I lean in to see what it is. "All right, good going, Ab," Norm says. He flicks his thumb and orange fire spouts from his hand. Abby has found a lighter. Thank God. The dread and tension inhabiting all of us must ease. Darlene seems unfazed, though. She was going to keep going, light or not. Maybe there is a fine line between determination and recklessness. Maybe she doesn't know it. That's okay. That's why I'm here, to protect her. Because I know as soon as I close my eyes and it's her turn to be on watch, she'll take off without us. I saw that determination. I saw that recklessness. The lighter is one of those square metal jobs. Nothing like a plastic bic you have to hold the button down to keep lit. Norm flips it closed, and the darkness smothers us. He flips it open, sparks a light, and the darkness leaves. We all turn our heads toward the dimly lit tunnel. There are rows of cars, some parked crookedly, some not. But scattered among these cars, resting on their tires or over their hoods, are half-eaten corpses. And a lot of blood. 16. I feel like the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz. Each step I take deeper into this mass graveyard is rickety and pained. I can practically hear my joints grinding against each other. The thin flame doesn't penetrate the darkness as far as we'd like, but it helps. We come up on a pair of skeletal legs, shreds of jeans all around them. There's a puddle of blood here. It's deep red in the faint dark, the flame dancing in its reflection. It looks like you can walk into the puddle and fall in. You'd fall forever. "Yuck," Abby says, looking at the legs, which are smeared yellow and white and pink. Not a single tendon is left on the poor bastard. But I stop, my breath catching, because I see where the puddle is coming from. It's coming from the rest of the body, which looks mostly intact. It's intact because the man, who must have been alive when he was attacked by the zombies, crawled under the car to hide. But he didn't crawl fast enough. I bend down to look at him, even with the acid creeping up my throat telling me not to. Norm bends down with me, the lighter wavering. The man's arms stretch out to some pipe running along the car. I imagine this man tried to pull himself away from the zombies, to some sort of safety on the other side, but he failed. The zombies munched on his legs, and he probably died of shock or from a heart attack. Poor guy. His hair is long and thin, almost greasy. I feel like I'm gonna puke. What would come up, I have no idea. Unlucky, Norm says. Come on, Darlene says, her voice squeaky, scared. Yeah, we've seen enough dead guys, Abby says. I step over the man's leg bones, and just as I do, they move. 17. A spike of fear flares through me. Oh shit, I yell. Darlene screeches. The zombie groans beneath the car. There's a squelching noise as he maneuvers in his blood puddle. Those eyes, those evil glowing eyes, cast off an iridescent glow onto the concrete. I back up until I hit Norm. He makes a noise like I've sucker punched him, and then the light from the flame extinguishes. I hear the metal casing clatter off the road and go skittering away into the darkness. Jack, you idiot, Norm shouts. Turn the light on, Abby says. I keep backing up until I hit a car. A hand squeezes around my arm. All of a sudden, I don't know where I'm at. The only thing directing me is the zombie's eyes and the faint moonlight at the far end of the tunnel. The zombie makes a death rattle. Nails claw on the road, filling our ears with a grating noise. My heartbeat races. Blood pressure rises. Darlene, I say. Here, she says to my left. I reach out until I find her arm. She doesn't sound worried at all. That makes me nervous for some reason. Maybe because she might end up doing something stupid. I can't find the lighter, Norm says. Let's go, I say. Let's just keep moving. And run into a wall of these bastards without any light? Abby says. Then she clucks her tongue. No thanks. Suddenly, Darlene is out of my grip. The metal click of a weapon drowns out the scrabbling and the groans and the wet movements from the dead man crawling toward us. Those haunted eyes float closer and closer. How about we make our own light? Darlene says. What? I start to say, but I'm cut off by the sudden thunderclap of her pistol. Inside of the tunnel, the noise is tremendous. It bounces off of the brick walls and the concrete. In the brief flash from the gun's muzzle, I'm able to see the zombie's twisted features. His face looks as if it is melting off of the bone. Melted like an ice cream sundae left out in the August sunshine. Then, as my brain registers the sound of the weapon, my eyes close. When I open them, the zombie's eyes are gone and Norm is shouting about how dumb that was. He could have hit one of us, Norm says. Holy shit, Darlene. Jack's supposed to be the stupid one in your relationship. Sorry, she says curtly. Her voice is almost chilling. Sorry? Norm says. Sorry? Really, that's all you have to say? Norm, Abby says. Yeah, sorry, Darlene says. There was a chance I could have shot one of you guys, but there was a bigger chance that zombie was going to get us, or lead us into a situation that we can't get out of. No one came after the explosion on the bridge, did they? And those were pretty loud explosions, I think. Her voice cracks the slightest bit, and the only reason I think I'm able to detect it is because of the total blackness we are in. The only reason no one came for us is because this whole part of California is empty. She sounds like me, trying to rationalize what everyone thinks is stupid. The darkness is constant, but I can feel Norm's eyes boring into me. I can feel the words on his lips. Control your woman. Makes me want to slap him. Darlene knows what she's doing. We've never rolled over and let a zombie attack us before, have we? No. Well, if there are people or zombies, which I'm damn sure there are, you're telling us you don't think the gunshot isn't going to draw more of them, or even some psychopaths? Norm says. He's yelling so loud and fast, his spit sprays me in a fine mist. Darlene makes a choking sound, as if she's about to blow up. I have to defuse the situation before it gets even more out of hand. I finally find my voice. It's quite a wake-up call being spit on by your hot-headed older brother, I guess. I say, Norm, if you don't shut your big trap, every zombie in the Bay Area is going to be coming for us. He does, for the moment. Chill out, Norm, Abby says. Darlene was just trying to help. Can't fault her for that. We weren't in immediate danger, if you hadn't noticed, Norm says. Felt like we were, I think, shivering. Aloud, I say, yet. We weren't in any danger yet. What's done is done, man. No sense in getting upset over spilled brains. No one laughs. They usually don't laugh at my jokes, so I can't say I'm surprised. Still, I use my same old spiel when no one laughs. Anyone? Seriously, nothing? Keep moving, Norm says. He barrels into me, doesn't apologize. It's all right. Let him vent in his own way. I look into the blackness that seems to stretch forever. There are no floating orbs of light, which means no zombies, and I can't complain about that. We'll just have to watch out for more ankle-biters underneath the stalled cars. And we'll feel better once we are out of this tunnel. The smell of death chokes us, and I think that smell has a way of getting into your brain. Hey, I found it, Abby shouts. Quiet, Norm says. Jesus Christ, why do y'all have to have such big mouths? Don't say y'all, Norm, I say. People who grew up in Woodhaven, Ohio don't talk like that. I can say whatever I want to say, Norm says. You can't see it right now, man, but I'm rolling my eyes hard, I say. And you can't see it either, but I'm flipping you off, Norm replies. Abby flicks the lighter. Look, she says, the lighter. Then I do see Norm flipping me off. Great, Norm says and snatches it, making the flame go out. 18. Movement. Movement causes us to stop. Did you hear that? Abby asks. Norm shushes her. I feel Darlene unholster her pistol, and I put a hand out to stop her from blasting another zombie. We don't need that again, not when the tension was just beginning to ease. The noise we hear is faint. I can't pin it. It sounds like something scrabbling across the blacktop. I try not to imagine a legion of spiders coming at us. One thing I hate more than zombies are spiders. We have all stopped moving, our ears tuned. Just the wind, Norm says. No, I say. The wind doesn't growl, Abby says. I turn to the sound of her voice, my head cocked. Then I hear it. The growling. It's low and rumbling. The fear gripping me eases. Zombies don't growl, they death rattle. I know that growl. My grandma was an avid fan of the owners of those types of growls, except hers didn't sound as dangerous or as big. I think Norm understands what it is too, because he says, Leave it, Jack. We gotta keep moving. I don't want to be in this creepy tunnel any longer than I have to be. But I don't leave it. Abby, give me a light. Abby flicks the lighter on, the orange flame dimly brightening the tunnel. The brick looks wet. 3 cars are smashed up against the wall, one facing us, as if the car veered into the oncoming lane and took out the other 2. They sit crumpled and silent, their drivers gone. More growling. Normally, growling of any kind is enough to send me running in the other direction, but not this time. I see its tail first. It's black and long. Then as I approach the pickup truck it's hiding under, I hear shuffling, the click-clack of toenails hitting the concrete, and the deep brown eyes reflecting the faint light. "Come here, boy," I say, making smooching sounds. Now I'm bending down with the lighter in my hand. Abby has since traded me. She'd rather hold a gun. I don't blame her. It's probably not the smartest thing I've ever done in my life. It might not be a dog. It might be a zombie or some crazed man who's been trapped in the darkness for so long, who's forgotten what light actually looks like. But I'd seen the tail and heard the nails clicking. Or at least I think I did. "Norm," I whisper, "give me that Slim Jim from your bag." "It's my last one," he says. "Hell no." Thwap. Norm, wincing. "Stop hitting me, Abby." Another thwap. "Give Jack the jerky," she says. Darlene watches us all with a dazed look on her face, like she's not here, like she's back in her old house pulling the gun on her father. I focus on the pickup truck. Norm unzips his bag, grumbling. "Why do I always have to be the one to give up the jerky?" "We'll get you more jerky," Abby says. "Geez, it's just jerky." Norm puts the food in my hand. The package crinkles and stabs at my palm. I start to unwrap it, and that same smell, well, almost, of the sausages I used to give to a junkyard dog named Cupcake years ago, hits my nostrils. I bend down lower. Again, probably not the smartest idea, considering this dog might not be a dog at all. It might be a giant spider or a crazy man. I lay in the prone position, the cool concrete sending goosebumps up my back, with the lighter in my hand. I see the dog's eyes first. They are a deep brown. They are gorgeous. The next thing I see after the dog's beautiful eyes is how scared it is. It's shaking and whimpering. "Come here, boy," I say. "Hey, it could be a girl," Darlene says. This surprises me. I crane my head up to look at her and see that she's smiling, that dazed expression now gone on her face. This is good. She's my old Darlene, if just for a moment. I turn back to the dog, which is backing farther under the pickup truck, now almost touching the curb closest to the tunnel's wall. I hold the beef jerky out. The dog whines at the sight. I don't think it has seen food like this in a long time. I can't imagine what this poor thing had to eat to stay alive. Garbage? Dirt? People? "Jack, just leave it," Norm says. "No," I say. I don't know why I won't. It's probably not smart for me to be doing this. We are basically sitting ducks in this dark tunnel of death. We don't know what lurks in the shadows ahead, or hell, even all around us. Am I doing this because Herb is gone? And our group, which was once 5 strong, is now 1 short? Or am I doing it because I know Darlene needs this? She needs another companion that can't piss her off like I do sometimes. I don't know. But I'm doing it. The dog eyes the beef jerky with hunger. Its nose twitches at the sharp scent of the snack, a nose which is devoid of all moisture. "Come on, Jack, just leave it," Norm says. The lighter is getting unbearably hot in my hand. I'm not sure how much fluid is left in it, and we still have about 3/4 of a mile to go in this tunnel, I'm guessing. I let my finger off of the button. Darkness invades us as I push myself off the ground. Then I brush away pebbles and grit pressed into my forearms and my shirt. I know I'm not going to force the dog out from under the cars. It'll have to come out on its own. So I tear off a piece of the jerky and leave it on the road just outside of the pickup. "All right," I say. "Let's go." "Aw," Abby says. Give me my beef jerky back, Norm says. I shove some of it in my mouth, so it sounds like my mouth is full. Too late, I ate it, I say. And Norm punches me pretty hard in the arm. Payback for being a dick back there, I say through a mouthful of jerky. You owe me another one, he says. We keep going through the tunnel. I slow down at spaces of about 20 or 30 feet and tear off another piece, leaving it on the ground like a trail of breadcrumbs in some fairy tale. 19. We come out of the other side all in one piece. All of our faces, including mine, I'm sure, look ghostly in the moonlight. Out of the tunnel, the same concrete embankments surround us. There are few cars out here. That unsettles me. I feel like there should be more than just a few. I reach out and take Darlene's hand. She lets me and even squeezes back. That makes me feel a little better. Norm stands in front of us, his hands on his hips, looking out on the stretch of dark road. No way we're going to make it into the city before sunup. That's got to be 10 miles. It's probably not, but we're all tired. I get it. You're right, Darlene says. This surprises me even more. Darlene agreeing with Norm is almost as unlikely as the dead rising and taking over the world. We can rest up ahead, I think. I'm tired. It'll be good to rest. I wonder what changed her mind. Was it the weight of all this? Was it what happened back in the tunnel? I don't know, but I'm glad. We need a break. Norm looks at her with narrowed eyes as if he's waiting for a catch. Darlene never gives him one. She just smiles wanly and looks back. I'm sorry, she says. She lets go of my hand and walks over to the divider in the middle of the road, leaning up against it, folding her arms and looking down at her dirty white Nikes. I'm just not in my right mind right now. You know, with my dad, and the fact that my mom and sister are probably zombies, roaming around the same city they used to walk when they were normal. I walk over to her and put my arm around her shoulders. It's okay, Darlene, I say. Yeah, don't worry about it, Abby says. We needed the exercise anyway. Norm is getting fat. Norm gives her a death stare. Kidding, Abby says, smiling. I get it, Norm says. But our safety comes first for now, Darlene, okay? I know, Darlene says. I'm sorry. There's a lake up ahead, about a mile away. We can rest there. Cool? Norm walks to us and messes Darlene's hair up. She jerks away at his touch, but I see the faintest of smiles on her lips. Yeah, that's cool, Norm says. I could use a bath. We all could, I say. Everyone laughs and we keep walking forward, toward the lake and the city and the unknown. But not before I sprinkle the road with the last of the beef jerky, hoping we'll have a new friend pretty soon, but knowing I shouldn't get my hopes up. Not with the way the world is now. 20. We find a stretch of land that I think is probably someone's yard, but the nearest house can't even be seen in the moonlight, it's that far away. The lake whose shores we are near is called Mountain Lake. Norm strips off his clothes, not caring that he's naked as the day he was born, and runs into the water. Ah, come on, Norm, I say. No one wants to see that. He shoots up from the surface of the water, spitting it out of his mouth like a fountain. He's very pale. Don't look then, he says, and shakes his head like a wet dog. I don't even care if he's naked, Abby says, not bothering to take off her own clothes. She heads into the lake. I just need a bath. We all do, I say, but be careful. Who knows what is in that water? There could be zombies, and zombies don't drown. Although I think we'd be able to see their eyes, like I saw in that lake near Central's HQ. I shudder, the night wind cooling my sweaty skin. All of a sudden, I'm aware of how bad I smell. I probably do need to take a dip, cool off, let the tiredness and dust just wash away. But Darlene is sitting near the bank, her hand absently pulling grass out from the ground. I walk over to her and sit down. "Hey," I say. "Hey," she answers back. "Why don't you try and get some sleep? We'll keep watch." She sighs. "I can't." In the water, Norm and Abby have gotten into a splash fight. Abby holds her stump above her head and shrieks. Norm says, "I win, I win." "Be quiet, dummies," I say, then look back at Darlene. "There, I took care of it. Now you can sleep." She smiles at me. It's a pitiful smile, one that says, "At least you're trying, Jack." It doesn't make me feel good. "Thanks," she says, and she rests her head on my shoulder. I rest my head on top of hers. It's peaceful out here. There are no sounds besides the splashing water and the chirping of the crickets. The wind blows, and with the breeze the leaves rustle. But there's no people, no clamoring, no cars. Nothing besides Norm and Abby splish-splashing around and Darlene's steady breathing. "It's just hard," Darlene says. "I can't sleep because I don't want to have any nightmares. I've been having them all the time." I nod, reach out and take her hand in mine, and I squeeze. We're living in the true nightmare. I mean, what can be worse than living in a world where you have to shoot your zombified mother or father, where you have to burn down the very town you grew up in, where you have to prevent crazy doctors from blowing up the world in an attempt at saving it? Nothing. But if Darlene is afraid of sleep, then I guess there must be something worse than all of this. "It's going to be okay," I say. "Is it?" "Yes," I answer. So far it's been a cakewalk since we left your house, considering the stuff we usually go through. Darlene smiles, and this time it seems genuine. I lean over and kiss her on the corner of that smile, inhaling her sweet, sweaty scent, feeling her warmth. "Thank you, Jack," she says and puts her head back on my shoulder. "We're going to find your mom and sister. I'm excited, too." "You are?" she asks. I nod and look onto the water. The clouds overhead have moved because the white moonlight glimmers off of the surface. Norm and Abby have taken their splashing fight out farther. Then I look back at Darlene. "Yeah, I am excited. Know why?" She shakes her head, but she takes my hand again like she knows I'm about to say something sweet. And she's not wrong. I totally am. "I'm excited because your mom and Carmen can come to our wedding." She's quiet after I say this. Really quiet. I don't even know if she's breathing. Then, to let me know she's all right, she blinks, and a slow tear rolls down her cheek. I smile now. This isn't a tear of sadness. This is the same tear I got when she came home from work on our 5-year anniversary and I had baked her a pizza in the shape of a heart. I'd also set up our small kitchen table in the living room while her favorite movie 16 Candles played on our television, and candlelight waved lazily all around us. It was quite romantic, if I do say so myself. She smiles, and the tear traces the curve of her lips. "You always make me feel better, Jack." She throws her arms around me and hugs me tight. Hugs me as if I've come back from the grave. In a sense, I guess I have. How many times have I beat death? A lot. Way more than I should be able to. But again, I think there's another force out there that has a hand in whether I live or die. And that force is mostly on my side. I really don't know what Darlene begins to say, but rustling from behind us cuts her off. Instantly, I'm hit with a spike of adrenaline. I'm up off of the bank, crouched with my pistol in my hand, scanning the darkness for any signs of glowing eyes. Nothing. My heart pumps. Darlene gets up too. She's not as quick, but she's much quicker than she was 6 months ago. How much quicker than she was a few weeks ago? "Jack," Norm says from the water. "Quiet," I hiss, not bothering to turn around. The cloud covers the moon again. We are almost in total blackness. I can't even see the shine on my gun. Rustling again. I stop breathing, keep scanning. Behind me, water sloshes as Norm and Abby pull themselves out of the lake. Not long after, a dripping Norm is by my side, his gun in his hand. "What is it?" Darlene asks. Her voice is barely a whisper. "I don't know," I say. "Split up," Norm says, and I'm dimly aware that he's still naked. He points left and looks at me, then points at himself and motions right. Abby comes up behind us, her hair plastered to her face. I notice she has her shirt wrapped around her arm stump, probably to keep it as dry as possible. There's no other sounds now, and I don't like this at all. The lack of noise makes me think whatever's out there is watching us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. We are sitting ducks. This is what we get for trying to have some fun. "I'd feel better if you put your clothes back on, Norm," Abby says. He shakes his head in return as if to say we're in mortal danger here, whether he's hanging brain or not doesn't matter. But if I were Norm, I wouldn't want to die naked. I start moving left, following the direct line of where Norm's finger once was. As I'm moving, I keep one eye on Darlene. I push through the weeds, the low bushes. My shoes crunch the dead grass. I stop when I hear movement again. Norm is off to my right. Abby is near Darlene, where I started moving from. The grass is higher over here, and the grass is moving, and it's moving fast. Whatever comes for me is coming in hot. I raise my gun and think to whatever entity is watching over us. Please let me get through this. 21. What comes jumping out of the bushes makes me shudder, stumble backward and fall over, the gun spilling out from my hand and getting lost in the tall grass. But it doesn't make me shudder in fear. I'm shuddering with laughter. It's the dog. The cloud overhead moves, and the moon seems so bright, like it might as well be daytime. And again, that thought of some higher power watching over us, guiding us, and aligning the stars of my destiny comes to mind. Because the dog sitting on its haunches staring at me is more than a mere dog. And no, it's not a zombie dog either. It's Cupcake reincarnated. A junkyard black lab I used to take care of years ago. It has the same white spot on its breast, those same glittering caramel-colored eyes. The dog stares at me with a questioning look. It tilts his head as I bray out laughter. "Jack! Jack!" Darlene shouts. More rustling. Abby and Darlene find me sitting there in the weeds and bramble, a big stupid grin on my face. I'm breathless because I'm laughing so hard. For a moment, I thought I was dead. I thought some mutant zombie straight from the Dead Slayer was going to rip my throat out. Instead, it's a blast from the past. "I thought you were hurt," Darlene says, putting her hands on her hips. "It's not funny. Stop laughing." Then Norm comes out of the darkness, his pale body glowing with the moonlight, and he's still naked. He has the good grace to cover his junk with his hands. But when I see him, I just start busting out in more laughter. The three of them exchange a worried glance. Maybe they think I've cracked. Finally split my wig, old Jackie Jupiter. Lost it. No, I'm fine. I swear it. Once I gain control of myself, I push myself up. The dog doesn't move at all. He just goes on staring at me with those beautiful brown eyes. I would say they're human eyes. Eyes I've never seen on a dog, except all those years ago in that junkyard not far from the house I grew up in. They're the type of eyes that understand, that read you, that see through all the bullshit. Pure, unafraid. But the dog is half-starved and covered in reddish welts and sores. I can see its ribs poking through its skin. Well, now that we know you haven't completely lost your mind, Jack, Norm says, it's good to see you can still make friends. I walk over to the dog, searching my back pocket for the rest of Norm's beef jerky. There's none left. Nothing except for the wrapper. The dog hears the crinkling of the package. Its floppy ears perk up. The thick tail, the only part of the dog's body that hasn't suffered from the lesions, wags fervently, brushing the grass back and forth. Come here, I say. The dog eyes me wearily, almost as if I'm an enemy. But the hunger and the curiosity wins out, much like a zombie in its own way, and the dog walks closer to me with its tail between its legs. I hold the jerky wrapper close to it so it knows I'm the one. I'm its friend. The dog's nose twitches. You asshole, Norm says. You were holding out on me. The dog looks over to Norm, fear in its eyes. Norm's voice is harsh, almost grating. Quiet, I hiss, then hold the wrapper out farther. Sniff, sniff, sniff. That's it, I say. The dog stops short, sits on its haunches, and then does something that almost floors me right there and then. It's nothing special, really. It's just that junkyard lab used to do the same thing when it came to treats. The dog sticks one arm up in the air and brings it down about breast level, as if it wants to shake my hand upon meeting me for the first time. Aww, Darlene and Abby say simultaneously. I'd say aw, too, if I wasn't so focused on not scaring the dog. I take the dog's paw. It's rough and caked with mud and God knows what else. The nails are long and jagged, chipped in places, the fur matted. But as the paw fills my palm, something else happens. I hear it, but I feel it more than anything. It's a click. Two gears grinding together to keep the machine of life going. The last piece of a puzzle snapped into place. Destiny. If I was lucky enough to pick out a dog on my own when I was younger, I imagine this is the same feeling I'd get once my eyes met the dogs I was supposed to take home. It's one of those things you just know is right. Then gently, not like a starving dog at all, it takes the beef jerky wrapper out of my other hand, leaving only the faintest trace of drool on my flesh that shines in the moonlight. It licks whatever's left in the tubular packaging. Another awe from the girls. A big grin on my face. The slow but oh so fast beat of my heart, signifying love. The dog continues licking, sniffing. I lean forward and start scratching it behind the ear. Its tail wags. Jesus, you really know how to pick friends, Norm says. I don't reply. I keep petting the dog with a smile on my face. Norm says, You owe me beef jerky, Jack. I'm not going to forget either. Don't think I will. And he walks off back to where his dry clothes are on the lake's bank. The dog lays down on its side and lets me rub its belly. A quick glance shows this dog is, in fact, a male, not neutered. Darlene and Abby kneel down next to me. They scratch the dog's belly, too. "He's such a cute boy," Darlene says. "Aren't you? Aren't you?" She does it in the sickening sweet voice, but I look at her and say, "Yeah, I am." She rolls her eyes. "Could use a bath, though," Abby says. "Let's throw him in the lake." The dog tilts his head up at us. It's almost like he understood what Abby said. "She was just kidding, boy," I say. The dog lays his head back down and lets us continue scratching him. "What are you going to name him?" Darlene asks me. I look to the dog, right at his deep brown eyes. For a second, I'm transported back in time, back to that span of summer where I had a friend, a true friend. And I smile so wide, I think the corners of my mouth are going to join and the top of my head is going to fall off. "Easy," I say. The girls look at me like I'm crazy. Abby mouths, "Easy?" I chuckle. "Cupcake." The dog barks happily, starts kicking his hind leg. We must be hitting a ticklish spot. "Cupcake?" Abby says. "You see the beanbag on this pup, right, Jack? You know it's a he?" "I know," I say. "But I like that name. I've always liked that name." "Well, you found him," Darlene says, getting up. "I think you can name him whatever you want, even if it's a girly name." I look down at the dog. "You like the name, don't you, boy?" The dog barks in answer. It's a happy bark, if that makes sense. "Then Cupcake it is." He pushes himself up off the ground, tail wagging, tilts his head back at the moon and howls. But I don't think it's directed at the moon. I think it's directed at whatever's up there watching over us. 22. Turns out Cupcake wanted to jump into the lake after all. Once we were settled around the edge of the bank and Abby and Norm's hair was dry, I decided it would be the perfect time to rinse off. I did smell pretty rank. The dog came to the edge of the bank and watched. I let the cool water wash over me. It felt pretty nice, aside from the stinging I got from the wound on my thigh, which is close to healing already. I looked at the dog and said, "Come on then," not expecting him to listen. But he did. He got a running start and jumped right in, practically on top of me. Darlene broke out in laughter. It's the most I've heard her laugh since before the zombies came. I laughed too. Still am as I sit by the fire with my family. The flames burn low, giving off enough heat to warm us. I'm shirtless. The night air is cool. I used my shirt to dry Cupcake off. He looks better already. There was so much gunk caked in his eyes, I was surprised the poor dog could even open them. He rests his head on my thighs and starts wagging his tail whenever I look at him. Darlene is on my left, leaning her head on my shoulder. Norm lays on the ground with his pants rolled up in a makeshift pillow, looking at the stars. Abby is sitting across from us, her arms wrapped around her knees. "I wish I had a smoke," Norm says. "You don't smoke," I say. "I don't care," Norm says. "Then why the heck do you want a cigarette?" Abby asks. Norm doesn't turn his head toward us as he answers. I see the corners of his mouth curl up into a sly smile. "Because," he says, "this is the first perfect night we've had in a long time. And I think the only thing that can make it better is a smoke. You know, like how they do it in the movies after a nice meal or good sex," Norm says. Darlene snorts. Abby shakes her head. "What?" Norm says accusingly. He turns toward us. "Nothing," Darlene says. "No what?" Norm says. perfect for you, she says. That's all. What are you talking about? Norm says. We traveled far today. Barely any zombies. No crazy bastards, no... I give him a look that tells him to shut up. Oh, right, he says, his eyes going distant. I'm sorry, Darlene. It's okay, she says. It could have been worse. I hear the hitch in her voice. It's small, but there. Yeah, Norm says. It could have. And there's a chance my mom and sister are out there, she says. That's all I need. I nod and kiss her on the top of her head. Well, Norm starts to say. Darlene cuts him off. Don't get my hopes up, yeah, she says. Norm smiles. Not what I was going to say at all, he says. I was going to say, well, we got a big day ahead of us with saving your mom and sister and all, so we better get to sleep. I chuckle, but the look on Norm's face doesn't indicate he was joking at all. Thanks, Norm, Darlene says. Yeah, he's really turning into a big softy, Abby says. She looks at Darlene cautiously. And I'm sorry about your dad, Darlene. Darlene smiles, but there's nothing in it that says happiness. Not like a smile is supposed to. I'll take first watch, I say once an awkward silence settles over the group. My voice is barely louder than the crackling of the low fire. You and Fido are more than welcome to, Norm says as he rolls over on his side. Cupcake, I say, correcting him. Cupcake's tail wags at the sound of his newly given name. Whatever, Norm says. Tomato, tomato. A dog is a dog, and pets are just future heartbreaks. Especially when you can't take the poor bastard on walks without worrying about zombies. I don't respond, just pat Cupcake's head as he looks up at me with those almost human eyes. Norm is just jealous. Or he has too much of our mother's way of thinking ingrained into his brain. Abby gives him one of her famous eye rolls, then says, Good night. Wake me up in a couple hours and I'll take over. I nod. She sprawls out and yawns. Darlene leans in and kisses me first, then she kisses Cupcake, much to his amusement. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep, but I'm so tired. Just try, I say. Sleep as long as you can. She smiles, again with no happiness. Thank you, Jack. I don't know what I'd do without you. I kiss her again. She lays down, and about 2 minutes later she's snoring. Not long after that, they all are. I cradle Cupcake closer to me and whisper, Well, boy, I guess it's just you and me. He wags his tail slowly and closes his eyes. Norm and Darlene were both right in their own way. It's not a perfect night, but it's pretty damn close. 23. I let them all sleep for much longer than normal. They need it. I, on the other hand, probably do too, but it's fine. The night sounds are both loud and quiet at the same time. Crickets chirping and bugs buzzing. The steady blow of a soft breeze. With the breeze, the smell of freshness, of a world resetting itself. It may be a long time before we're free of zombies, but it's happening. That's why people like my family and I have survived, I think. We're here to make sure the world still has a chance. We're here so the humans can have a chance. I stroke Darlene's hair. The sky gets the bruised look of early morning. Somewhere the sun is meeting the horizon. My eyelids are heavy. Cupcake's fur is dry now. He smells somewhat better. The wet dog scent lingering in the air beats a dirty wet dog scent. He doesn't flinch as I move to stand up. He's snoring softly, his paws twitching with some doggy dream. I like to imagine it's a pleasant one where he's chasing rabbits or cats and not running from zombies. Abby opens one eye as I approach her. Her reflexes are good. She seemed sound asleep as I was getting up. Now it's as if she's been awake this whole time. "You're too nice, Jack," Abby says, whispering. "Huh?" "Letting us sleep this long. You need to sleep too. You haven't slept since when?" "I don't know," I answer, shrugging. "I doze off here and there. On the car ride up here, I think." She shakes her head. "You look terrible. A little better since you found the dog, but terrible." "Thanks," I say, offering her a fake smile. She pulls her gun free from beneath the jacket she had balled up as a pillow, stands and stretches. Her back pops. "Not as bad as a cramped back seat," she says. "Why don't you get some sleep? I'll keep watch. Fair warning on the hard ground, though. Sure as hell ain't a bed." "I'm sure it's going to be heaven," I say, smiling genuinely now. The exhaustion hits me all in one tsunami wave. I lean back and yawn. Abby looks up to the sky. "I say you got about 3 hours before Norm wakes up." "I'll take 3 minutes," I say. I lay down. Darlene and the dog's warmth beats any blanket, and I am asleep as soon as my head hits my arm pillow. 24. Norm shakes me awake. There's a great weight on my chest, and I'm not talking metaphorically. It's Cupcake. My face is soaked with dog slobber. "Oh, Darlene's gonna be jealous," Norm says. I blink at him, my vision blurry. The sun is blazing. Not only am I wet from the slobber, but I'm also wet from my own sweat. It's looking like it's gonna be a hot one today. I guess that's what spring in California is. Hell, that might be how California is year-round. My body is stiff and aching. I grimace as I sit up. Cupcake rolls off of me and simultaneously awakens with a jolt. His nails dig into my stomach, which has toned up a bit since the apocalypse happened, but is not hard enough to withstand the jagged claws of this dog. Then Cupcake shakes his head, floppy ears clapping with the movement. In the sunlight, I get a better look at the dog. He's really a pretty thing, sores, mangy fur and all. His ears are long and droopy as if he's mixed with beagle. That brings a funny image of his parents to my head and how the whole mating thing worked with two breeds that vary pretty well in size. Not exactly the thought I figure would cross my mind first thing in the morning, but hey, the world is weird now, I guess. Darlene is already up, standing in the lake wearing her bra, scooping handfuls of water onto her face. I can see her ribs poking through her skin. I've never noticed that before. The apocalypse has hit us all in our own way. It hurts to see the physical transformations. "Wake up, princess," Norm shouts. I turn my head, cracking my neck. "Jeez, man, not so loud," I say. "Big day ahead of us," Norm says, scanning the horizon. From where we're at, we can see the hazy skyscrapers of the San Franciscan skyline. "The blonde one is counting on you, buddy. Won't get nowhere if you sleep all day." I offer him my best fake smile and stand up. Cupcake makes his way to the smoking remains of the fire and lifts his leg. He pees for what seems like 2 hours. Another thing I didn't think I'd see first thing in the morning. Norm laughs. "Too bad you didn't save it for the zombies, pup." Cupcake looks at him with an ear perked up. "Yeah, that's right, Pooch, I'm talking to you. Zombies. We piss on those bastards, don't we?" Norm says. Cupcake barks approval, or at least that's what it sounds like. I smile. The day is already off to a weird start. Abby comes out of nowhere. She has her hair tied back in a ponytail. Her face looks fresh and clean. Her stump's bandage is not. Last time she wrapped it had to have been a few days ago. I hope it's healing right. We don't have Doc Klein around to fix it like he did last time. I had to kill that son of a bitch. Cupcake bounds off to greet Abby, who stops in her tracks, eyes getting wide. The black fuzzball barks once and jumps at her, knocking her down. Abby makes an oof sound, and Cupcake climbs her chest, licking her face. "Down, boy," I say. Abby giggles, moves her head back and forth. I see Norm smiling out of the corner of my eye. "Guess he likes you," I say. "No," Abby says, managing to push him off of her and to sit up. "He likes breakfast." Cupcake barks his approval. Abby pulls a few apples from her bag. "Found them up there," she says, pointing behind our little campsite at a large tree. "Gimme!" Norm shouts. Abby tosses him one. He chomps into it faster than Cupcake chomps into his. "Thanks, Ab," I say as she tosses me a couple. "I'll go take one over to Darlene." Abby arches an eyebrow, looks past me at the water where Darlene still stands. "Good luck," she says. "Tried talking to her earlier while you were sleeping, and she was about as conversational as Cupcake here." Cupcake barks, wags his tail. "Really?" I say. "That dog is pretty damn talkative if you ask me," Norm says behind a mouthful of apple. "Doesn't know when to shut up." "You know what I mean," Abby answers. "Come on, boy," I say, and Cupcake obeys me as if I'd owned him for years. Time to cheer Darlene up. 25. Cupcake sees Darlene's feet splashing in the water and he takes off after her. I think he's about to dive in, and I'm really hoping he doesn't. Right at the last minute, he pulls up short. Darlene starts as he tears up grass next to her. "Hey, boy," she says. Cupcake wags his tail. "Hey," I say. She turns around, that smile that's not really a smile on her face. "How are you?" "Good," she says. "Really, Darlene? I've known you for almost 6 years. You can't fool me." "How do you expect me to be?" I don't say or do anything. She's got me. She's right. I don't know how I expect her to be. I know how I want her to be. Strong, sure of herself, ready to fight, and on and on. But I know we also don't get what we want. "Are you ready to move out?" I ask instead. Flies buzz around the reeds near the bank. Cupcake takes to following the insects with first his eyes and then his whole head. When one gets close enough, he snaps and makes a motion like he's chewing. Dogs, man, I think, shaking my head. "Are you ready?" she asks me. "Honest?" I say, smiling a little. "No, I'm not. I'm never ready." "But you always seem so," she says. She looks confused. Then she turns her head and looks out at the calm water and the landscape beyond. "Well, I'm not," I say. "I'm scared shitless all the time. I just act like I'm not." There's some truth to the statement. I'm scared. But I'm not as scared as I used to be. Not as scared as the first time I saw the zombified cop at the Woodhaven Rec Center tear apart Toby the manager as if he was made of newspaper. "Me too," Darlene says. Cupcake is curled up to her. She puts an arm around him and his tail thumps the ground. He looks up to her with those human-esque eyes and a love only certain people can understand. "I'm not as scared when I'm with you guys," I say, looking over to the campsite where Norm and Abby busy themselves with packing their belongings. "Being on your own is the worst." "Being without you is the worst," Darlene says. I lean in and kiss her. Cupcake barks. "Well, you don't have to worry about that again," I say. I've lost her twice before. She's lost me once. Never again. She's not leaving my sight, and I'm not leaving hers. 26. The road ahead is lonely, but I'm not alone. Darlene is on my right and Cupcake is on my left. We walk behind Norm and Abby. We're telling jokes back and forth. Pretty tasteless jokes. I keep catching the tail end. "That's not my dog, that's my wife," Norm says, and Abby nearly doubles over with laughter. I can only shake my head. We walk for nearly an hour before we see any sign of life or death. What we see stops us in the middle of the road we are traveling up. I wouldn't call it a highway. It's too narrow for it to be that. But it's certainly not a residential street despite the neighborhoods and houses branching off its sides. Cupcake growls, low and throaty. It's almost vicious. The laughter coming from Abby and Norm is cut off abruptly. I feel my pulse quicken and my blood pressure spike. Darlene's hand in mine squeezes tighter. "What is it?" she asks. It's a car. A shit-brown Mercury. I can see the flakes of rust under the bottom from where I stand. The only thing different from all the other cars we've normally seen in this dead world is the fact that this car is running and it's blasting the radio. But the car isn't moving. Norm looks back at me, his hand instantly going to the holster on his hip. Mine does the same. I free my pistol, liking how the weight of the weapon feels in my hand. Abby is next, but Darlene doesn't draw hers. She's leaning forward, trying to pick up what's coming from the stereo. I can't make it out, not from here. The wind is blowing, but not in our direction. It's taking the sound elsewhere. I'll tell you, it's not music. It's talking, like a radio talk show. This is weird, too weird. I get the sudden urge to turn around and make a run for it. That whisper of doubt speaks in my head, telling me to get out before it's too late, before I lose one of them again. I drown it out. I drown it out with a different voice, one much braver and adept at handling odd occurrences in the apocalypse. "Off the road," I say. Norm jumps at the sound of my voice, but he gets the idea. I drag Darlene over to the sidewalk, where we hunker down next to a dented post office box. Cupcake follows at our heels, his eyes weary, ears perked at the Mercury. He's a smart dog. I've already fallen in love with him. Abby and Norm go to the other side of the street and hunch down by a stone bench. Norm and I exchange a glance. We both know what we have to do, and it's not make a run for it. It's wait, listen, watch. Someone is driving around this ghost town, but for what reason I have no idea. Do I even want to find out? 27. About 15 minutes go by before Norm starts getting antsy. It's funny, really. The dog can stay still, and a 30-something Norman Jupiter can't. He stands up, and I don't feel any fear because nothing's happened. The radio continues to blare, not playing music, but voices. No zombies are attracted to the sound. No humans come to claim the car as their own. Abby tries to grab at Norm, but her one hand has her gun in it, and she misses the tail of his shirt. I lean down to Darlene and whisper, "Come on." She gives me an uneasy look. She's scared, I can see. So am I. Cupcake stands up with us, and we go back out into the middle of the road. Norm looks back at me and shakes his head. I can only shrug. I'm not sure what to do now. We can continue waiting, or we can move on and make something happen. I don't like the idea of burning any more daylight than we have to. So we walk on. "What is it, you think?" Norm asks me. "Probably some unlucky bastard got caught in a passing horde. Left his car right in the middle of the intersection," I say and grab my gun a little tighter. Or probably it's a trap and someone has their gun sight on us unlucky bastards. Yeah, I bet we turn the corner and see a bunch of zombies munching on his bones like a dog, Abby says. Cupcake perks up at that. Abby sees it and says, "Not a good dog like you, Cups." He wags his tail and looks up to her, understanding. As we get closer, moving wearily, our eyes scanning the dead streets all around us, I start to make out the words. "It's almost high noon. Greetings, all you listeners. Forecast looking pretty clear, no chance of rain, traffic is light, things are bright," a man says. "You bet," a woman answers. "Just another day in paradise." We all look at each other, our eyes wide. "What the fuck?" Norm says. "Reminder," the radio man says. "Curfew is in effect at 7 p.m. A horde was spotted near the park." "Oh no," the woman answers. "You bet, Franny, you bet. And folks, be sure to watch out for those red robes. Possible sightings near Broadview and Haxon. Don't forget to come on down to the White Cloud for a special performance Thursday night. You can find Franny and I at the WSLD booth. And if you can't make it, we're broadcasting the show for all you out there, so just give us a listen." "What a treat," the woman, Franny, says. Norm jogs to the car, peers into the open window, and reaches inside. The radio shuts off in the middle of cutaway music. "Turn that back on," Darlene says. Norm shakes his head. "Don't need the kind of attention drawn to us," he says. "Not while we're this close." Abby nods. "We could learn something," Darlene says. She stalks over to the car. I think about stopping her, but know I have no chance of doing that. Norm reaches back in and shuts the car off, holding the keys in his hand. "Turn it on," Darlene says. "Darlene," Norm says. Cupcake barks. Norm looks at Darlene like a parent about to give a lecture. Of course, our mom wasn't much for lectures. She went straight for the belt or the wooden spoon. Unless one of her boyfriends was around, then she'd pass the punishment off on him. He'd usually take the responsibility gladly. Norm looks at me, expecting me to help him out. Cupcake barks again. I see him out of the corner of my eye. Darlene goes for the keys. Norm says, "Hey!" Abby says, "Cut it out!" Norm holds the keys above his head so Darlene can't reach. She's clawing at his arm. "Norm, quit being a jackass," I say. Abby chuckles. "Might as well tell him to quit breathing." Cupcake continues barking, and I turn to tell him to be quiet. And as I do, I see he's not barking at the kerfuffle going on between Norm and Darlene, but at the group of shambling corpses coming up a residential street to our left. They move with a slow and lazy speed that screams power. Their bloody faces shine in the sunlight. Arms dangle as if they're broken, unable to move. I'm reminded of a dead man swinging from a noose, lifeless, terrifying. "Guys," I say. Cupcake continues barking. This isn't a time to panic. I kneel down and scratch him behind the ears. It doesn't stop him. I feel his body convulse with each ear-pounding rough. They don't pay me any attention, so I move. I walk over to Norm as fast as I can without running. Not the time to panic. Not yet. I snatch the keys out of Norm's hands. "Hey," he says. "Get in," I say, opening the door to the shit-brown Mercury. Cupcake is the first one to listen. "What?" Abby says, then sees what's coming for us. Terror doesn't show on her features. Neither does it show on Darlene or Norm's. What does show is cool, calm understanding. They know what we have to do. They know we can't fight. They know we have to run. These are the looks of a group of people who have been stuck in the war much too long. People who understand the large chasm that separates life and death. Who understand there's a space between these two states of being, but there's no in between. You're either dead or you're alive. We file into the Mercury. I stick the key into the ignition. The engine grumbles to life. It's not a nice car by any means. The inside ceiling is shredded. the material and yellowed foam hanging down in tatters as if a dog had gone ballistic one hot summer's day while trapped inside. But that's not the first thought that comes to my head, is it? No. What does is of a person buried alive, clawing at the casket while their oxygen supply slowly runs out, and with it their life. I guess it's just the way of the world nowadays. Yeah, you could say that. Then again, those dark thoughts have always been present in my head. It was why I got into this writing gig in the first place, wasn't it? Everyone in? I ask, shifting the car into gear. Cupcake barks in reply. You heard the man, Abby says. Darlene is in the passenger seat. I throw it into drive, wholly expecting the engine to cough out on me or for the bottom of the car to drop. Those zombies are close and gaining on us by the second. What chills me is that it's so sunny outside that I can't see their golden eyes. Good, I think. I'm sick of their golden eyes. I'm sick of them all. The muffler must be gone because the noise the car makes as it lurches forward is that of a 747. I mean, everyone in the whole damn world is going to hear us. Maybe we should run, Norm says. And I'm beginning to think it's not a bad idea after all. Luckily, we don't need to get across the country in this bucket of bolts. All we have to do is get away from the dead. And luckily, San Francisco is hilly because we don't need to count on this piece of crap's engine. We can just coast. I shift into neutral and turn the engine off, and the harsh churning changes into a hum. We coast down the hill, the group of zombies coming up to meet us getting smaller and smaller in the rear view. 28. Oh, but the fun is just beginning. I know this by the way Darlene shrieks. I try to cut the wheel at the last possible moment, but I'm not quick enough. The mercury smashes through a barrier of... I try to double take. Don't need to. What we hit is smeared up on the windshield. It's human torsos, bodies, blood. Skulls crack the glass. Metal whines and rumbles. The car gallops over the bodies that go beneath the tires. I slam on the brakes, feeling the slickness of skin and blood beneath the tires. Oh my God, Darlene says when the car stops. Cupcake has launched forward from the back seat. His head is between my knees. Despite all of this, his tail is wagging. I reach over to Darlene and put my hand on her thigh. She looks at me, pale. You okay? I ask. She nods. Everyone else? I ask. Cupcake barks softly. Norm and Abby mumble something akin to, yeah. Norm groans. I'm telling you, little bro, we gotta stop letting you drive. I ignore him and look out the bloody, cracked windshield. The bodies scattered on the brick road in front of us, leaking red onto the dusty pink bricks, are not zombies. All of a sudden, a cloud of horror bursts inside of my head. Did I just drive a shit-brown Mercury into a crowd of living people? Oh my God. I know I've been on the cusp of being a serial killer in light of all the recent events that have gone down since the world ended. And I know it's self-defense. But I'd never stoop this low. None of the bodies, 8, best believe I'm counting, are moving. They're sprawled out on the brick like discarded rag dolls. Arms and legs at broken, jagged angles. Blood on their faces distorting their features. I see a young kid lying next to a woman who, even in death, looks like him. His mother, I'm assuming. This horror bleeds into sadness. I feel sobs building in my chest. But I can't cry. I can't let my family see me cry. Despite all of them aside from Cupcake looking onto the horrific scene with masks of terror on their faces. Then Norm reassures me. I don't know how he knows what I'm thinking. Maybe it's the way I look. Maybe he's beaten me up so much in the past he knows exactly what my pre-sobbing face looks like. I don't know, but damn am I glad for Norm right now. Look at their heads, he says. I see him in the now askew rearview mirror. He points to the middle of his forehead, right between the eyes. I look out the side window, and I don't have to look far to see a corpse. What Norm is talking about is the bullet hole in this woman's face, right in the middle of her forehead. A bullseye. It's an execution-style shot. Dried blood is still crusted around the wound. My eyes scan, head craning. Cupcake crawls over my lap to see what all the hubbub is about. I see a man no older than Norm on the ground, face down, but his head is turned almost the way around like that chick in The Exorcist. In the man's forehead is the same hole. I open the car door, not heeding anyone's calls for me to stay inside. The ground is wet with blood puddles. The soles of my boots are almost lost in all of it. It's that deep. The shit brown is now a bloody shit brown. It makes me want to hurl this whole scene that I caused. I check everybody. There's a bullet hole in every single one's head, even the kids. I won't say I'm relieved. Relief wouldn't be the right word because I'm disgusted first and foremost. Disgusted that someone could do something like this to human beings. But did I honestly expect any better? Let's be real. This world is full of terrible people. Crash down on Broadview, Fernie says over the radio. Shut that off, Norm hisses. Looks like a doozy out there. Make sure to stay clear, the man answers, but the radio is snapped off. Are they watching us? Norm asks, looking at me like a man who just discovered the secrets of the universe. Yeah, I think they are, Abby says. That doesn't make me feel good. Then a voice sounds in the distance. Not a guttural grunt, thank God, but a human voice. 29. They're dressed in robes. Red robes. From a distance, they almost look like Father Michael. That thought brings up a deep sadness I had buried since leaving the Mojave. He'd been murdered by Doc Klein. Murdered in cold blood, and all for what? A distraction so Klein could get away from me before I could stop him from ending the world. But this isn't the time to feel sad or sorry. There's times for that, yes. Times when I'm lying in bed and the world is quiet, all I can hear are the sounds of Darlene's breathing and Norm's snores. Times when I can't relax because my mind runs 1,000,000 miles per hour. Those types of times. It's not that time at all. Now is the time to survive. I reach for my gun, which is holstered on my hip, covered in the blood of the dead people all around me. These robed men are not menacing. Not really. It's the weapons they carry that are. Those big assault rifles that are strong enough to blast this Mercury to hell. One glance at those weapons and it's enough for me to stand up and start moving. Abby gets back into the Mercury's driver's seat and grinds the engine until it lets out a dying wheeze. This Mercury isn't as good as the Jeep we'd had in the Mojave, the one Norm was able to get to work with his magic touch. We just aren't that lucky. Darlene, I say and go over to her. I'm here, she says. She crawls out of the Mercury, her own gun held low. The men are advancing on us with graceful speed. What started as a jog has turned into a full-on sprint. You've interrupted the ritual, one of them shouts. My stars, he will be so upset. Who? I wonder. I look to Norm. He shows no inclination of running. Neither do I. Ritual? If these are the ones responsible for the murders of the people in the street, it's time for them to be dealt with. Darlene is behind me. I always put myself in front of her. You've interrupted the ritual. Death. Death to pay, the robed man in the lead says. Norm, I say. Norm raises his pistol, squints one eye. Far enough, buddy, he mumbles. Darlene and Abby look on in pure horror, as if they're surprised Norm is ready to kill to defend us. I raise my weapon too, following my older brother's lead. I know from experience that if we run, we'll chance splitting up, and if we're split up, then there's an even greater chance of death. One of them, that's all I care about. Not if I die. The robed man doesn't stop, and he raises his own assault rifle in return. Norm shoots. This actually surprises me. I didn't think shots had to be fired. I didn't think they'd actually be fired. But I'm dumb. The man stops at the sound of the shot, not because the bullet tears through his flesh, but because the bullet winds off of the pavement. There's a spark almost as bright as the sun, and an echo that reverberates all throughout the dead city. After that, a heavy silence falls over us all. Yeah, we mean business, Norm says, grinning. Drop the weapons, I say, trying to be the somewhat level-headed one. I count 5 of them. Their robes are a bright crimson, almost bloody. The lead one wears a hat made of what looks like felt, flimsy, something the Pope might have worn before the zombie virus undoubtedly took him along with everyone else at the Vatican. He stops, raises his hands, and the men behind him stop. They all vary in age from teenage to ancient, but they all have this horrendous look on their face. A face starved. Starved of something that isn't food. Civilization, maybe. Entertainment, even. It's a sick look, and I wonder if I wear the same mask. If the world has fucked me up so bad I'm not even aware of it, truly aware. Do you understand what you have done? The man says. I don't care, I say. Terrorism! The man yells, and when he yells, he's close enough for me to see his jowls jiggle, and the wispy white beard to blow in the soft breeze that brings us the smell of the dead. The first groans of the zombies reach us from the crest of the hill. A face hovers high above us, the skin hanging off in rags, flayed by fingernails or blades. Then the rest come from behind it. They pick up speed with the slope. Some of them fall over and roll, their bodies slapping the bricks wetly. Time is not our friend right now, and neither are these clergymen. Great. You interrupted a delicate process, a middle-aged man in the same garb says, stepping forward. The bodies collected here were hand-picked with the finest care, not only meant to appease the dead, but meant to appease the man who has risen. You're feeding zombies, Norm says. You realize how crazy that is? No, the leader says. No, you don't understand. It's a sacrifice. It's an offering to the gods. They will not be happy with what you did, the younger clergyman says. You ruined the sanctity of the ritual. He who has risen shall smite you all. You are doomed, doomed, the older one yells. Darlene pushes past me. I'm instantly hit with a spike of fear. I liken it to finding out your seatbelt isn't buckled when you reach the apex of the first big hill on a roller coaster. I can't help it. I know she's stronger than she's ever been. She's killed her father, and not even I do that. We don't want trouble, she says, and she says it in her sweetest voice. The men don't lighten up, though. Like they said, we've found trouble. We're heading for Golden Gate Park, she continues. I have family there, a mom and sister. I haven't seen them since this happened. I wish you wouldn't have said anything. The older man smiles. It's not one of happiness. It's sly, like the cat who stumbled upon a sleeping mouse. but he lowers his rifle. "Golden Gate Park?" he says. "Haven?" Darlene shouts. "Yes! You know it?" "Darlene," I hiss, my gun still raised. "Stop!" It's too late. Norm says, "We'll give you guys to the count of 3 to get your sick, twisted faces elsewhere, or we start blasting." 1, I say. 2, Norm continues. Okay, the older man says. "We will be going. No trouble, please. Just know you've upset the gods, and he shall come for blood. Mark my words. Blood." "Get the fuck out of here," I say. My finger twitches. The image of the dead kid and his mom, bullet holes in their heads, comes to mind. I want to make these men pay for what they did. "Fine, we go, the older man says, backing up, then turning. The rest of his group follows his lead. I don't know how I feel. The older man turns back around like lightning, his hand disappearing into his robe. He's fast, too fast. The small pistol explodes out from the darkness. A zombie screeches much too close. Another one has started munching on the remains of the young kid's corpse and his mother. Norm, on the other hand, is not as fast as the robed man. Luckily, I am. I pull the trigger and blow this guy's fist into bloody chunks. The gun goes pinwheeling into the road, catching rays of muted sunlight and sending them back to us like a disco ball. The rest of the clergymen stutter backwards, shielding themselves from the spray of blood. The zombies eating on the corpses look up at the sound of this man's pained screams. And they are terrible screams. The type of screams that make me feel pity, but only for a second. They are lucky in a way. Lucky I don't blow all their heads off. Then I think of the kid again, now getting devoured by some undead nightmare. I have to do it. I have to make these men pay. I pull the trigger. The gun jams. Blood bubbles out of the slide. Shit. 30. Firefight. It's a word I know all too well. It's an act I've lived through too many times before. It never gets any easier, especially when I have my fiancée and the rest of my family to worry about. In a last-ditch attempt at saving my ass, I throw the pistol at the guy's face. It hits his head with a meaty clunk, and his pained screams increase to about 1,000 decibels. He brings his bloody, mangled hand up to his temple, and I see the white bone showing through the red, the fingers hanging crookedly like a door off its hinges. Luckily, Norm's gun doesn't jam. He pulls the trigger. A thunderclap fills my ears. It's way too close. And the guy's head explodes as if it's a watermelon beneath a dropped anvil. That's all we can do before we have to flee. The other men raise their weapons. Cupcake is barking ferociously, the sound almost drowning out the gunfire. I grab Darlene around the waist, my heart beating wildly, and throw her over my shoulder. I dive behind the Mercury as the bullets explode the glass in a flurry of shards, and the metal is punctured by the slugs. It all happens so fast, but it seems so slow. I can feel my blood pumping, the coldness that invades my body. I don't see Norm. I hear him scream out. Abby dives into the back seat just as shots punch the body of the Mercury. Now the zombies are more than interested. They're coming over to us. The sights and sounds of bursting muzzles too much to withstand. Besides, I think they've picked the corpses out in the road clean already. The rest of the group has reached the intersection. Their groans are loud, amplified, louder than the gunshots ringing in my ears, louder than Cupcake's barking. Darlene does more than tremble. She shakes. I hold her close while the bullets rock the shocks of the mercury. I see a hand. I look down. The hand is followed by an arm, then Norm's head. "Shit," he says. I see a little blood sprayed across his face. The gunfire has stopped. I risk a glance over the hood and see the clergymen are posted up behind a corner of a used bookstore. "You hit?" I ask. "Nope," Norm says. "This ain't my blood." Then he grins, and there's murder in that grin. The zombies stream into the middle of the war zone. The men are reloaded and start pumping iron into the zombies. I don't see them get shot as much as I hear them get shot. The splat of brains and the thud of meat hitting the brick road. "We have to go," Norm says. He points to the alleyway. I know he hates the idea of running, but we have no other option. Ammo is sparse and the dead are coming. "No shit," Abby says from inside the car. I nod. "When the shots stop," he says. Abby opens the door of the back passenger side. A bullet rips through the cracked window and glass twinkles down, showering us. A shot smacks the brick, sending rust-colored dust into the air. Cupcake dances backward and yelps, then takes off running. It's the last shot as the quiet weighs down on me. "Go, go," Norm says. I grab Darlene's hand and have to loop my arm around Abby's waist to get her up. We run down the road, parallel with where we are supposed to be going. Then the gunshots start up again. They grow more and more distant as we get farther away. Cupcake is a black speck on the horizon, and he's running fast. Norm is behind him, the rest of us behind Norm. And Cupcake may be a dog, but he's our leader right now. 31. We stop in front of a record store whose plate glass show window was like the jagged maw of some great beast. The shelves are turned over. Bins of vinyl are overturned. Posters on the walls of Bob Dylan, Led Zeppelin, and Jimi Hendrix hang crookedly. Takes me back to a simpler time when the rock and roll was in the air and you didn't have to worry about clergymen with assault rifles or zombies come to get their scheduled dinner. Cupcake stops in the middle of the sidewalk. Flyers, old and weathered looking, that say, "Big Jazz Fest, August 2016, don't miss it," are beneath his paws. He wags his tail. Despite all this, despite being shot at and almost dying, the damn dog wags his tail. We could learn a thing or two from him. We go inside of the record store. The smell is a pleasant one. It brings me back to my freshman year of college, where I'd hang out in a small store much like this one that smelled of incense and candles, the faintest hint of marijuana behind all this. Beads hang from the door frame to the back room. There's a purple peace sign facing us. Glass on the floor crunches on our footsteps. Cupcake lets me pick him up and over the glass. I set him down near the checkout stand, which is riddled with peace pipes and little pot leaf-designed trinkets. Ah, California. "Wait for them to pass," I say. "Who?" Norm asks. "The zombies or the crazy popes?" "Both," I say. "Or we could fight them," Darlene says. She sounds complacent, almost dreamy. I look at her, we all do, with our heads tilted. "Well, we can't just sit here all night," Darlene says. "My mom is out there. You heard the guy. Haven is a real thing." "Maybe," Norm says under his breath. I reach out and punch him on the arm. He sucks in breath through his teeth, the chip one sounding like a whistle. "Wouldn't take what they said at face value." "It is," Darlene says. "I can feel it." "Feel it?" Abby asks, her eyebrow raised. Cupcake breaks away from us and starts sniffing around the various flip CD racks, scattered band T-shirts, and weird, but awesome, sculptures of dragons. "Yeah, feel it," Darlene says. She crosses her arms and leans back on the wall, which isn't wallpapered or painted, but carpeted instead. I don't know how to explain it. I reach out and grip her hand. I know. And I know because I feel it too. That overarching entity that is spurring us forward, guiding us. I know Darlene's mom is alive. I just do. But I don't want to get my hopes up like I got my hopes up about Klein. Getting your hopes up makes losing so much worse. Norm and Abby are looking at her like she's crazy. I'm not. Maybe we are crazy. Maybe it's a soulmate thing. I don't know. She squeezes my hand back and looks at me with a smile. The first groans from the surviving zombies come in through the open window like a hurricane gust of wind. When we hear it, we all freeze up, but only for a split second. This, of course, isn't our first rodeo. We're experienced. And though the zombies can be scary, they're not as bad when we are together. 32. We wait for them to go past. I creep up to the window, much to Cupcake's displeasure. He's growling at me softly, and peek around the corner. Tattered corpses walk like drunks, swaying from side to side. Gunky black blood dribbles in their wake, leaving a Hansel and Gretel bread trail behind. Think it's clear, I whisper, looking to the other side of the street. It's empty save for the downed corpses and crookedly parked cars. Where are the Popes? Norm asks. Don't see them, I say. Let's go, Darlene says. I hold my hand up as if to say, chill. Her face is flustered, and there's something in her eyes. I'm not sure what. It's either fear or murder. Bloodlust. She's too cute for this. We'll go in a few more minutes, I say. What if something else happens in those next few minutes? Darlene asks. Like, what if those men come back with more men and guns? Then we kill them, I say. Abby nods. I just want to save my mom, Darlene says. I just want to see Carmen again. I want to hug them. We will, I say. I promise. Time passes as it always does. It's very quiet outside. There's no radio broadcasts, no zombies, and no popes. I don't like it. 33. We leave the record store and take to the street again. The quiet presses down on us like storm clouds above, ready to explode. I feel an electric buzz in the air. I taste the sour tang of blood and death. I'm in the lead. Darlene is behind me. The sun already seems to be going down despite it being the middle of the day. Norm, Abby, and I all have our guns drawn. Cupcake bounds up next to me, ears flapping, tail wagging. We don't talk. No need to risk anyone hearing us. And our footsteps are as quiet as they can be. We lift them off of the road completely, so as not to scrape the concrete with our soles. I see no signs of zombies. No signs of humans either. The city is a big place, and we're just on the outskirts now. I can't imagine the mayhem closer to downtown. Darlene holds my hand while we walk. I don't tell her I love her or anything like that. I don't have to. Cupcake is next to us. See it? I ask, pointing up ahead. Darlene looks from the cracked sidewalk to where I point. She smiles. It's an uneasy smile, one of nerves, but she nods her head. Quiet, dummy, Norm says from behind me. Cupcake whines, looking back at Norm. You too, Norm says. Abby hits him, and he winces. There is a sign up ahead, floating in the distance. I can barely make out the words, but I can make out enough to know it says Golden Gate Park. The trees are full. The grass is green. The sun shines over it. I feel my chest filling with hope again. Should I be weary? I don't know. But we walk on. 34. Cupcake barks like a rabid dog. He stopped in the middle of the road, standing over the yellow line, his hair up in hackles, his tail standing like an exclamation point. Shut him up, Norm says. The sun over here seems non-existent, like there's a line in the sky separating the good from the bad. Cupcake, I say, my voice low but powerful. He momentarily stops barking and looks behind at me. His eyes glitter, but there's fear in them. If he could talk, I wonder what he would say. Darlene goes rigid. Something's wrong, she says. Something's been wrong for about a year, Norm says. Good one, Abby answers. No, what's he barking at? Darlene says. Beats me, I say, and start walking over to him. He jumps up on his hind legs and presses his front paws into my chest. His claws dig into my skin through my sweaty t-shirt. It hurts, but I'm too confused to really feel the pain. I'm confused because the street is pretty much empty. There's no clergymen, no zombies, no animals. It's a ghost town. Like the ghost town near the lake back in the Mojave, I think to myself and shudder. Cupcake continues whining. I look into his eyes and I see real fear there. It's so human I forget he's a dog and I try to talk to him. Well, what the hell do you see, Cupcake? I ask. He doesn't answer back in words, of course, but barks. I swear he gives me a push with his front paws, too. It's crazy. The doubt comes creeping back into my mind now. The dog is more human than canine. He knows something is up when we think nothing's up. He was right before about the zombies a few blocks over, and he was right to lead us into the abandoned record store. I should trust him. But we're so close. The park is right there. A park that looks untouched by the apocalypse. Let's go, Jack, Darlene says. Then I see it. I see what Cupcake is now barking his head off about. It's tiny, but I see it because the clouds move, as if something is urging them to move, and sunlight glints off the muzzle of a weapon. I don't have time to think. I have to act. I jump, diving toward Norm, who stands out in the open like a dummy, not like a soldier. The thunderclap of the gunshot rips through the air. Too late. 35. The bullet whizzes by my head. I clamp my teeth down so hard they feel like they're cracking. And I scream. An almost evil sound. Norm lets out an oof as I barrel into him. We hit the road hard. Norm's head bouncing off of the concrete. And my whole body flaring up in pain because Norm's knee has hit me in the weakest spot of the male anatomy. All breath is driven out of my lungs. A quick glance shows Darlene being held back by Abby in an alley off of the road. Thank God they're smarter than me. Through all of this pain, I reach up and pat Norm's chest. He's dry. No flow of blood. He talks, too. He says, "What the fuck?" Cupcake barks madly again as another gunshot goes off. We're sitting ducks. This is it. But the shot clobbers the concrete, exploding bits of road in every direction. Then another one, and another one. "Drop your weapons," a voice says. It's garbled by the megaphone it speaks from. I'm reminded of Butch Hazard, and for a split second I think he's back from the dead, come to exact revenge on us for killing him and taking Eden down. Norm's face is pale. I see this as I scrabble up and try to grab him. A quick glance behind me shows Cupcake herding Darlene and Abby into the safety of the shadowy alleyway between a nail salon and an Asian diner. That voice, Norm says, barely a whisper, barely audible. Come on, Norm, I shout. My hand grabs his shirt and pulls. He shakes me off of him. That voice, he says again. His eyes are distant, entranced. Turn back, or we have no choice but to shoot you, the megaphone says again. I get a good listen this time, and I'm 100% sure that it's not Butch Hazard come back from the dead. That'd be silly, right? In a world where the dead walk around and eat the living, that'd be the silliest thing ever. But I have to say, the voice does sound vaguely familiar. It's a male's voice, so it can't be Darlene's mom or her sister. It's a voice I've heard before. That is definitely true. Jack, Darlene says from the alleyway's mouth. She's shrouded in shadow. I can barely see her expression, but I know there's fear written on her face. Norm sits up. We will begin the countdown at 15. 14, 13, the voice says. It seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Norm, let's go. I yell, and I do so at the top of my lungs. We're about to be shot. We're about to die. I'm not even sure where my gun has gone. It vanished from my hand when I tackled my brother. Tim, Norm says quietly. He looks down at his hands. A flush creeps up his neck, turning his deep tan a blood red. That sounds like Tim. The knock on Norm's head must have also knocked a few screws loose. He's babbling like an idiot. Tim? Tim who? I reach down to grab at him before both of our brains are splattered against the glass window of the shoe store behind us. But he slaps my hand away with enough force to make me wince. It feels like a bee sting. A flare of anger invades me, mainly because Norm is acting so stupid. What can I do, though? Can I just kick him up the road like an empty bottle? No. Norm would beat my ass before he let me do that to him. I consider just running for myself before the countdown. 9, 8, 7 ends. But that is only a passing thought. Nothing serious. I died before I left my older brother behind. Before I left any of my family members behind, including Cupcake. I haven't heard that voice in years, Norm says. Tim. What, Norm? Come on, dude, I say. Jack, Darlene again, waving to me, waving us to the safety behind the Asian food joint in the nail salon, where the ancient garbage of mummified egg rolls and nail polish remover mixes horrendously and wafts toward us like a noxious gas. 3, 2, 1, Norm! 0, the megaphone answers. All I can do is close my eyes and hope they miss. 36. Tim! Norm shouts. He springs up so fast you would never think the poor bastard rocked his head against the pavement. Tim Lancaster! I feel my knees go weak and watery. It hits me like a semi-truck. Tim Lancaster? Holy shit. I knew I recognized that voice, but it's one I haven't heard for many years. It's not even a name I thought about until Norm told me the terrible tale of how he and our mother had a falling out all those years ago, and he up and left us behind. The tale that revealed to me so much about my brother. How he was in love with this man, who wound up leaving Woodhaven himself to go to art school somewhere in New York, who chose to embrace his sexuality instead of covering it up in the military, where being gay is virtually the 8th deadliest sin. Norm runs up the street, waving his arms. I see his gun drop from his hand and clatter off the concrete. I'm standing behind my older brother as he gets smaller and smaller, disappearing down the slightly hilly landscape. I look to the sign, gleaming in the sun over there, and see no one. Then I look to the alleyway where Darlene, Cupcake, and Abby stand in the darkness, with their eyes wet and fearful, their mouths open. Yes, even the dogs. I shrug at them. I don't know if they see it. They look at me, but they don't seem like they see much of anything. Their eyes are distant, focusing on the sounds more than the sights. Norm's boots stomping the pavement, the crackle of a megaphone but no words, the soft whimpering coming from Cupcake, my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, the electric crackle of certain death in the air. There's no way Tim Lancaster is going to remember Norm after all these years. The gun is going to go off because Norm is just another crazy man running for their safe haven. Sorry, all the spots are full. No more room, amigo. Norm is just another body. He's not a person. But it turns out I'm all wrong. The megaphone crackles to life, and with it comes words. Norm? The voice says. The voice that is undoubtedly a man from our own hometown of Woodhaven, Ohio, thousands of miles away from San Francisco. A man who is almost a ghost. Tim! Norm shouts again, his voice barely audible. He's gone down the length of street fast. He's coming up to a barricade in front of the sign, one I seem to just now be noticing. It's made of junked cars, crooked dumpsters, and bags of sand. It really looks like a war zone down there just before the park sign. Then beyond that, a wall, a towering structure, fortified, strong, as pretty as a picture. Norm! The megaphone cracks. And before anything else can be said, I hear the distant echo of the megaphone's material hitting the ground. A great scratch of feedback slices through the air, and I'm reduced to clutching my head and covering my ears. In the distance, a tall, skinny shadow comes out from near the trees. He holds his gun, something long and vicious-looking like an assault rifle, at his hip, and walks hesitantly toward the shadow that is my brother. Then something clicks. It's that great entity working its magic again, bringing us together, guiding us. The two shadows converge on each other. It's not malicious at all. They hug. Norm lifts Tim up in the air and spins him around a few times before he drops him. I see their faces come together into a kiss, and I can't help but smile. It's beautiful. Sometimes this thing called life is so beautiful. 37. Come on, I say to Darlene and Abby, waving them into the street. They move apprehensively at first, but Cupcake leads the way. I think the dog can smell or sense danger, and he senses that the danger is gone. He bounds up the sidewalk. What happened? What's happening? Abby says. She sounds like she can't believe what she's seeing. Like any signs of love in this harsh world are about as alien as flying saucers. She points with her gun toward the sign that reads Golden Gate Park. She has no intention of shooting, she just doesn't have another hand to point with. Yeah, what the heck? Darlene says. I can only shake my head. How does Norm know that guy? Abby says. What are the odds? I instantly hear Klein's nasally voice in my head. The odds, Jack, the odds. But really, what are the odds? How can something like this happen? How can the group and I catch a break when we never do? When we have to create our own breaks, usually through gunfire and mayhem? I guess the odds were in our favor. I think it's better if we let Norm tell it to you. He could explain more than I could. But I'll tell you one thing, I say. There's someone or something out there watching over us. Abby looks at me crookedly. Like God? Could be, I say. Could be something else. Who am I to say? She nods. I've never been religious. I'm not religious either, I say to Abby. She knows. She lived in Woodhaven for 18 years. Not a terribly long time in the grand scheme of someone's life, but long enough to witness the horrors of the town firsthand, which would make any sane person know God isn't real. But maybe he or she is. I think it is God, Darlene says. Norm shouts, Jack, Abby, Darlene, come on! His shadow waves us forward. We move down the slight hill. I see Darlene shaking. She dreads what she will find out inside. I think we all do. 38. It's all so surreal. We walk up to the barricade. The junk cars are riddled with bullet holes and smeared with blackish blood. Spikes jut from the cars and hunks of metal. Norm waves us over. He had bolted the barricade with no problem. It's the zombies who are not meant to get over. But after seeing the dreaded meat mountain on more than one occasion, I don't think height is a zombie's weakness. What are, besides a bullet or a stab to the brain? Water? Yeah, maybe, but throw enough zombies into the water and eventually they'll stack up until they're spilling out onto the shore. Maybe if you're in the middle of the ocean, away from all the old traces of civilization, then you might be okay. I go over the barricade first, sticking my foot on a crumpled car door and pulling myself over, grabbing a wooden spike, careful not to get splinters. Then I reach out to help Darlene. Then she's over the barrier, standing on a stretch of blacktop that leads to the large looming fence, which is cracked open and showing green grass and trees. On the gate's entrance, written in jagged white letters, is Haven. The fence is made of twisted steel, the type of wrought iron thing you'd see at old haunted graveyards. There's a lookout on each side of the portcullis. They're made of tall ladders welded together. I can see the melted metal about halfway through the length of them. At the top of the lookout are barrels big enough for 2 people to stand in. They are open at the top, made of the same splintery wood as the spikes coming through the car barricades. It reminds me of a crow's nest on some pirate ship. As I'm looking up there, I catch a glimpse of Steele, the person who shot at us. Abby boosts Cupcake over the car, and I do the same, helping him over, cradling him in my arms. Abby comes over last. Norm has his arm around Tim's neck. I still can't believe it. Seeing him is like walking into a time machine. Norm and Tim were inseparable. I remember him at our house all of the time. Him sitting with us on the occasional dinner, him playing kickball in the backyard, shooting hoops at the park down the street. Hi, Tim, I say. He grins at me. He's always had this smile. That's one thing I really remember. For a while, even Tim could charm my mother, and she basically hated everyone. But the unspeakable act of homosexuality shared between Norm and Tim had ruined that, and not even Tim's $1 million smile could save him from my mother's wrath then. None of that matters. Jack, he says. Well, I don't even know what to say. Tim has aged well. His face is somewhat young-looking. There's a purity about it, despite the military camouflage he wears and the assault rifle in his hands. A few other men come from the gate's open doors. They wear hunting jackets and golf shirts, looking nothing like a trained military organization. One of the men, he's really a boy, seems closer to Abby's age. And I want to ask what the hell he's doing out here, but no, it's not my place. He doesn't have a choice. He's black, wearing a bright pink shirt. The only thing brighter than his shirt is his smile. He turns toward us. Everything all right, Tim? He asks. Yeah, Mike, no worries. Just found some new recruits. Tim answers back, grinning that youthful smile. Mike begins to reply, but stops as he sees Abby walk to the rest of us. The smile disappears and his lips part. I'm thinking, Oh, don't tell me he knows Abby somehow. Now that would just be ridiculous. Hi, Mike says rather timidly. I stick out my hand as he crosses the stretch of blacktop toward us. He doesn't even notice me. Norm chuckles. Love is in the air tonight, he whispers. And I realize what caused Mike to drop his jaw. It was Abby. Hello, Abby says back, also timidly. She unconsciously hides her wrapped stump and brushes her hair out of her face with her good hand. I'm Mike. Abby, she answers. Her face is red. She smiles, giggles like an honest-to-God girl. The other man in the hunting jacket and cowboy hat speaks up, cutting this love fest short before I can take Mike to the side and tell him to back off Abby like some overprotective brother. She ain't gonna take no more recruits. You know that, Timmy, Hunting Vest says. His hat casts a shadow over his face, but I see he's bearded. Probably grew it to cover up his double chin. We'll see about that. She's a sucker for nostalgia and anything reminding us of the old world, Tim says. Plus, he nudges Norm, Eve knows all about how charming I am. Eve? Eve? Darlene says, breathlessly, echoing my thoughts. Then barely a whisper. Mom? Yeah, Tim says, looking confused. Eve. That's my... Oh my God. That's... Your mom, I shout, jumping in the air. Holy shit. This can't be. I knew I said I felt like she'd be okay. But this? She runs the place? I can't even comprehend. Abby and Norm look on confused. Cupcake barks. What the hell, Tim? Hunting Vest says. Why are you letting in crazies? Is Carmen here? Darlene asks. She speaks so fast I can barely understand her. No way, Abby says. Your mom and sister? Tall redhead? Yeah, she's Eve's daughter, Tim says. What is going... Norm leans over and kisses Tim on the cheek with enough force to make him stumble. Mike laughs, and Hunting Vest looks confused, like, should he go for his weapon or call a doctor? Now Darlene stammers. She's trying to say something. We're all laughing, giddy. I can't believe it. Shh, Darlene says. Show us, Norm shouts. What? Tim asks. He's so confused. Darlene cries but smiles at the same time. A long time since I've seen that smile. This is her daughter, man, Norm shouts. Eve, your leader's daughter. Darlene? Tim says. No way, and yes, I shout. Holy cow. I've not been this happy in God knows how long. I picture that entity smiling down on us today like a ray of godly sunshine. Norm smiles so wide I think his face is about to break. I've never seen my older brother this happy either. Not even when I saved his ass in Eden. That makes me feel good. Well, holy shit, Tim says. Welcome to the Haven, Tim says as he waves to the sign. Let's go have us a family fucking reunion. We rush past the gate and into the trees of the park. We cross a road that is long and open for as far as the eye can see. I think it travels west until it hits the beach and water further out. I don't know. I don't try to get a good look around. All I'm focusing on is Darlene, making sure she doesn't pass out from the news of her mother. God, this is good. So good. 39. As we travel through this place, I can't help but notice all of it. It's a wonder, a sight for sore eyes. What we see is not a park, but a decent-sized metropolis. Part of me wonders why they didn't move into the deserted places in the city. I can only come up with a few answers. The bones of this shelter were here from the beginning. The people who live here are too frightened to go out. I don't blame them. And living in the abandoned city would only be a reminder of what we lost. Seeing that every day could get to a person, I think. No time for depressing thoughts. Darlene's mom and sister are alive. The buildings are in a clearing, made of logs, probably chopped down from this very part of the park. Some of the closer buildings are made of sheets of metal and stacked on top of each other like some third-world country. People are milling about, their arms full of wood, food, or laundry. Some are carrying crates of chickens like weary travelers carrying their suitcases through the airport. The sounds of a downtown area assault our ears. People clamoring, children screaming and laughing, animals, cows, pigs, goats, chickens, making high-pitched alarm noises. There are no cars, no roads besides the beaten dirt and grass paths that lead to each shanty house or log cabin. People are out in the middle of the street peddling fruits and vegetables. Others are peddling expired candy bars and clothes that are much cleaner than the ones on our backs. Holy cow is right, Norm says, but he's smiling. I look to Darlene. Our pace quickens. The newly established settlement is a blur. I hold her hand. I told you, I say. Everything is okay. Follow me, Tim says. Almost there. Then he laughs like a loon and says, Holy shit. He walks down the dirty road, waving away street vendors with that large grin on his face. They thrust dead chickens at me, meat on sticks, roasted vegetables, necklaces, and upon a closer look, I see something that brings a queasy feeling up in my stomach. Famous parts, the street vendor says. He's as shabby-looking as the buildings crowded around us. He has only one eye. The other one is just a hollow, dark hole. A red scar runs from the corner of this empty socket to around his ear. Eyeballs from the old world's hottest celebs. Hearts of teenage heartthrobs. Lungs of world-class singers. I almost want to stop. Part of me thinks I imagine this. No one else seems to pay any mind. Like any city, I guess you'll have your fair share of weirdos. There it is, Tim shouts, pointing to a tower-like structure. Your mom's in there. Now our jog goes to a sprint. I almost can't keep up. Everything else leaves my mind. All I can think about is Darlene's happiness. 40. Tim leads us into the large tower. It is also guarded by other men wearing camouflage and hunting vests. Apocalyptic nights. Oh my God, Darlene says. I can't believe this. She starts to cry again. I put my arm around her, feeling pretty good because I know these are tears of happiness. Tim leads us down a long hallway. There are pictures on the walls. Pieces of art that look like they've once hung in museums or galleries. The floor beneath the runner is marble and the air is cool as if there's a running central air unit. But inside is quiet as a mausoleum. There are no torches on the walls like Father Michael's church. There are lights. Honest-to-God lights. Mike and Abby walk in front of Darlene and I, talking in low conversation. If I wasn't so ecstatic right now, I'd tell Mike to back off. I'll go get her, Tim says. She's going to make me a king for finding her lost daughter, he says while he walks off. Norm turns toward Darlene and I. He smiles. He doesn't say anything, but comes over and hugs us in much the same way Herb would have with his infamous group hugs. Abby, quit flirting and get over here, Norm says. She giggles, face red, but she does. We hug in the hallway of this tower-like stronghold as a family unit, looking to add more. Hunting Vest says, You outsiders are weird. Mike says, Shut up, Chet. Maybe I'll give the kid a chance. 41. Footsteps coming down the stairs. Darlene's grip on my hand is ironclad. My knuckles crack and grind. My heart beats frantically, waiting for the reveal. A shadow stretches on the walls. We're all turned toward the heels clicking the floor. It's Tim, but he's smiling. I've heard so many stories about you. This is crazy, he says. He looks up to the ceiling and mouths words. I can't read his lips. All I see is his strong jaw and the stubble on his neck. I'm too surprised to really say or do anything, and my hold on Darlene disappears as she breaks off and says, "Where's my mom?" Tim looks down at his feet. Bile comes up my throat. What, is this all some kind of sick joke? Where's Eve? Where's Carmen? I clench my hands into fists. I don't care if Tim and I go way back. I'll punch his... More footsteps coming from behind Tim. Hope inflates. Heartbeat speeds up. Darlene edges closer. Tim's smile gets wider. "Darlene?" a voice calls. Holy shit. 42. Eve looks much different than when I last saw her. Her face is haggard and tired-looking. Her hair is no longer full. The stress her age has caught up to her and thinned it. She's not bad-looking by any means. She just looks weathered. We all do. The two women stare at each other from across the hall. There is a silence that hangs in the air where I don't think any of us breathe, where our hearts cease to beat. Neither woman wears a smile on their faces. I wonder if Darlene sees herself in her mother. I wonder if it's like looking into a time-traveling mirror. "Darlene?" Eve says, voice breaking, eyes gleaming. Darlene's voice is weak, very weak, barely a whisper. "Mom?" Then the silence again. I'm standing right next to Darlene. Norm and Abby behind me, but to the side. I can see them out of the corner of my eyes. Abby is crying. Mike moves closer to comfort her, his arm going around her shoulder. I put my hand on Darlene's lower back. I give her a nudge. That's all it takes. She takes off running across the hall. Her mom runs too. They meet each other, looking into one another's eyes for a moment, eyes that are almost identical. And then they hug each other tight, sobbing. 43. The reunion is more than I could ever imagine. Hugs and kisses, handshakes. Eve even hugs me. "Hello, Jack," she says. I know she's never been too fond of our relationship. She would never admit to Darlene, but dating a writer who barely makes enough to pay rent and his student loans isn't good enough for her little princess. Darlene is a knockout, plain and simple. A girl like her deserves to be with a man who can buy her anything she wants, who will get her that 16-carat engagement ring and not some 25-cent arcade ring, who will take her to the Bahamas during Christmas and Disney World in the summer. Not some guy whose idea of fine dining is ordering soft drinks at the local Olive Garden. Of course, none of that matters anymore. There's no Disney World, no diamond rings worth anything, no Olive Gardens, sadly. All there is survival. And I got Darlene here, damn it, didn't I? She needed me, and I was there for her. "Hi, Mrs. I say. Normally I wouldn't meet her eyes. She's intimidating. I mean, look at her now. She's wound up as some apocalyptic queen in a safe haven that makes Eden and the village back outside of D.C. look like a joke. "Please, Jack," she says, reaching out and taking my hand. "Call me Eve." I nod, smiling. "Okay, Eve." The tears have been shed for now, I think. We are guided into a great dining room off of the hallway. Darlene laughs, shaking her head. "I told you," I whisper. We head to the table. "Where's Carmen?" Darlene asks. My heart drops. In all the excitement, I forgot about Carmen. "Oh, no, please don't tell us she's dead. Please, God." "She'll be here soon," Eve says. Relief floods me. She takes the head of the table. Tim sits on her right hand, Darlene on her left. I sit next to Darlene. Abby and Norm are still across from us. Mike sits next to Abby. Hunting Vest, or Chet, excused himself, saying that this wasn't none of my business. Eve asks who Abby is, and I answer. "Family." Abby smiles at me. She doesn't do that often. "Well," Eve says, looking at her daughter with wet eyes. "How the hell did you all get here?" Darlene turns to look at me. My heart does that thing where it feels like it's falling and jumping into my throat at the same time. Eve looks at me like she can't believe what Darlene's about to say, like she already knows what Darlene is about to say. That's one thing I've never liked about grown-ups. Yeah, I'm pushing 30, but I still don't consider myself a grown-up. Not like Darlene's mom, not even like Norm. It's an odd feeling, really. "Really?" Eve says, sounding surprised. "Jack?" Darlene nods, reaches across the table and grips my wrist. "Yeah." Norm says, "Yeah, sure as shit." Abby chuckles and nods. Cupcake barks. Silence now. Eve's wrinkled mouth is set firm onto her harsh face. I'm expecting her to laugh, to chastise me, but she doesn't. More relief. Eve smiles. "I'm impressed, Jack. I really am. It's tough out there." "You don't know the half of it," I say. "Oh," Eve says. "I do." Now Eve gets up and walks over to me. I can hear my pulse thudding in my ears. Is she going to hit me? Is she... She gets on her knees and throws her arms around me, laughing like a madwoman. "I'm so sorry I ever doubted you, Jack." I'm stunned. I look at Darlene through a sheen of her mother's hair. "What do?" I mouth. Norm says something like, "Got the calf. Now he wants the old maid." Abby hits him. Mike laughs. It's odd how much this seems right. Darlene nods to me. "Except," she mouths. I hesitantly pat Eve's bony back. "Thank you. It's okay," I say. "I'm sorry, too." I think the hatchet has been buried. It feels good. Really good. I have her mother's approval, finally. It only took killing hundreds of zombies and trekking thousands of miles of wasteland to get it. But hey, some guys never get it. Eve and I part as the door opens. Carmen, Darlene's younger sister by a few years, stands in the threshold. I haven't seen her in a few years. She was 18 at the time, but still looked like a kid. She's grown up since then. She's not a spinning image of her mother like Darlene is. She looks more like Darlene's father. She has long auburn-colored hair she wears almost down to the backs of her knees. Currently, it's in a ponytail. Her shirt says, Adobe Softball Champs 2011. Darlene turns around and looks at her younger sister the same way she looked at her mother. but that silence doesn't hang in the air. Carmen says, "No fucking way!" Norm burst out laughing. I chuckle a bit too. "Carmen, watch your mouth," Eve says. "Mom, I'm 23, Carmen replies. "You're still my baby," Eve says. Darlene gets up and races across the dining hall, footsteps thundering, and hugs Carmen with sumo wrestler force. Carmen grunts, chokes, and stifles a cough. Darlene spins her around the room. "Stop! Stop!" Carmen wheezes out. Darlene sets her down, and the two start laughing. I'm amazed. It reminds me of the way the old world used to be. Darlene leans in and kisses Carmen on the cheek. Carmen makes a disgusted sound and wipes the kiss away. "I'm so happy to see you," Darlene says. "Be a little less happy," Carmen says. "You're like a puppy, drooling and stuff." Darlene laughs. Carmen looks at her as if she's being serious. Then she bursts out laughing too. They laugh for about 30 seconds. Everyone in the dining hall smiles, including me. It's a beautiful sight. "Hi, Jack," Carmen says after the laughter and giggles subside. She comes over to me and hugs me. I hug her back. She smells clean, unlike us. "I'm glad you kept my big sister safe. I've always had faith in you two." She then looks over to her mother and sticks her tongue out. "What?" Eve says, her hand on her breast, looking shocked. "I've always had faith in you two, too." "Ain't what I heard," Norm says. "Easy, Norm," Tim says, laughing. "Yeah, don't get on Eve's bad side," Mike shouts. We all laugh again. It doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters anymore. Whether we would last or whether I was good enough for her, none of it matters because we're here now. We are all together. 44. Of course, things can't always be fine and dandy. Even when the table is piled high with food. Yes, food, I said. A feast. The subject of Darlene's father comes up halfway through the appetizers, which are the most crispy, fat, and cheesy mozzarella sticks I've ever seen in my lifetime. As this subject falls over our small dinner party like a dark cloud, Norm and Tim stop making googly eyes at one another. Abby looks on with a string of cheese dangling from her mouth. Mike says, "You got a little," pointing to the corner of Abby's lips. She blushes, but he reaches up and wipes it away. I roll my eyes. "I saw him," Darlene says. Back to the depression. "Oh," Eve says. "Honey, you can't be mad or upset. I had no choice." Darlene shows no signs of animosity toward her mother. Carmen's bubbly personality is momentarily popped, though, and she says, "Really, Dee, Dad had it bad. And there were more outside of the house, roaming the streets and stuff." "I know," Darlene says. Her voice edges toward darkness. "But you should have finished the job." I get chills. Job. The way she says it. Job. As if killing is as simple as a school project or cleaning the house. No, that's not my Darlene. That's someone else. All the saliva in my mouth, which was quite a lot while I savored the taste of the mozzarella sticks, dries up. "Honey, you—" Eve begins, but is cut off by Darlene. "I do understand," Darlene says. "No, he wasn't turned yet, Dee," Carmen says. I glance over at Tim, Abby, and Norm. They all look like they shouldn't be here, like they're listening in on some great secret. All eyes are facing toward the food in the middle of the table. "We didn't know much about the virus. Not as much as we do now. And that's very little, sweetheart," Eve says. I notice something about her face. She doesn't look as tired anymore. It's like seeing her eldest daughter has breathed new life into her. For that, I'm glad. The past is the past. I hold no grudges about what this woman thought about me then. I've proved my worth. He was sick, Carmen continues. Sicker than I've ever seen him. Even sicker than the Monday morning after the Super Bowl. You remember how he downed almost 2 cases of beer every year? She looks over to Tim and Norm, her eyes bugged out. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Neither of them will meet her gaze. We had to leave him. They wouldn't take any sick people, Eve says, but is again cut off, this time by Carmen. They were killing the sick ones. We didn't tell the military about him because we knew about Mrs. Branton down the street. Her husband said she was sick with the same symptoms, but he thought the military was going to help. Military never helps, Norm says. His voice is deadly serious. Amen, Tim says. Though he's wearing military camouflage, I've always pictured him as one of those make love, not war guys. Military shot my brother, Mike says. Had to save a lot. He wasn't turned or sick, just trying to get food when all the madness started. Abby reaches her good hand out and puts it on his. They both smile at each other. Never helps, told ya, Norm repeats. They stormed the houses of the sick and they shot them in cold blood, Carmen continues. I find myself squeezing my hands together until my knuckles pop. The thought of the military not even trying to fix the mistake they undoubtedly let happen almost kills me. So many times, Darlene and the rest of my family have been in danger because of this disease. So many times I've lost people because of it. If I lost Darlene... Darlene senses my anger and she looks at me. And when I see her, how hurt her face is, I melt. All of the anger goes out of me like the air out of a pop balloon. So we did what we had to do with your father, Darlene, Eve says. I didn't want to. He was so sick and delirious. I just wanted to help him. But even I knew I couldn't do that. I guess I was the only one who could, Darlene says. Eve and Carmen both look away. Eve sits her head in her hands. Carmen, this tough girl who's not as young as she was the last time I saw her, starts to cry. Yeah, Darlene says. I did it. He wasn't your father anymore, I say, breaking the silence. And he wasn't your husband. He was a zombie. It's tough to say and come to terms with, but it's the truth. At least we're all here together right now. This disease was like a wildfire. A very dumb man once told me that. And it was the smartest thing he'd ever said. So we're lucky the flames of the virus didn't burn us. We're lucky we still have some loved ones left. We're lucky we're safe, behind walls, food in front of us. I'm not preachy, I swear, but this, I motion my hands all around the room, is more than most people have ever had. Cupcake sits his head on my lap, looks up at me with those eyes and whines. I break off a piece of a mozzarella stick and give it to him. He gulps it down, practically without chewing. Everyone's eyes are on me. I didn't expect that, but I guess when you soliloquy like you're in a Shakespeare play, it's bound to happen. I see respect in Eve's, love in Darlene's, admiration in Carmen's, respect in Mike's, and amazement in Tim and Norm's, who are amazed because I'm no longer the puny kid they get to push around. I'm a leader. I'm a winner. I'm a survivor. Sometimes I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. 3 men come in. They wheel carts full of more food. Foods I didn't know I missed until the aromas hit me square in the face. Pizza, pastas, hot bread rolls and honey butter, steak, chicken tenders, creamed spinach, and so much more. Cupcake perks up, his tail wagging more rapidly than I've ever seen it move. He's a good dog, though. Not some street mutt who'll bite your fingers off for an old chicken wing bone. The food doesn't perk us up much, though. It smells nice, and it tastes even better. But the lingering death cloud hanging over our heads is present. I think it always will be. And we can't do anything about it. 45. Conversation comes back. It's like the pumping pistons of a train, starting slow, then running wild. Chug, 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 chug. The men who brought the food in, all of them pretty plump, didn't forget about my canine companion. From a tray near the bottom of the cart, one man pulls a stainless steel dog bowl piled high with dog food. It smells oddly satisfying. Cupcake's good manners go out the window, but not before he looks at me for permission. As I nod, he takes off and shoves his face into the bowl. His tail wags and we all share a laugh at the table. It's an odd sound, the laugh, but I'm grateful for it. Then we talk. We talk a lot. We talk about how we wound up where we were, how Darlene had a hunch and we had followed it. We leave out all talk of Klein and his Project Reset because talking about it will only make it realer than it was. We don't linger on Herb, either. I don't let them, though Norm really wants to. I want the conversation to stay on the lighter side. No more talk of death. No more talk of zombies or failure. None of that. Happy thoughts, good food, family and friends. Like I said, we're blessed to have made it this far. Don't harp on the negatives. Keep moving forward. Darlene passes me a bowl of macaroni and cheese. It's still steaming. Eve clears her throat. At first I think she's chastising me for eating too many carbs. It wouldn't be the first time. But then I realize she's about to talk, as Norm and Tim's eyes go from their full plates to the woman who will someday be my mother-in-law. When she talks, you listen. It was true that time I vacationed with her and Darlene, and it's true now. I'm sure you're all wondering how I got here, she says. You were quarantined, Norm says, stuffing his mouth with a rolled-up piece of pepperoni pizza. How she got to this position, dummy, I say, looking across at him. Norm snarls, pizza sauce on his upper lip, and he kicks me under the table. Yes, thank you, Jack, Eve says. She pauses for a moment, surveying us all with her eyes. There's a love in them, a love of the old world. I recognize it. I don't know how many times I've driven through old neighborhoods that reminded me of the one Darlene and I are from in Chicago. It always reminded me that there was a life before all of this. And every morning when I wake up, I have to tell myself there's a life after that life too. I have to make it my own. Oh, Mom, not again, Carmen says. Eve shakes her head. Darlene gives her younger sister a look that says, shut up. Darlene needs to hear it, Carmen, Eve says. She pauses again, and as she reaches out to grab her glass of water, I see her fingers tremble. They all do. She needs to tell the story, not only for us, but for herself too. It all began when we reached camp, Eve says. 46. You can imagine how frightened I was without your father, Darlene, Eve says. Darlene nods. There wasn't any face I recognized, Eve continues, interrupted by Carmen. And they evacuated our neighborhood all at once, Carmen says. Her hand goes to the back of her neck and she looks down at her plate. I guess they didn't make it, you know? We all nod. Oh, we know very well. The man who was in charge was young and quite handsome, Eve says. But he was weak. He couldn't control the people. When things go as wrong as they did here, people have their ways of coping. True. People are not inherently good, however, Eve says. And these are the people we were stuck with. There were 3 factions within the camp. Families were kept in their own housing, located on the west wing of the park. Men and women on the south and east, respectively. These men and women... She shakes her head, picks up her glass again with trembling fingers and drains it. I'm being modest, she says. It wasn't the women. No, it was mostly the men. Not all the men. When there are no rules or consequences, certain types can smell it from a mile away. Mom, Darlene says. Her voice sounds choked. She reaches out and takes Eve's hand. Eve gives her an appreciative glance. It's just for a split second. I think she's on the verge of tears, and if she looked at her daughter, who was presumably dead an hour ago, any longer, the tears would flow. The men grouped up. The mob mentality. They wanted the family wing with its back to the sea. They claimed it was safest from the zombies. Eve rolls her eyes, smiles a little. I know it wasn't as safe as they thought. The zombies have a way of finding us no matter what. They wanted it nevertheless. The camp's leader, Francis, that young and handsome man, was no match for the turn of his people. The few military types he had with him were swallowed up by the mob mentality. They joined with the men who wanted the family base. They had guns. They had bloodlust in their eyes. Mom, stop, Darlene says. I don't want to hear this. Eve turns a cold eye on her eldest daughter. It's a gaze that makes my heart feel like it's no longer pumping blood, but ice water instead. You must hear this, honey, Eve says. She sounds motherly, and I think that's what makes what she says next so chilling. Because, Darlene, I want to make sure you understand. The zombies are not the only things we must worry about. There are far worse things out there, and in here. She taps the left side of her chest. Things waiting to get out, waiting to consume. Darlene nods. Norm and Abby stare at this middle-aged woman with wide eyes. The men took over the camp, but that wasn't enough. A week later, Francis was hanging from a tree. The few men and women who were on his side were gutted, headshot, ripped apart. The roots drank their blood greedily. Women were raped, families torn apart. A new leader emerged, standing on a mound of corpses. His name was Walter Rockman. I knew him from my first day in camp, and I knew him much more intimately later on, Eve says, shaking her head. She looks to be on the verge of vomiting. He was a dentist before all of this, Carmen says. Dentist. Fucking evil bastards. Norm chuckles, then quickly apologizes for his outburst before I can kick him under the table. Walt ordered the execution of 38 survivors once word came in that there would be no help from the government, Eve says. Not much government left after that point, Carmen says. Has there ever been? Tim muses. There's no humor in his voice. "Amen," Carmen says. She reaches out and grabs the neck of the champagne bottle. She chugs it. "Why 38? I ask. Eve shrugs. "I asked Walt that one night. He had said there was no specific reason other than he knew our food supplies wouldn't last much longer with all these mouths to feed. And 38 was his favorite number." Eve laughs. "As if he were feeding the people here at all. The most they got was bread and dirty water." "How close were you, Mom?" Darlene says. Red creeps up her neck and cheeks. Eve looks at Darlene for a long moment. The only sound is Cupcake licking his bowl, the clink of the glass hitting the table leg and the wet thwap of his tongue. "You must understand, Darlene," Eve says. "I did it to survive. I love your father. I will always love your father. I loved him since I was 17, and he took me out to the Rock and Roll Cafe for a milkshake." She smiles, eyes glazed over with the memory. "He danced so badly." A single tear spills down her face, rounding her gaunt cheeks, ending at the corner of her grin. Darlene starts to get up. I put my hand gently on her thigh and we lock eyes. That mental telepathy speaks. "Darlene, she needs you as much as you need her. Be there for each other." And Darlene sits down again. She says she's sorry to her mother. It's just hard since Dad is dead and she saw him as a zombie. The wound hasn't even begun to heal. Darlene's mom says it never will heal, but she continues with the story because it's vital to understand her choices. "The women were thrown into groups. Men," she says in a disgusted tone, "and their vile games. They were put into an order I'd rather not discuss, but I must. They were organized by the size of their breasts. Once, while witnessing a woman I befriended in one of those camps chosen, I'd heard Walt give her an ultimatum when she protested. He had said, 'You can come back to my cabin, or you can have your tits cut off and bleed out into the dirt like the pig you are.' No quick deaths for the women. Only pain. Only suffering." I find myself getting sick. The food I've eaten bubbles in my gut. It turns and writhes like snakes in the pit of my stomach. It's anger. That's all. Anger and disgust. If I ever saw this Walt Rockman, I'd kill him. The next day, I was chosen. The word from the women who'd survived was not to put up a fight. They liked when you did that, and it almost always certainly ended in harm or death. So I did not fight it. As much as I hate to admit it, I welcomed it. Walt had enjoyed his time with me so much, he asked for me to live in his cabin. I agreed, as if I had much of a choice. I don't believe a monster like Walter Rockman was capable of love, but he had told me he loved me nonetheless. I was able to free Carmen not long after that. She reaches out and brushes a fresh tear from Carmen's face. My poor, sweet Carmen. Carmen pulls her face away. Mom, I'm okay, she says. We lived in that cabin for months. People died from murder and starvation and disease. Time went on and the camp built itself up. We started trading with other camps. Merchants came, merchants went. Walt sent men out to their deaths, but some came back with food, medicines, and weapons. Walt, for all his evilness, was a man who got things done. That I'll admit. But I never loved him, Darlene. I swear on my mother's grave. Darlene nods, tries to smile. I feel like I'm staring down from the top of a cliff, looking at my own death. Once upon a time, I was a storyteller, and I know when there won't be a happy ending. I can smell it a mile away. Eve's story is one of those train wrecks, no matter what the current circumstances dictate. "How did you survive?" Darlene manages to say. "Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat here," Norm says. Both Abby and Tim hit him simultaneously, but I think Norm is being serious. Mike lets out a weak chuckle. "I survived," Eve says, "by using what was used against me and the others who had suffered. I used violence." Tim nods and says, "It was the only way." "And I used Tim's help," Eve says. Carmen leans over and kisses him on one scruffy cheek. He grins, but looks like he might cry, too. 47. Now it's Tim's turn to tell his tale. I see Eve passing the proverbial microphone just by the way she looks at him. Tim adjusts his posture and clears his throat. "I'd met Walter 3 times. Each time he was more vile than the last," Tim says. He visibly shakes. "I'd been a part of a neighboring group of missionaries on the edge of Oakland. We weren't much, and most of us died. But we were stocked pretty well with weapons. Food, not so much. We just wanted to survive." "How'd you wind up in San Francisco?" Norm asks. "Weren't you in New York?" Tim nods. He has a look on his face that longs for the good old days. I sympathize with him. "Yeah," Abby says. "Norm talks about you a lot. He said you were an artist or a painter." "Yep," Tim says. "That's why I was in San Francisco. I'd met a man at one of my shows in this seedy place in Brooklyn. We'd fallen in love quick, got married even quicker. He was from Oakland. He didn't make it." Norm puts an arm around Tim and pulls him close. He kisses him on the top of his head. I smile, feel the tears stinging my eyes. I have to remember one thing about them. Before they were lovers, they were friends, best friends. The type of friendship they shared lasts through the years. Will they ever be able to find the love they once had for one another? I'm not sure. People grow up, get older, and they change. So who can tell? But they'll always be friends. That much I know. I found myself in with these people. We were led by a wonderful woman named Diane. She helped me so much. She taught me how to handle a weapon, how to be stealthy, how to find my own food. I'd be dead without her. Things settled down in the city after a few months, and I became someone I wasn't quite proud of whenever I looked in the mirror. We all have, I say. The table murmurs their agreement. We tried to establish a home as best we could, and I'm glad we never did. I think Walter would have wiped us off the face of the earth, given the chance. We moved around a lot. We were nomads. We found a downed military convoy, loads of weapons, the type of stuff you use in video games. But we were half-starved. After a standoff with Walt's men, we agreed to trade. I was the negotiator. I negotiated pretty well. He swipes his hand through his hair, combing it back. It doesn't lay flat like before. I saw what went on in this camp firsthand. I wanted to do something about it, but I knew there wasn't much I could do on my own. Diane wouldn't budge. She wanted the food, She liked the trade. It wasn't until I witnessed a pregnant woman, half naked and bloody, executed in front of the same pavilion Walter, his officers, and I did business under, that I made up my mind to help. I'd seen a lot of death, true. But what really got me was how all the men didn't even bat an eye while this woman begged and pleaded for her life, and how none of them flinched when the executioner pulled the trigger. I'd asked Walt, coolly and calmly, why they'd done that to her. As a negotiator, I had an image to uphold, though inside I was screaming. And Walter had shrugged, never looking me in the eye, still counting the rations of food he was trading me for the weapons. Then he'd said, "She was pregnant. That's another mouth we can't afford to feed." I about died inside. That same night I'd gone back to Diane and told her what I saw. It took some time, but I convinced her and the rest of the group that we needed to do something about it. I think she only agreed because of the fortification of Walt's base. If we'd won that, we wouldn't have to keep traveling. We'd save the day. I know all about traveling. Tim goes on. We attacked in the middle of the night, but they were prepared for us, or so it seemed. Turned out Eve here had plans of anarchy of her own. Eve nods. I'd seen what they did with Amanda. She was barely Carmen's age, pregnant, and just the sweetest girl. I wouldn't stand for that anymore. I took Walt's own gun and shot him while he was half asleep. He was naked, having fallen asleep after he'd taken me. I remember that night it had felt like he was stabbing me with an icicle. I remember feeling numb. "Mom," Carmen and Darlene say simultaneously. "Oh, hush, we're all adults here," Eve says. "Did you kill him?" I ask. "No," Eve says. The surety in her voice unnerves me. I could have shot him in the back of the head, but that would have been too easy. I wanted more than that. I wanted him to suffer. Of course, there was a rumor going around that whatever infected the masses had infected all of us. People had said they'd seen friends and relatives die and come back without a bite, without any signs of infection. That was my hope. It's still my hope. I'd woken Walter by tapping the pistol on his back. He turned over groggily, drool gleaming at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Huh?" I'd shot him in the chest, right where his heart should have been. But I'm convinced there was no heart there. I'd never killed anyone before, zombie or human. He laid there convulsing in a pool of his own blood. I would have sat and watched him die if it hadn't been for the guards bursting into the room. I'd blamed an intruder at first. It had bought me some time, enough to arm the women I'd talked with about what I'd planned to do. We were not effective. But by some divine gift, most of us were spared because of Tim's timely arrival. Eve looks up to the ceiling. I get chills. There it is. That otherworldly entity watching over us again, guiding us, saving them. It was a bloodbath, Tim says. Many died. But we survived, and we did what Walter couldn't do. We built this place into what it is today. We brought back some of the old world. Darlene wipes her eyes. She gets up, but not hurriedly like before. Cupcake quickly takes her seat to watch the show or to sniff at her empty plates. Eve gets up too, shortly followed by Carmen. All three of them hug for a long moment. I feel my heart swell in my chest. What happened to Walter? Abby says. The three women part. Did he die? I'm assuming he did, but you were rushed out of the room. Smart girl, Eve says. She is. It's true. Mike smiles at that, like he's known Abby for years. I see something close to love in his eyes. I see it in Abby's eyes, too. Young love, I think. If Walter didn't die, then it's by some miracle, Tim says. A group of men had retreated after the worst of the fighting was over. I hope he is somewhere out there, roaming the streets as an undead monster. I hope it hurts, Eve says. What if he's not? Abby asks. I give her a look that says, quit being rude. She doesn't listen. Well, if he's not, Eve says, her arm around Darlene, then I am not afraid. I have handled him once. I will do it again. Hell yeah, Norm says. Cupcake barks in agreement. We all get up. Dinner is over. 48. I'm sure you're all very tired, Eve says. Through the window, I see it's almost completely dark outside. I no longer hear the sounds of the bustling downtown area of this safe haven we ran past. Hearts of celebrity heartthrobs, lungs from world-class singers. There are torches lit along the streets. Lights on in some buildings. There are people walking hand in hand. There are no zombies. A guy could get used to this. Almost absent-mindedly, my hand finds Darlene's. It's warm in here, but her flesh is cold. Yeah, I'm tired, Darlene says. I'm always tired. Amen to that. You lovebirds can stay in the council's quarters, Eve says. Carmen's room will be right across from yours. It'll be like you're kids again with rooms across from each other. Darlene sneaking in boys through the upstairs window? Carmen interrupts. Darlene lets out an exasperated sigh and smiles. Carmen hits her playfully on the shoulder. They giggle. Don't want to know. I'm staying with Tim, Norm says. Ooh, Abby says, making kissing noises. My room won't be too far from your quarters, Mike whispers. Ooh, Norm says, returning the favor. He makes kissing noises and takes it a little too far as his index finger and thumb of his left hand make a circle, and his nubbed forefinger on his right hand enters the circle. Okay, that's enough, I say, not wanting to think about that. Abby is like my little sister, for God's sake. Norm says, she started it. I shake my head. Some people never grow up. It'll be a while before I come to bed, Tim says, a smile on his face. No problem, Norm says, but he looks a little disappointed. Abby, you can stay a couple doors down if that's all right, Eve says. She looks at Mike. Curfew goes for you too? He puts both hands up, smiling that infectious smile. Yes, ma'am. Abby shrugs it off, but the color in her cheeks gives her away. Give me a pillow and a blanket and I'll sleep on the roof, Abby says. Eve smiles. How about a queen-size bed and a television? Abby's grin melts and her eyes blossom. Television? She says, barely audible. Correct. With a DVD player. We have quite a collection, I might add. Abby doesn't say anything else. She crosses the hall and hugs Eve tight. We all laugh. Man, I can't tell you how much I missed electricity. Carmen will show you all to your rooms. I'm afraid Tim and I have a meeting with the other members of the council. And Mike must be getting back to his post on the wall. Right, Mike? He nods. Eve continues. You will meet the rest of the council tomorrow, Eve says. She kisses Darlene and shakes Norm's hand. Then she does something she's never done before. She hugs me and says, "Thank you for keeping my Darlene safe." "She kept me safe too," I say back. Tim, Mike, and her leave, disappearing down the corridor. Carmen leads us the opposite way, toward beds, TV, and electricity. Haven? No, they should call this place heaven. Anything? Nope? Nothing? Okay. 49. "What's all this council business?" Norm asks. I almost tell him to shut up. We don't need to worry about anything. Give us a break, right? But I don't. Carmen shrugs. "Ever been to a city council meeting in some small town?" We all shake our heads, except Abby. She says, "I had to go to one for government class. I didn't think anything could be more boring than the class itself. I was wrong." Carmen chuckles, swipes her reddish bangs out of her face, and says, "Exactly. But I'm betting my mom's council meetings are 5 times more boring. They talk about infrastructure and food and safety and all that crap. Sometimes an occasional meeting on rival territories, but there hasn't been lately. Believe me, I'm always at those meetings. They get heated sometime. Zach Hawkins fusses about violence and stepping on your enemy's throat before they can step on ours. After what happened here a few months ago, Mom doesn't want any more violence." "The other groups any threat?" I ask, thinking about the clergyman we ran into on our way here. "There's really only one who gives us a problem. But they're weak and crazy as all hell," Carmen answers. "Seems like everyone's crazy these days," Darlene says. "Did they happen to wear red robes?" I ask. Carmen nods. "How did you know?" Well, we're acquainted," I say, feeling the dread from our meeting with those red-robed assholes. "Yeah, they attacked and I blew one of their heads off," Norm says, smiling. Abby rolls her eyes and shakes her head. Carmen looks confused, maybe a tad frightened. "Attacked? They're mostly harmless," she says. Norm snorts. "Honey, anytime you're out there in that wasteland and you see a cult coming for you with an armory of weapons, mostly harmless is the last thing you're thinking." "They were vicious," Darlene says. She squeezes my hand as we turn to the right, and the corridor ends at a set of stone steps. There's a painting on the wall of George Washington, but in the dim light, I can see the faint red creeping out beneath it. Bloodstain. They tried to cover it up with a picture of our first president. I don't let anyone know what I notice, and I hope they don't notice it either. We go up the steps. "Not to mention the bodies," Darlene continues. "Bodies?" Carmen says, her mouth hanging open. "Some kind of sacrifice," I say. "You guys don't know about this." Carmen goes pale. "I don't. The council probably does." "Should go to more of those meetings, my friend," Norm says and walks past her, seeing the doors to the rooms after we round the last flight of stairs. Yeah, we can talk about villains and crazy bastards until our jaws fall off. But the real question is," Abby says. We all stare at her in anticipation. She smirks. "What's the deal with that Mike guy? Is he single? Is there anything wrong with him?" Young love, I think again. Whether I approve of them or not, I'm happy for Abby. Norm chuckles. "If he's interested in you, then there's something wrong with him, yeah." "Eat it," Abby says. Norm sticks his tongue out at her. Cupcake barks, and I think tries to do the same thing without much success. I'm smiling. Banter. I love it. Like the good old days. Carmen leads Abby into her room. "I'll tell you all about Mike soon," she winks. I get a peek through the cracked door. The room's not much, but it's a hell of a lot better than the cramped back seat or the hard ground. There's a TV with a 20-inch screen. There's a bed with flowered sheets. The floor is carpeted. The window offers a good view of the front gates and the roads beyond, which are barricaded and guarded by 3 men with guns. One of them, Mike. Abby about drops to her knees and cries. Cupcake looks at her crookedly and tries licking her face to make her feel better. Abby pushes him away, saying, "Yuck!" But after the shock passes, she hops onto the bed and sighs pleasantly. "Can I get a do not disturb sign for the door?" she asks, smiling. We laugh and say goodnight and head toward our room. Carmen points out Tim's room just down the hall. Norm practically skips to it. Then we get to ours. It looks a lot like Abby's. 1 bed, TV, bathroom. "If you guys need anything, I'm across the hall," Carmen says. "Oh, and try to keep it down. Darlene's sexcapades have kept me up too much in the past." Now I'm going red. Don't want to know. "Kidding," Carmen says, and laughs as she walks to her room. "Love you, Dee." "Love you too," Darlene answers. I go into the bathroom and wash up. Then, 5 minutes later, I'm cuddled up next to Darlene with Cupcake at our feet. All of us drift off into the deepest sleep we've had in a long, long time. 50. I awake feeling better than I have in an even longer time. Darlene is not up yet, so I roll out of bed carefully. The sun shines through the green curtains. I peek out of them and see it's looking to be a beautiful day. I don't know what time it is, but if I had to guess, I'd say it was close to 10 in the morning. Outside of the door in the hallway, I hear movement. It causes me to jump. I reach for my pistol on the nightstand. You can never be too careful. A light knock on the door. "Jack? Darlene?" It's Abby. I go to the door and crack it open. Abby's face looks well rested. The dark purple rings under her eyes are almost gone. The whites are no longer bloodshot. She looks fresh, good. Did she put makeup on? Great, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on this Mike fellow. Another thing to worry about. She glances up and down and chuckles. At first I'm confused, then I follow her gaze. I'm standing in my boxers, nothing else. They're pretty snug, if you catch my drift, and they outline parts Abby doesn't want to see. "Oh, sorry," I say, and reach for my pants, letting the door creak open. It's now that I catch a scent that causes my stomach to grumble loudly. It's bacon. God, the sharp, sweet, and savory scent of bacon could hit me from a mile away. I pull my shorts on and say, "Wait, is that bacon? Hell yeah. Sausage links, too," Abby answers. "That's why I was going to wake you guys up. Get it before it's gone and all that." "Norm?" Abby shrugs. "Let him sleep," she says. I smile. "Now, Abby, that's not nice." "He probably got enough sausage last night," she says. We both stare at each other for a long moment, and then burst out laughing. We laugh so hard, Darlene wakes up with a puzzled look on her face. Is that bacon?" she asks. Tears squirting from my eyes, I nod. Darlene moves faster than I've ever seen her move, and I've seen her run from the living dead. She doesn't fuss about her hair or makeup or outfit. She just pulls her pants on and comes to the door. Cupcake startles awake at Darlene's movement. Good guard dog, I think to myself sarcastically. He bounds over to me, stretches and wags his tail. "Hungry, boy?" I ask. His eyes say, "Yes, always." "Let's go," I say. The 4 of us head toward the smell of breakfast. 51. The amount of people streaming in and out of the dining hall is immense. It's like the world's most popular restaurant, and right now it probably is. Cupcake waits outside, where a guard sent for some food for him. Doggy catering. This place is great. Inside, I see Carmen hovering near the pancakes, and Eve stands at the head of the same table we ate dinner at the previous night. She's wearing jeans and a button-up plaid shirt, untucked. Her figure is quite good for a woman her age. If it's any inclination, Darlene's gonna be hot when she's pushing 60. I'd love her no matter what, though, even if she gets fat. "My two beautiful girls," Eve says, smiling. She holds a cup of orange juice in her hand. People bustle around the room. Tables have been set up in the great dining hall. Scarred wood picnic tables. And it seems everyone in the whole compound is in here. The smell of eggs and bacon and burnt bread hang heavy in the air. Conversation stabs at our ears. I love it. It's the sound of life, the sound of normality. "Thank you," Abby says, curtsying. This brings Eve to laughing. Carmen steps forward. "Nice try, Abby." We all laugh this time. "Here, here," Eve says. "Grab a plate and pile it high. We celebrate today." Mike waves to Abby from a different table. He seems to be with his family. A dad and two little kids. Abby waves back, blushes. I look around the room, see the easy look on all the people's faces. People sit close together, laughing, talking. Children run around and hide under tables near their parents' feet. It's pandemonium, the good kind. "What's the occasion, Mom?" Darlene asks. "Two things," Eve says. She holds up a peace sign. "By some divine intervention, I've gotten you back, Darlene. I've prayed and prayed, and somehow my prayers were answered." Darlene smiles, looks away. I know she's trying not to cry. I put my arm around her. "We have one of these special feasts once a week," Eve says. "Because of your arrival, we've decided to move it up." "Thank you," I say, honestly grateful. The food smells better than the night before. I hadn't thought that was possible. "You're most welcome, Jack. Anything for the man who helped bring me my daughter," Eve says. I smile wider. Didn't think that was possible either. "I want you all to meet the council," Eve says. "They've heard so much about you, Darlene. And you, Jack." I nod. I'd be delighted to meet them. "Grab your food first and come sit at our table," Eve says. She points at the table up on the stage, overseeing the whole dining hall. A group of very different people sit, eating and talking animatedly. I waste no time in grabbing the food, Darlene either. Abby looks to have found her way to the buffet table, too, over with Mike and his family. They're laughing, smiling. It's a good sight to see. Then I hit the table, and I must have a whole pig's worth of bacon on one plate, and on another, a dozen scrambled eggs with melted cheese on top, hash browns, and toast on the side. We walk to the stage, holding our plates high so as not to have them bumped out of our hands by the bustling people going to and from the buffet table. Not long afterward, Norm and Tim stroll in, holding each other around the waist. They are almost too infatuated to notice the breakfast buffet. They walk right by it, but once Norm catches a whiff of the food, he snaps his head around. I see this from the table. I've just sat down. Eve says, "Council, I'd like you all to meet my eldest daughter, Darlene, and her fiancé, Jack Jupiter." There's 4 of them, 2 women and 2 men. One man, a middle-aged Asian fellow with glasses, stands up and shakes my hand. "It's so nice to meet you. Name's Ken." He then takes Darlene's hand and bows his head to her. She blushes. The other man, a bit older with graying hair and a harsh tan on his face, talks with almost about a loaf's worth of bread in his mouth. I'm Zach Pleasure. He waves, looks at the grease gleaming on his hands and licks it off. Don't mind him, one of the women says. I'm Olive. I've heard so much about you, dear. She's probably closer to our age than Darlene's mom's age, but she talks like my grandma. And you, honey. I smile, nod, and say, Nice to meet you, Olive. The last member of the council besides Tim doesn't stand up or say anything. She just looks at us with watery eyes. Oh, Tabby, please, Eve says. Then, like a bomb, Tabby bursts out into sobs. She's quite a big woman, pushing 70 if I had to guess. Her stomach and breast jiggle with the movement. She springs up, much more spry than expected, and wraps Darlene up in a big bear hug. I laugh pretty hard, hearing Darlene's muffled protests, and then Tabby turns on me. Next thing I know, there's no light left in the dining hall, and I'm hit with a sickening sweet smell of flowery old woman perfume. She kisses me hard on top of the head. A miracle, I say, Tabby says. She lets go and goes back to her seat with gleaming tears in her eyes. Well, there you have it, Eve says. The rest of the council. Ken laughs. We're not much, but we get by. I know all about that, I think to myself. That we do, Olive says, sounding so very wise and mature, but looking like she's fresh out of college. I wave Abby over. She comes reluctantly, but comes nonetheless. Tim and Norm join us too. Tim, as skinny as he is, actually has more food on his plate than Norm does. They sit at the corner of the table. More pleasantries are exchanged. We eat. We laugh. We talk and catch up. Ken and Zach say they're surprised we made it across the entire country. Any men and women like that, Zach is saying, should be in a position of leadership. He reminds me of the type of fellow you can always find drinking at the end of a bar any time of day. The same guy who looks like he's rife with problems, but always offers the right advice to solve your own. Agreed, Ken says. You two never agree on anything, Tim says, before downing the rest of his orange juice. If you want, Jack, I can take you and your group on a tour of the rest of the compound later today. We've made quite a place here. I'm proud of it. Like to show it off. I look down the table at Norm. He shrugs. Sounds good, Abby says. If Mike can come. She looks to me for approval. I respect that. Sure, I don't mind. Darlene, want to tour our future home? Darlene smiles. I nod to Zach. Good, Zach says. He reaches over and claps me on the back hard enough to rattle the table when my chest hits the edge. We'll head out about 2 p.m. Men, Olive says in her husky grandma voice. You said it, Carmen says. The women start laughing. All of them except Abby, who smiles slightly. 52. After breakfast, which was big enough to be considered breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I head back up to the room with Cupcake at my heels. He looks satisfied and like he's put on about 15 pounds since I found him a couple nights ago. I change into clothes that seem to have materialized out of thin air after I take a hot shower. I could probably go back to sleep again, but for the first time in a long time, my nightmares aren't better than the reality I'm living in. Abby comes into the room just as I'm lacing my boots up. The clock on the nightstand reads 1:38 p.m. Mike coming with us? I ask. She shakes her head, looking disappointed. No, he's helping his dad in their wood shop. They build chairs and stuff for people in here. Then he has to guard the wall tonight. I nod. Slowly, this Mike guy is earning my respect. He seems like a good man. If Abby likes him, who am I to stand in the way? Too bad, I say. Yeah, Abby says. But I'm still coming. I need to walk after that meal. Darlene comes behind me and hugs me around the waist. She smells good, like cherries. Be safe out there, Jack. I turn my head so I'm looking at her from the corner of my eye. She leans in and kisses me on the right cheek. I hear the scratch my stubble makes against her skin. I will, I say. Get a room, Abby says. This is our room, I say. You get out of it. Oh yeah, Abby says, then chuckles. See you when I get back? I ask Darlene as Abby and I head out. I'll be here, hanging with Mom. She blows me a kiss. I leave her standing there, thinking, man, I'm gonna marry that girl. 53. We take our guns, Norm, Abby, and I, because in this world, it feels weird without them. Outside, the air warms my skin. The usual crowd of people are hustling and bustling among the main strip of carts and vendors and the occasional shop. The tree line does well to block the sun's scorching rays, and the sea breeze down at the far end of the compound helps too. I can't believe this place was once a park. It's almost a full-blown city. Goodbye, San Francisco. Hello, Haven. Zach leans against a bare tree. Electrical lines run from the tree to another tree. These are the apocalyptic equivalent to telephone poles. Zach smokes a cigar. He has a big pistol on his hip, and on his belt are bullets. He's like an old cowboy. I think I'm going to like this guy. Ken stands nearby talking to Carmen. They both look very out of place in their clean clothes and his sun hat. We walk the dusty road toward Zach. Carmen, you going too? I ask. Just until we get near the livery. I've been training the horses. Thought I'd tag along until then to make sure this old fart, she cocks a thumb at Zach, gets his history right. Zach chuckles. You're quite the firecracker, Carmen, he says. But this old fart could outrun, outshoot, hell, out anything you. Want to bet? How much? Zach asks. Carmen doesn't answer, only smirks. That's what I thought, darling, Zach says, and takes another drag of his cigar. Carmen mouths blah, blah, blah while making talking motions with her hand. Ready? Zach asks once the laughter dies down. Yes, sir, I say. Where's Darlene? Carmen asks. I barely hear her because I'm looking at the fence beyond the tree line to my right. Guards are posted all around. The fence stretches high. There's lookout spots. Jack, Abby says. Huh? I say, shaking myself back to reality. Where's Darlene? Carmen asks again. Oh, she wanted to spend time with your mom, I say. She's back there with Cupcake, taking it easy. Carmen laughs. Typical of her. She was always into the idea of a girl's day out. She was the cheerleader and you were the athlete, Norm says. Yep, Carmen answers. We start walking down the same road we walked up yesterday. My eyes drift toward the merchants. There, in the same spot as the previous day, is the merchant who sold body parts of the famous. Next to him, someone is grilling hamburgers. The health department wouldn't let that fly. The merchant catches my eyes, looks at me like he knows me. I suddenly feel cold. I look forward and try to ignore him. The finest eyeballs this side of the bridge. You bet your sweet cheeks, he yells after us. What the hell was that? Norm asks. Merchants, Carmen answers. Mom lets them in because they bring in goods. It's not all former celebrity organs. That's safe? Norm asks in front of us. Ken and Zach lead the way. They look to be in deep conversation. But Zach whips around and says, Damn right it's safe. Crew and I vet 'em all. They're just a bunch of ninnies that wouldn't hurt a fly. Most of them don't want to ruin their chances of being behind the walls. Nothing to worry about. Tim shrugs. If you say so, Norm says. Hey, whoa! Someone screams as they run past us. 3 more people follow after him. Down the road near the entrance, others have congregated. Never seen so many, a woman says. I look to Norm. He wears his soldier's face. Tim looks nervous, and Zach's hand goes to the big gun on his belt. What is it? Ken says. He sounds like a man who's never seen battle before. Because that's what this is. Battle. I know it. I can smell it in the air. Zombies, Abby says matter-of-factly. I scan the ensuing chaos. People are both rushing toward the gates and away from them. Everyone's frightened or exhilarated. Everyone except my group. A thought flashes across my mind, and it says to go back to Darlene. But she's with her mother. Her mom is the queen of this place. They won't let anything happen to her. She's safe. And you need to be here, Jack, in case they break in, which they won't. This place is like Fort Knox. Better check this out, Zach says. He starts walking toward the chaos. It's funny to see this old man, who reminds me of Tony Richards, go through the people because they seem to subconsciously move out of his way. He has this presence. I hope I'm half as badass as this guy when I hit his age. Should we check it out? Abby asks. She sounds tired of zombies. No, they'll handle it, Tim says. Best leave it up to the professionals. Norm makes a sound like psh and says, You don't know who the professionals really are. He looks at me. Little bro? I'm quite curious. I shrug. Abby says, It never ends. Zombies, people, goblins, and ghouls, Tim says. It doesn't matter. Nobody is getting through that gate. Someone rushes by and shoulder checks him. He goes spinning around and almost falls, but Norm snags him. He rubs his shoulder and grimaces. I wish people would understand that. Better check it out just in case, I say. Then something peculiar happens. In all the pandemonium and chaos, I get this feeling. You know exactly the feeling I'm talking about. It's that feeling you get when it's the middle of the night and you've just watched a scary movie and the lights are off and the house is quiet. You hear a noise, or rather, you think you hear a noise. So you double-check that the doors are locked and the blinds are down. And as you do this, you feel like you're doing it for an audience of one. A serial killer, a psycho, a demon, a troll, a ghost. Whatever it may be, it's watching you, waiting for you, biding its time. That's the feeling I get. Except it's no ghost or ghoul. It's a very deformed and creepy-looking merchant who peddles human organs as souvenirs of the old world. He sees me look at him while people race across the road. His one eye glitters with glee. He holds up a hand and waves. This feeling of dread coils around me. I can't move. My blood doesn't pump, heart doesn't beat. He puts the hand down and pushes his cart into the street, going into the flow of the chaos. He doesn't stand out to anyone except me. He looks like another curious citizen of Haven. Jack, Norm says. He reaches up like he's about to slap me. What the hell are you looking at? That merchant, I say. What? Ken begins to say. I cut him off. The one with the cart. Dread settles in my chest. I don't know why. There's something about him. Meanwhile, a scream comes from the gathered crowd. Then the rolling wave of death rattles wash over me. The smell next, the actual smell. All of us bring a hand up to our noses. I point to the spot. but Ken is too invested in what's going on down the street near the gates. Then there's a scream and a gunshot. More screaming after the shot. I look down to the sea of people gathered around the soldiers with their guns drawn. People start to run toward us. No one runs into the chaos anymore. They run away. But they're not fast enough. Because the one person who isn't running is the merchant. He raises his hand again, death showing in his grin, and shouts, "For the king!" This time, his hands are not empty. No, they're holding 2 grenades. "Holy sh..." Tim starts to say. 54. An explosion follows. Now I lay in the dirt, my ears ringing, my vision blurred, the taste of earth in my mouth, the smell of singed meat in my nostrils. I can barely move, but I will have to soon. Just 5 more minutes, Mother. Please. I'll have to move because the zombies who weren't torn to pieces from the shrapnel and the grenades are making their way into the camp. There's an abundance of already cooked meat waiting for them. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. It'll buy me more time. Us more time, Jack. I look up and see a wave of people running toward us. Ken is in the dirt, trying to stand up. The people hit him, and he is lost in a wave of stomping legs, flailing limbs. Norm to my right, shaking his head, helping Tim up. Abby grunts to my left. I'm disoriented. Out of the road, I try to say, but the words come out thick and slurred as if I've been slugged in the mouth or I've had too much to drink. They listen anyway. Carmen seems to be the most untouched out of all of us. The knees of her jeans are dirty and her red hair is still in a tight ponytail, but her face is a mask of horror as she looks on to Ken. The stampede of people have left him in the middle of the road, broken and twisted. He twitches, tries to put his head up. The fence ripples with fire. Metal screams. I saw a man posted in the crow's nest launched 30 feet into the air. His limbs and blood rained down on the crowd, sizzling when it hit the fire, and his clothes floated down like snowflakes. The other crow's nest hangs crookedly into the sea of oncoming zombies. I hear the man who was sitting up there scream as the dead swarm him. I push myself up. My knees clack against one another. A warm stream of liquid rolls down my brow. I must have barked my head on a rock or something. Norm pulls Tim up. Abby searches the dirt for her weapon. Mine is still in my waistband. "Ken!" Carmen screams. I can't believe my eyes. Ken's taken quite the beating. One arm hangs from its socket like a rag doll, and his left leg twists backward. The white shirt he wore is stained red and brown. His sun hat is gone. But through all of this, he's getting up. We have to save him. The zombies file in through the opening. The road burns, making the very air shimmer in waves. Ken faces the oncoming tide. They limp and scratch and claw their way forward. Some are on fire, their yellow eyes muted by the orange flames. Intermittent bursts of machine gun fire rip through the air, but the forest of zombies is dense. We'll need more than one machine gun. "Let's clear house," Norm says. He picks up his rifle, smacks the bottom of the magazine to make sure it's in all the way. We look at each other, understanding in our eyes, and I nod at him. Carmen charges forward. We follow her. 55. As she stops short of Ken, a zombie lays into him. I pull the trigger on my pistol and brain the creature, but it makes no difference because another zombie falls on him, then another after that. His screams are choked out by a burst of blood from the soft spot at the base of his throat. "Oh, God!" Carmen yells. She wails and screams. I grab her roughly by the arm. the fear and thrill of battle pulsing behind my head like a brewing migraine. "Go back!" I shouted at her. "Go back and get the others to safety!" She just stares at the zombies limping toward us, all the beasts ripping Ken apart into shreds. I don't have time to feel guilty, but I do. I always do when there's death. I saw the one-eyed merchant. I had a bad feeling about him, and I ignored it until it was too late, and his hands were full of explosives. "For the king!" Chills go up my spine despite the heat. Norm rushes past me with Tim at his side. For a second, they're their teenage selves, playing with airsoft guns in the overgrown backyard of our house, or through the playground at the park just down the road. Their guns vomit out a barrage of bullets. Heads pop, faces cave in, bodies drop into dead heaps of already dead meat. The streets of this safe haven run with blood. Carmen doesn't listen to me. She watches the carnage unfold. She stares at the mutilated corpse of Ken. Abby rushes past us, blows the scalp off of a zombie who was much too close. She glances at us over her shoulder with wide eyes. I grab Carmen again and she shakes me off. The zombies keep coming closer and closer. I can smell them. I can taste their death. Norm drops about 20. He ejects the magazine and loads another one. Tim has his back pressed against Norm's and drops 15 of his own. Abby rushes into the heat of the battle. I see her kick a zombie and watch it go toppling over into a group of 5 more. They fall like dominoes, and Abby stomps the brains out of 2, buries bullets into the other 3. I can't stand here and watch this any longer. I have to get out there and help. There are civilians limping away from the zombies with blood on their faces and burnt clothes on their backs. Carmen is unarmed. She looks at me and says, "I have to help them." "No, we'll help them," I shout back. "Get to your mom." She ignores me, breaks free and runs headlong into the crowd. I have to admit, she's quite spry. She was an athlete before all of this. I remember Darlene always gushing about her softball skills. Once an athlete, always an athlete, I guess. She spins off a zombie who reaches for her, then picks up speed, hurdles a group ripping apart a burning woman, and then she's lost to the shimmering heat and chaos. "Damn it," I say under my breath. A zombie stumbles into me. It catches me off guard, but I'm ready. I'm always ready. My elbow connects with the soft flesh and bone of its face, shattering its forehead. A flood of infected brains spill onto the dirt. Norm's gun continues barking. I drop 3 zombies myself, in only 2 shots. All the while, I scan the crowd for Carmen, for the slightest glimpse of her wildfire hair. I see her over by the down fence. She picks up a woman and her child. A man holding his guts tries to help her, but he's taken down by a zombie. I hear his screams from here. "Abby!" I shout. She clubs a zombie in clown makeup, what the fuck, and turns to me. I point down the road at Carmen. She nods. No protest, no apprehension on her face. That's why I love her. That's why I love Norm and why I loved Herb. They would die for me. They would follow me to their deaths. Who wouldn't want friends and family like that? Norm and Tim's guns pump lead into the crowd. They reload and reload. They shoot and shoot. The zombies thin until Abby and I feel like it's okay to advance. I catch a glimpse at the road beyond them. It's empty. There's no more. We can do this. We can. Carmen comes into view. The smell of burnt meat is sickeningly close now. It pummels my nostrils, makes my full stomach lurch and groan. It's odd how scared I don't feel. How zombie killing has become second nature. In a way, I have become Johnny Deadslayer. I really have. Carmen limps toward us. Something gray catches my eyes as I rush toward her, trying to help the injured woman and her child. It's Zach. I have to double take. What I see is so horrible that my body weakens to the point of me having to grab Abby for support, but she's not doing much better herself. Zach has been ripped in half at the waist. His entrails hang from beneath his shirt like frayed cloth. Blood pumps into the dirt. Red water from human hoses. He is face down, head buried in the upturned grass. I follow the trail of blood with my eyes. His legs are about 15 feet away. One is half chewed. A dead zombie is nearby with a charred and burnt scalp. Oh God, I say, but it barely comes out. His gun is still in his hands, the metal shimmering with the flames eating the fence. I pick it up. Power fills me. This gun reminds me of the Magnum Norm had given me in Woodhaven. That weapon you'd see Clint Eastwood wielding in Dirty Harry. It makes my pistol look like a Nerf gun. I don't have time to mourn. I barely knew Zach, but I knew I'd end up liking him a lot. Still, the sadness war brings to the human heart is immense, and I'll never truly get used to it. Never. Carmen limps past Abby and I while we cover her. I sweep the blown gate with both weapons. I see the vendor's cart, now a charred, indecipherable hunk of burnt wood. The vendor's headscarf is caught on a piece of the jutting fence. The wind blows it, and it waves like a white flag of surrender. But there won't be any surrender from us. No, we'll fight to keep this place alive. We'll fight to keep it safe. 56. Carmen bends down to help an older woman up. She's yelling about her husband. Carmen looks around, scanning the downed bodies for him. My stomach clenches. All of the downed bodies aren't moving. They're mostly blown to bits, charred, or impaled by shrapnel. Mostly dead. More zombies come down the road to the park's entrance. They move slow, but they move viciously. A tidal wave. So big and unfathomable, you know you're helpless to stop it. We will have to use every last bullet if we want this place to survive. Abby pops off 2 shots and kills 2 zombies that were getting dangerously close to me. I hadn't noticed. God, what if I would have died right there? Idiot. I look to Abby. She gives me a wink. I nod back and move toward Carmen, who is on her knees, trying to lift the old woman up. I see the woman has lost an arm. Blood spurts from the stump at an alarming rate. I start to unbuckle my belt. We'll have to tie it off before she loses too much. I just hope it's not too late. For some reason, all the death and destruction and carnage makes me think of Darlene. It's odd how she is not by my side right now, but I guess it's also a blessing. She's safe with her mom, away from the blown gate and the zombies. She's safe. I have to keep telling myself that. I get to Carmen. She passes the old woman off to me. The old woman smells burnt. I see her clothes are sizzling faintly. Get her out of here, Carmen says. Then she turns to run back to the mass of bodies. I'm going to check to see if anyone else is alive. Abby's gun goes off. A zombie about 20 feet away from us loses the top of its head. The old woman can barely stand. All of her weight is pressed on my shoulders. That dead weight. That heavy weight. No, I say to Carmen, surveying the oncoming tide of dead. My heart beats ridiculously fast. Carmen and I may not go way back, but she's Darlene's sister, which makes her family to me as far as I'm concerned. Just as Eve and Tim are family now. Just as Herb was family. I have to help them, Carmen says. I wish Darlene was here. She'd be able to talk her younger sister out of this. You can't help them, I shout back. Eugene, the old woman moans. Where's Eugene? The flames seem to rise, get hotter. I'm sweating and I'm so cold at the same time. It reminds me of being sick, of being infected. "I can help them," Carmen says, and she turns and runs past the confines of the gate, toward the scattered remains of the people who once lived here, toward the zombies beyond. 57. I get about 3 steps before I hear the roaring of a car engine. I stop, look up. At the crest of the hill, 2 bright eyes dance on the horizon. My mouth parts in a silent scream as I think, this is it. This is the big kahuna, the zombie giant. But then the rest of the car rolls over the hill, and I feel like the biggest jackwagon on this side of the Golden Gate Bridge. Reinforcements? I think to myself. Carmen hasn't stopped. She bends down and rolls over bodies that are half mutilated and sticky with blood. I hear her ragged breathing and soft cries over the roar of the engine. Engines? 2 more cars roll over the hill. They blow through a wall of zombies. Yes, reinforcements, I think. I stop moving altogether. No sense in getting myself killed while the heavy artillery rolls through and cleans up this mess. I even lower my gun. What a mistake. Never lower your gun in the zombie apocalypse, no matter what. Because the lead car, which now I see as a convertible, something silver like a Chrysler Sebring, slows down as it approaches the mess of bodies and blown fences and barricades. People in robes, the material flapping out behind them, stick their weapons up to the sky and pop off a barrage of shots. It causes me to freeze on the inside and jump on the outside. "Don't think they're friends," Abby says behind me. Her voice also causes me to jump. I've been so invested in what's going on that I'd almost forgotten she was right here with me. I turn around, see Norm and Tim coming up the rear, their guns ready. Carmen doesn't budge or notice what's going on at all. She goes from body to body, screaming names I don't recognize, her wild red hair bouncing with her movements. "Carmen!" I shout. "Move! Move!" The lead car barrels right to her. Zombies bounce off the front end. Some go under the wheels, and the car does a little gallop like the Hummer did back at the village when Doc Klein plowed through the cannibals. Other zombies stand in the road waiting to be hit and never are. Carmen doesn't listen to me. I have to move. I have to go get her. So I sprint, going as fast as I can. I'm dimly aware that the cars are coming in hot, and I could wind up like roadkill. But I'm more aware that saving my fiancé's sister is so much more important than me dying. I might have my priorities backward, but when death is all around you, life is the most precious thing. You have to be willing to die for it. Someone yells, "For the king!" from one of the sidecars, I don't know which. I can barely hear over the roar of the engines and the crunching zombie bones. I'm about 15 feet from Carmen, who now looks up and sees the certain death coming for her, when the shots quit going up in the air and start coming toward us. Bullets whine off the pavement. Sparks fly. Some of the shots bury themselves into squirming corpses. Blood sprays like rain. My ears are assaulted by all of the noises. The tires screeching, Carmen screaming, Abby and Norm shouting out from behind me, the gunshots, "For the king!" I'm about to dive at Carmen. My legs bend in preparation. But the lead car zooms through the gap, kicking up blood and entrails, dousing me. I fall on my ass. The gun goes skittering amongst the rubble. I'm empty-handed. I feel so naked. And now I've lost Carmen. She's somewhere among the bodies. I think I could spot her red hair, but there's so much red soaking the pavement, it's almost impossible to tell what's what. The other cars, a Jeep and a PT Cruiser covered in rust spots, pull up. Over the hill, A few zombies stagger toward the chaos, but much less than before. The cars are armored. Sheets of metal are nailed to the body. The glass is tinted and protected by wire mesh. There's a cow pusher on the front like you'd see on the front of a train, except this one is stained with blood and covered with rusty spikes. It's an apocalypse car if I've ever seen one. The other cars, except for the missing roof of the Sebring, are the same way. Now the cars stop. Tim says, "You." Who? I scan the surrounding bodies for my gun. The smell is burnt, like roasted skin and singed clothing. Everything is wet with blood, though, including myself. I've no clue if I'm bleeding or not. I most likely am. It seems I never stop bleeding. Then, of course, there is the chance that one of these downed bodies turns on me, or they're already a zombie and they bite me, and then I turn, and then it's game over for Jack Jupiter. I know I have to get up. I can't lose. Not over some bullshit like a minor explosion and a few dead bodies. I've gone through much, much worse. As I'm getting up, the door to the PT Cruiser opens. "Me," a rough, muffled voice says to my left. I don't look. I'm too invested in the opening cruiser. A robed figure steps out. I stand up. I won't let these bastards get the best of me. You're supposed to be dead," Tim says. It seems very quiet now. The clergyman getting out of the car holds a gun on me. More robed figures pile out of the vehicle. Their robes are the color of the blood. They don't look friendly at all. Faces wrinkled and haggard. Faces of the apocalypse. One man, a younger one, has a tattoo on his forehead. Not the type of priest I'd like to spend Sunday Mass with. "Remember us?" one of them says. How could I forget? That muffled voice again. "I'm not dead. Surprise, Timothy. But you will be." Carmen moans. "Jack! Abby!" I get this horrible image in my head of her smashed beneath one of the PT Cruiser's tires. Her legs broken, losing blood and life while I stare down these crazy bastards. "Kill them all," the muffled voice says. I raise my hands. I don't want to die. No one does. But I'm weaponless, and I think this is my best bet. "Jack!" Carmen moans. I hear the clicking of guns. I can't Tim says. Then, gunfire. 58. Now I have to turn away from the clergyman. I don't want to, but I have to. And what I see before I drop down to my haunches and try to find some cover lifts a great weight off of my chest. It's a row of people from the park. They have their guns and they blast at the cars. Bullets whine off of the metal. Sparks fly. Tim and Norm drop and roll out of the way. Abby dives for cover behind a large hunk of scorched fence. Meanwhile, I stand there and watch all of this unfold, blissfully unaware of the fact that I most likely will take a bullet to the gut if I stand here much longer. "Shit!" one of the clergymen say. "Hold your ground," the muffled voice says. He doesn't move either. I see him now. He looks almost as bad as a zombie. His posture is hunched. He doesn't wear the red robes. He's shirtless with a pair of camouflaged pants below the waist. On his back is what looks like a backpack. I'm reminded of senior citizens wheeling around their oxygen tanks because that's what's in the pack. Not school books or weapons or food, but an oxygen tank with a tube going from the tank to his mouth. Over his mouth is a mask, which explains why everything he says is muffled. He doesn't have much hair. He turns and faces me. We catch eyes for what seems like an eternity. This man is a ghost. This man is evil incarnate. I see it in his eyes. Somewhere in my head, a voice says, "He who has risen." 59. "Retreat!" one of the men yell. Bullets rain down on us while this man and I stare at each other. I'm reminded of Eve's story of the dictator who ran this camp before us. How she'd shot him in the heart, and how he disappeared, but she was sure he was dead. I see the scars the bullet has left in his chest. Turns out, he's not. He who has risen. He's alive, and he's staring at me with evil eyes filled with hate. All of my post-apocalyptic life, I've been able to hold my own and never waver. But now I feel like shrinking or falling to the ground, laying amongst the rubble and torn-up bodies and curling up into the fetal position. This man is the devil. His face droops to one side. He looks young and ancient at the same time. "Retreat!" Another voice. More shots pop off. This man, who is the ghost of Walter Rockman, raises his weapon at me. My eyes search for a way out, for something to buy me some time. I see nothing. "Jack! Jack!" Norm yells. I hear all of this from the bottom of a pool. It barely registers. It's just Walter and me. I wish to God I'd had my gun. "Let's go, boss. Let's go," gruff voices say. Beneath the oxygen mask, he smiles. A shot lands between us. His eyes go from me to the road, then to where the shots came. Hands grab at him and pull him clear of the crossfire. I don't think I can move, but I have to. And I do, diving out of the way of the influx of bullets. Robed figures stream by me in a blur. Car doors shut while bullets bounce off of them and break their windows. A man is cut down. He falls holding his stomach. I see a white flash of his spinal cord poking through the gore. "We'll meet again," the dead man says. Is he speaking to me or the camp? I hold my ground, watch him go as the bullets rip through the air. No more shots come close to clipping him. Then he says, as coolly and calmly as ever, "Grab the girl." The bullets ricochet off the convertible's hood. More sparks fly, but it peels out, kicking up blood and bits of charred wood. Then the Jeep goes, leaving only the PT Cruiser. Screaming, "Jack!" Oh God, it's Carmen. 60. I run toward the sound of her voice. She's on the other side of the PT Cruiser. One of the clergymen, the fellow with the tattooed face, spins on me with a gun. He lets off a shot, and I see my life flash before my eyes. It's not a long flash, because the only image that comes to me is Darlene. She is my whole life. And I think to myself, how stupid I am for getting into another situation like this, and how I hope she's all right, and how I hope she'll be all right without me. But the shot misses. Just as he's about to let off another shot, this time with no chance of missing because I've closed the gap a few more yards, a bullet tears into his face, evaporating that tattoo. The scene plays out in slow motion, almost as if God is laughing at me from above. I'll be honest, I don't want to see this. I don't want to watch this man's face morph into a bloody mess. Nor do I want to see his teeth fly into the air and come down on the concrete like little balls of human hail. I don't want to see this guy's brains, or what little he has of them, sprayed out in every direction either. I see enough brains every day from the zombies. I don't want to see any of this. And I don't want to feel it. The feeling of the gunshot's loud vibration in my chest. The man's dying scream echoing in my eardrums. I take no pride in witnessing this because I don't care. I can't revel in his death because I have to get to Carmen. But one positive thing I have going for me, besides surviving, for now, is that somehow I know Norm shot this man. I know he's behind me smiling because he saved my life yet again. No time. I catch a glimpse of Carmen's fiery red hair. It's in another one of the clergyman's hands. She's bucking and kicking, putting up a good fight. But the man raises his weapon and strikes her in the head. She goes limp fast. Jesus Christ. I reach the car as they throw her in the back on the other side. The windows are protected by that wire mesh. I can't break them and get through. The glass beneath has been broken, though. I know this because I can smell the inside of the cabin. It smells like body odor and stale cigarettes. And I can hear the laughter from the driver, this chubby bastard in a red robe. The car lurches forward, the tires shrieking against the asphalt. I'm in one of those modes where I'm not thinking at all. I'm acting on pure animalistic instinct, one step away from being a living dead nightmare. And because of me not thinking, I find my hands full of metal as I latch onto the back spoiler of the PT Cruiser. "Shoot him!" the driver yells. Frantically, I pull myself up. The car jerks back and forth. "I can't shoot him if you're going to drive like a drunken jackass," another man answers. The wind whips in my face, stings my eyes. God, what would Darlene think if she saw me right now? She'd shit her pants. But then again, she'd chew me out if she knew I had a chance at saving her baby sister and didn't take it. Rock in a hard place. A shot goes off. The wire grating on the back windshield explodes outward, but that's all, thank God. They've missed. We are going up the hill. Bullets chase after us. I hear them thumping the concrete we left behind. They're aiming for the tires, I know that. It's at least one comforting thought. Then again, one slight miscalculation, and I've got a bullet in my back. I manage to pull myself up, still holding on to the spoiler. The cruiser rocks back and forth, tires screeching and squealing. My hands are slick with sweat. My chest is knotted with fear. "Shoot him! Shoot him!" Shots ripple from inside the confines of the car. 3 bullet holes explode through the roof, smoking. One is so close I can feel the heat of the scorched metal on my face. We are almost at the hill's crest now. The zombies haven't stopped coming. When we arrived in the Bay Area, it seemed all the zombies were dead. But now I realize they were hiding, just biding their time until the time for eating was ripe. Unfortunately, now is that time. Or maybe interrupting the Red Robe's ritual really screwed us. No, Jack. Don't believe in superstitious bullcrap. I've still got the spoiler in hand when the next barrage of shots comes through the roof. Again, they're much too close. One has struck the spoiler. It's a real cheap job some smartass had put on after they bought the car, I'm assuming, and the metal twangs and pops off. I see screws roll by me in slow motion. As I look down, the spoiler is still in the same spot, just not attached. Then the wheel jerks, and it goes, me with it. "Fuck," I wheeze, as I whipped off of the PT Cruiser's roof. I hit the blacktop hard, and I mean hard. All of the breath whooshes out of me. I start coughing, hacking. The sky is pretty. That's one thing I notice. I don't know why. It doesn't matter much. Somehow I force my head up and see the PT Cruiser with Darlene's sister in the back get smaller and smaller as it goes down the abandoned roads, led by the dead man and his robed followers. Damn it. I failed. A few zombies turn. I've been dropped off like Meals on Wheels. And for a second, I have no feeling in my legs. I think I'm paralyzed. They shamble toward me, their heads cocked, yellow eyes curious. I'm weaponless and immobile. Come on, Jack, I say to myself and punch my legs until I get feeling in them. I'm shaky, but I'm up, and I waste no time running back to the camp. But what the hell am I going to tell Darlene? 61. You all right, little bro? Norm asks me. I can hardly talk, so I nod my head. It's a lie. I'm far from all right. But I need to get away from this chaos and get back to Darlene. You see how that shot ripped that douchebag's face off? Norm asks. He laughs, and Tim and Abby both hit him at the same time. I'm glad to see their faces. They're both a little bloody and banged up, but they're here. That's all that matters. Jack? Abby says. She sounds more womanly every day, almost like a worried mother. Jack, where's Carmen? I stop, look her right in the eyes, and shake my head. She brings her hand up to her open mouth. Dead? Tim asks. No. They took her. That man Eve told me about took her, I say. Soldiers stream by us. Part of me thinks, where the hell were you guys earlier? Where were you when Carmen was getting yanked by her hair and thrown into a car? I almost jerk around and scream at them, but the movement sends a fresh ripple of fire up my back. I landed on the road pretty hard. My ribs and tailbone will be sore for the foreseeable future. No sense in having the pain flare up for nothing. Carmen's gone. Taken. Not much I can do. Yelling gets us nowhere. The sound of intermittent gunfire pops off behind me as the soldiers put an end to the last of the zombies. Jack, wait up! It's Abby. I hear her footsteps slapping the beaten dirt path as I head up toward Eve's place. I don't stop. I know if I stop, there's a pretty good chance that I'll pass out. My vision is already getting fuzzy, and the pain in my ribs is cranked up to almost unbearable. I know it's not going to hurt as bad as when I tell Darlene and Eve that Carmen is gone and it's my fault. It's not going to hurt as bad as seeing them cry or scream. How are you going to tell Darlene? Abby asks. I exhale loudly, blowing strands of hair off my forehead. I don't know. I think I'm just going to tell her. You know, the rip off the Band-Aid fast instead of the slow and drawn-out approach? Abby nods. Good idea. I'll be there to help you, she says. I reach out, despite my ribs feeling like broken glass, and clap her on the shoulder. Thanks, Ab, I say. She nods. We head to Eve's place. 62. Darlene must have seen me coming from a window, because she bursts out of the large wooden door and runs down the path at me. She's coming in hot. I clench up and put out a hand to stop her, but there's no stopping her. She jumps into my arms and I yell. She covers me in kisses, her blonde hair dampening my vision, tickling my nose, getting stuck in my mouth. Easy, I say, grimacing. Jack, oh my God, I thought I lost you. I just felt it, Darlene says. Where's everyone else? Eve asks. The two other female members of the council are with her, Olive and Tabby. Tabby has tears in her eyes. Abby answers while Darlene hugs me tight. They're all right. They're down there cleaning up the rest of the zombies. Who was it? Eve asks. Her voice is harsh, almost scary. The robed men, Abby says. I feel a surge of anger, no, fury, take over. Robes, red robes, red blood, Carmen's red hair. I'm going to kill them all. No, Eve says. Oh boy, Olive says. This is not good. This is an act of war. No shit. We can't let them push us around. We have to retaliate. Darlene's squeezing me so tight I can barely breathe. I gently push her off of me. We part. I must have this terrible look on my face because Darlene looks frightened despite seeing me, knowing I'm okay. What? She asks. What is it, Jack? Now comes the hard part. The anger melts into a deep sadness. Abby shifts uncomfortably. I can feel all of their eyes boring into me. There's something else, I say. What? Darlene says quietly. Tears spill down her cheeks. They took Carmen, I say. Silence. Deathly silence. She's alive, though, I say. How do you know? Darlene snaps at me. How do you know? Very carefully, I speak. I know because the men who took her were led by the same man who once led this place. Silence again, deafening. Then Olive says, Impossible. He's dead. Right, Eve? Walter's dead. Eve looks as if she's been stabbed. Her mouth hangs open. Her face has gone pale. I shake my head. He's not dead. I saw him. Abby saw him. We all saw him. He's in bad shape, and he probably should be dead, but he's not. Eve reaches out and grabs Darlene's shoulder. Her legs quiver as if she's about to collapse right there in the small garden in front of the building. Darlene snags her before she can. We all rush to her aid and ease her down onto the steps of the porch. But who's going to catch Darlene, I wonder? I shot him. I shot him and I watched him bleed, Eve says to no one but herself. I always knew there was a chance. She gasps, stifles a sob. Oh, God, how could I be so stupid? We're gonna get her back, I say, and I speak with fervor because I mean it. We are going to get Carmen back, and we're going to make that Darth Vader-sounding asshole pay for what he did to this place. I've been around long enough to know the only sure way to stop a bully is to cut them down. It was true before the world went to shit, and it's still true today. Now I think the weight of the situation really hits Darlene. Her sister is gone, taken by a madman. She is shaking, with anger, rage, sadness. She looks like she's about to blow. But she doesn't. She puts her head in her hands, sitting next to her mother, and she cries softly for Carmen. We'll get her back. I promise, I say. How do you know? Darlene asks, voice muffled by her fingers. How do you know, Jack? I take a deep breath. I haven't failed yet, have I? 63. Norm and Tim walk up the road. Did the rest of the council survive? Eve asked me as we watched Tim and Norm wind their way to the stronghold, their guns resting on their shoulders. I can see how dirty they are, the streaks of soot from the fire and the blood on their shirts. A few moments have passed. The surprise and shock has turned to deep sadness, as if a black cloud of depression settled over us all. Did they survive? I don't want to be the one to answer this question, but I have to. The rest of the council is as dead as the 50-odd other people who are near the fence. I saw Zach torn apart and Ken pounced on by zombies. But how the hell can I say this? How can I put it gently, in a way where everyone whose hearts are already heavy, will be okay with hearing? I can't. And I don't. I turn, face them, and shake my head. Eve, who stands now, puts a hand over her chest. Then she wavers and stumbles like she's about to pass out again. Darlene's quick to her side and steadies her. Abby goes to her other hip. Tabby says, "Eve, are you all right?" I almost want to ask, what kind of dumbass question is that? Of course she's not all right. None of us are. Her least of all. I think I should go sit down," Eve says. "Mom," Darlene answers. "Mom, what about Carmen?" Olive takes Darlene's spot and puts Eve's arm around her shoulder. "We'll talk later," Olive assures us. "I'm all right, Olive. I'm all right," Eve says. Tabby follows them. She's not all right. None of us are. The three women disappear into the stronghold, leaving Abby, Darlene, and I outside in the early afternoon sunlight. Darlene's tears are constant, yet she's not sobbing. It breaks my heart. And again, I think to myself, why couldn't those bastards have taken me instead of Carmen? Then I don't know if that would be any better. I would find a way out of that predicament. I always do. But who's to say Carmen won't? That little voice of doubt in the back of my head, that's who. I take Darlene in my arms. She buries her face in my sweaty, burnt shirt and sobs for her missing sister and the people we've lost today. We haven't been here long at all, but I know how she feels because I feel the same way. The people who died, who were murdered by a suicide bomber, those people were not just strangers. They were family. People I would have known. People who would have come over to my house for dinner, who would have celebrated Darlene and I's wedding, who I would have celebrated. All of them gone. I feel my breathing speeding up, my face getting hotter. "Fucking ridiculous," Norm says. Darlene and I separate. She wipes her eyes. "Fucking ridiculous," Norm repeats. Him and Tim walk up to us. Norm's hair is all awry. One side of his shirt is ripped. There's a fresh scratch going down his protruding ribs. "I'm gonna gut every last one of those sons of I hate when you swear," Tim says. And Norm stops. His face goes red. "I know," he says like a skulking teenager. Tim turns to Darlene. "I'm so sorry," he says. "Did you tell your—" I nod. "Yeah, she knows." "How'd she take it?" Tim asks. "She's not dead," Abby shouts. "Geez, you're all talking about Carmen like she's already dead." Tim shakes his head. "I knew Walter. I saw firsthand what he was capable of." "I don't care what he's capable of," Abby says. "We haven't let that stop us before." "I'm telling you," Tim says. "You don't want to mess with—" That's it. I don't care if Tim and I go way back. I step toward him. He's a little taller than me, and though he's thin, he definitely has a few pounds on me, too. But that doesn't matter. I grab him roughly by the shoulder and drag him away from Darlene, who still has fresh tears in her eyes. "Tim, shut your mouth, okay?" I say. He looks surprised, not angry or upset, just scared and surprised. And no, not scared of me. "What do you mean?" "Carmen is Darlene's sister. I don't know if you forgot or not, but she doesn't need to be hearing any of this crap about how Walter is a mad dog killer," I say. He nods, mouths, "Sorry." "We always seem to go through some shit, don't we, Jackie?" Norm says. "No need to worry. We'll do what we always do. We'll regroup, lock and load, and save the day." Hell yeah, we will. I know no other way, I think. Darlene's cries are quiet but powerful. I sit next to her, pull her closer. "It's going to be all right." She grabs me back, hard enough to pop my spine a few times. Straining, I repeat what's on my mind for the second time. "It's going to be all right. We're going to get Carmen back, I promise." And I fucking mean it. Walter and the Red Robes will pay. Darlene goes on crying into my already ruined t-shirt. 64. We all end up back in the same dining hall where we met the night before. There is only one table in the middle of the empty space. It's big, but it looks so lonely. Eve sits at the head of the table with her palms on her face. She looks like she's either concentrating really hard or she's had a stroke. Basically, she looks like a shell of the woman I saw 24 hours ago. We enter the room, our footsteps echoing at ear-shattering decibel levels. Darlene walks like a zombie. I have to keep my arm around her to make sure she doesn't fall. Tim and Norm have since cleaned up. Abby and I haven't. We look pretty bad. I caught my reflection in a window on our way here, and let's just say if I entered into a zombie beauty pageant, I would not win. "Emergency council meeting," Eve says. Her voice sounds so frail, I think if you could catch it, you would break it. We sit down. The two women, Tabby, who has a pile of used tissues on her left-hand side and her right hand clasped with Eve's, and Olive, the great and wise 30-year-old grandma type, try to offer us smiles, but they're deflated. It's an odd feeling, really. Odd because this place was bustling and full of people and laughter and talking no less than a few hours ago. Now it's like a graveyard. The doors burst open. I feel my heart do a little stutter in my chest. My blood pressure spikes. Whenever something catches us off guard, I fear the worst. Then I hear the barking, and my fear is replaced with joy. Cupcake dashes across the hard floor, claws clicking and overlarge ears bouncing up and down. "No, bad dog," one of the guards say. I put up a hand and say, "It's okay." Cupcake, a pretty big dog, jumps into my lap and smacks my ribs, which constantly hurt. The pain doesn't bother me. I'm too happy for that. "Hi, boy," I say. Cupcake seems to have missed me. He licks my face. "The walls," Eve says matter-of-factly. "Kat and Robert are overseeing the rebuilding process. Should have it back up before the sun falls," Tim answers. I don't know who those people are, but I'm glad they're helping rebuild the wall. "There's been some extensive damage, though," Tim continues. "It'll take more than a simple patch-up job." "As I expected," Eve says. I'm amazed at how easily Eve has switched gears. She still has tears drying in her eyes, yet she assumes the role of leader almost seamlessly. She then looks at me. "Jack, stand up." It catches me off guard. Not to mention I have a dog in my lap. Eve's stare tells me I have no choice, so I get up and put Cupcake down. "Thank you," Eve says. "Now you, Abby, Norm, and my eldest daughter." They all rise. They don't stand straight. They stand like men and women who have been broken. The closest one to normal is Norm, and I only think he's better off than the rest of us because he has a few screws loose in his head. Then Eve stands too. I'm offering you all a chance to sit on this council. The way she says it gives me chills. None of us speak. Eve watches. Now Tabby and Olive stand next to Eve. Reluctantly, Tim follows and stands with the rest of us. He doesn't seem to be coping too well. Maybe he just hasn't seen as much messed up shit as the rest of us. Do you accept our offer to join this council? To bring some semblance of the old world into the new world? To be a better you than you were the day before? Eve asks. I see Tabby is tearing up again. She reaches down and grabs one of her crumpled tissues, wipes her eyes. I look to Norm and Abby, and I'm shocked to see them looking at me. A glance at Darlene shows me the same thing. Even Cupcake, with those human eyes, is looking up at me, beating his tail against the floor. Your call, little bro, Norm says. You've led us to this point. I feel my chest hitch with a storm of emotions. It's been almost a year on the road with these people, and I'll never get used to the idea of being their leader. But I am. Time to man up. I turn to Eve and nod my head. We accept. Eve tries to smile. It's stilted, almost robotic. Good, she says. Please, raise your right hand. We all raise our hands. Repeat after me. I swear to protect this land with not only my strength, wits, and weapons, but also my heart. We repeat. When things get tough, I swear to stand my ground and show that I am tougher. Our turn. And as the world grows darker, I will strive to bring light back into it. Again, us. I get goosebumps. Even Cupcake has stopped his tail wagging and silly antics and sits like a statue, watching us all with his human eyes. Now you are a part of this council, Eve says. She sits down. Tabby, Olive, and Tim follow her, then us. That easy, huh? Norm says. Tim elbows him. Thank you, Abby says. Elbowing Norm and telling him to shut up is usually her job. First order of business, Eve says. Fence reconstruction. What? Darlene says. Are you kidding, Mom? Eve looks at her stone-faced. Your daughter has been taken by some half-dead madman, and you're going to sit behind these walls and discuss fences? Darlene scoffs. That old-world attitude is showing again. It's like looking at a gruesome car wreck. I don't want to look away despite the squeamish feeling in the pit of my stomach. Eve leans forward, folds her hands on the table and says, Now, Darlene, all the citizens of this place are my children too. Their safety is the most important thing. A quick glance around the table shows averted eyes. Norm looks down at his lap. Abby plays with a loose thread on her dirty shirt. Tabby and Olive look at their hands, which are also folded on the table surface. Tim looks at Norm. Your daughter is the most important thing, Darlene says. She stands up and her chair goes flying out from behind her. It clatters off of the hardwood. Cupcake jumps up and whines softly. This is so typical of you, Mom. She stares daggers at Eve. You haven't changed a bit. I should have known it the minute I saw Dad tied up in the bathroom. Eve's stone face melts. Her cheeks flush and her gaze averts to the table along with everyone else except Darlene and I. I still can't look away. I'm sorry, Eve says, stifling a sob. I'm sorry, okay? Sorry isn't going to bring Carmen back, is it? Darlene answers. Oh my, Tabby mutters and shakes her head. Shut up, Darlene says. Tabby does, and goes back to fiddling with her tissues. Darlene, Eve says. I see she's crying now. Tears stream down her face noiselessly. Her hair is all disheveled and her clothes are askew, and suddenly she looks very frail. I can't magically bring Carmen back. But you can try, Darlene shouts. Damn it, you can try. You don't have to roll over. You could send a group of people out after her. Hell, we can go get her right now. It wouldn't be the first rescue mission we've been a part of. Time to back up my fiancée. She's right. Yeah, I say. We'll go after her right now. Eve walks around the edge of the table, looking more and more like an old woman. She takes Darlene's hand, who flinches at her mother's touch, and says, Darlene, all of you, listen to me. If I could go out there myself, I would. But we don't know much about what happened. Going without a plan is suicide. You know that. You've been out there. You know how bad it is. If it's not the crazy men and women, it's the zombies. There's hardly ever a break. And, believe me, it hurts to say this, there's a good chance Carmen is already gone. Ouch. The way she says it, with so much finality, like that final nail in a coffin, hurts me. Darlene rips her hand away. I can't believe you. I get up now. Now is not the time to fight, I say. We need to stick together. Eve ignores me. If you aren't going to send someone after her, I'll go myself, Darlene says. I'm not, and you're not going. That's final, Eve says. You can't control me anymore, Mom. I'm not a kid. I'm a grown woman. A grown, stupid woman, Eve says. You'll listen to me. I will lock you all up before I'll let you go out there and kill yourselves. I'm just trying to protect you, Darlene. Listen to me, please. You can't cage a wild animal, Norm chimes in. We all turn to him and say, shut up, at the same time. He does. Darlene, let us plan before we go after her, Eve says. What's the point, Darlene says. You think she's already dead anyway. Eve shakes her head. Maybe a long time ago I wouldn't have. But I know what it's like out there. I know the chances are slim, but there's still a chance, I say. Eve ignores me. I know the men and women who took her. I know the man who leads them, Eve says. They are sick, vile creatures. They make the zombies look tame. Which is why time is of the essence, I say. Why we have to get her now before it's too late. We know crazies, Norm says. Abby nods. Unfortunately, we do. But if he wants this place back, he isn't going to kill your daughter. He'll need some form of leverage. Otherwise, I believe he would have killed her right there on the spot. Norm finishes. Eve looks like she's weighing her words. Darlene watches with hope in her eyes. I think it's suicide, Olive says in her grandma voice. I think we need to build the walls first. Shut up, Darlene whispers. Then louder. Shut up! Olive shrinks in her chair. This is my sister we're talking about, Darlene says. Eve shakes her head. Tears drip off her jawline and onto the floor. This is Walter we're talking about, she answers. Screw Walter, Darlene says. Fuck him, Norm echoes. Yeah, fuck him, Abby says. I nod. Fuck him and fuck the robe freaks who are backing him up. If anyone can get Carmen back in one piece, it's us. I look to Norm and Abby. They both nod, no hint of amusement on their faces. They are stone-cold serious. So am I. I won't have it, Eve says. I won't have you kill yourselves because we rushed, when biding our time and developing a plan and a strategy would work perfectly well. You don't know that, Darlene shouts. I'm sorry, Eve, but you're wrong. We can do this with or without a plan, I say. The answer is no. You will stay here until that wall is rebuilt and the fences are secured. And then we will devise a strategy with experienced fighters to get your sister back. I thought we were part of this council, Darlene says, shaking her head. I can't believe you, Mom. We're all a part of this council, I say. Let's vote. No, no, Eve shouts. No persuading her. Darlene senses this too. She rushes out of the room. I turn and follow after her. Cupcake at my heels. 65. Darlene, I shout after her. I almost brush shoulders with the man in army fatigue standing guard outside the dining hall/council meeting room. The door bangs closed behind me. Everything okay? The man, a younger fellow with a head full of curly brown hair, asks. Not really, I say. Darlene turns left and heads for the stairs to our bedroom. I catch her right before she goes up. Darlene, I say. You're not stopping me, she says. Her eyes are all puffy and red. Tears come about 1,000,000 miles an hour down her cheeks. That's my sister. My sister who I haven't seen in almost 2 years. She's out there and some madman's got her. You don't know how I feel, Jack. Truth is, I do know how she feels. And I'm going to get her sister back for her. Darlene, I try again. You're not stopping me. No, I say. I'm coming with you. Her nostrils flare. She was expecting me to fight her. She wasn't expecting this. So are we, Abby says from behind. I turn to see Norm, Abby, and Tim come out from the door. Yeah, let's fucking do this, Norm says. Tim? God, Eve will kill me, Tim answers. His eyes dart from the closed door to Norm and back. He sighs. Fine. Let's do this. See? I say, turning back to Darlene. She smiles. 66. Abby and Darlene are loading up on weapons. Mike is helping them get to the armory. I'm really starting to like that kid. Tim and Norm come into my room. Tim has a cooler of beers. I look to it. For the nerves, he says. Nice, huh? Norm says. Yeah, I say. Tim pulls a Bud Light free. He twists it open and takes a gulp, says, a little flat, but flat is better than no beer at all. Norm tips his own bottle back as Tim comes to the middle of the room and takes a seat on the bed. The little ammo I have rolls toward him. How's your girl? Tim asks me as I open the beer and take a sip. I've never been a big beer drinker, and it is flat. But I'll admit, it goes down smooth right now. She's better. Calm down a little, I say. Tim shakes his head. I can't believe that bastard Walter is still alive. He snorts. Who am I kidding? Yeah, I can believe it. Can't kill someone who's already dead inside, I guess. He that bad? Norm asks, leaning up against the wall. You know how women like to over-exaggerate. He's bad, Tim answers. He shakes. It's not acted, but real. I can tell because he almost spills his beer. Real bad. And I imagine he's even worse now, especially with revenge on his mind. You think he killed Carmen yet? I ask. Take a gulp of my beer. Still goes down smoothly, but the alcohol, which I haven't had much of since the world ended, is already hitting me. I feel the buzz in my head. It's a good yet uncomfortable feeling. Nah, Tim says casually. No, but she'd be lucky if he did. He's sick, depraved, demented. He's going to do much worse than kill her. Jesus. The beer suddenly feels like it's going to come back up. I'm starting to get sweaty, clammy. I think of Carmen being tortured. A silence settles over us. I load my pistol. Then it must be the beer, but Tim says, You know how mad I was when I found out about you and Christine? Tim asks Norm. I arch an eyebrow. Christine? What the heck is he talking about? I suddenly want to get out of my own room. Mad enough to hit me, Norm says. He sighs and looks at the bare wall where a mirror should be. His eyes are distant, hazy with memory. I did, didn't I? Tim says. Wow, that was so long ago. He smiles again. I was mad, but mainly heartbroken. I never stopped thinking about you. Me either, Norm says. He glances at me, sees me looking on with wonder and curiosity in my eyes, and he blushes. Quickly, he composes himself into my hard-ass older brother who I've grown to love over this past year. Let's not bring up the past, Tim. Let's forget all about that stuff. Tim drains his beer, mumbles something in agreement. What happened with Christine, though? Did she have the baby? What the hell? I can't contain myself any longer. Baby? I say. Norm smiles uncomfortably and sighs. Well, no, she didn't. She had an abortion. He puts his hands up as Tim drops his jaw in amazement. Not my idea. It was all hers. Wow, too bad, Tim says. Doubt it matters anymore, Norm says. Takes a drink, then holding the bottle by the neck, swishes the contents around. Christine is probably long gone by now. I wasn't, Tim says. Miraculously, Norm says. Wait, I say. Baby? Norm nods. Yeah. Elaborate, I say. Norm sighs again, as if he's about to dive down a bottomless pit. Well, remember that conversation we had at the Richards' farmhouse? I nod. The one where you told me where you left, yeah, I say. I left out some important details, Norm says. Tim chuckles. If you didn't tell him about Christine, then that's a huge understatement. Norm waves him off. Well, I didn't leave because Mother found out Tim and me were playing hide the sausage while she was at work. He shrugs. I'm not amused with that term. Kinda gross, especially when it's your brother talking about his sex life. Mother's feelings didn't bother me. I was who I was. Yeah, I was a little ashamed. But even back then, I knew it wasn't the end of the world. But still, I was a dumbass kid. What did I do after I gave in to my repressed homosexuality? Well, I went and tried to erase what I'd done by banging a chick. My jaw drops. What the hell? I say, but it barely comes out as a whisper. Norm nods. Yep. You remember Christine? You gotta. I do. She was quite the looker back in high school. coveted by all of the meathead jocks. And somehow, my older brother scored with her. Crazier than zombies. Well, we both had a few beers and one thing led to another. Can't say I enjoyed it. Just made me all the more confused. Good to hear, Tim says. When I found out, it broke my heart. I've been considering leaving for art school for a long time. We had that nasty fight, you remember? Yep, like an old married couple, Norm answers. We both chuckle. You said you hated me. Christine went to live with her grandparents, and I joined the army without telling you. God, I was stupid. Still are, Tim says, chuckling. The past is the past. His words slur a bit now. Then he turns to me, a peculiar little smile on his face. The face of a man who thinks his life ends tonight. He lifts his beer up. A toast. A toast to the future and to killing Walter again. Cheers, Norm says. Cheers, I say. We'll need more than a simple toast to protect us. We're fucking shit up and getting Carmen back tonight, baby, Norm hoots. Abby and Darlene come in, holding weapons. Mike is behind them, head swiveling. He looks nervous. It's only a matter of time before Eve sends guards to stop us. Good luck, I think. Darlene tilts a rifle to the ceiling. She looks so odd with such a big weapon. Let's do this, she says. 67. One look at the weapons, and I'm surprised. We have AR-15s, pistols, 3 grenades, and enough rounds to fight a war with. Which is exactly what we're about to do. We look around at each other. The buzz from the beer suddenly seems to wear off. There is this odd calm over us, as if we're all aware of what comes next, what can come next. The end. The end of us. My hands tremble as I take my weapons. We each get AR-15s, a pistol. I grab a machete. Tim takes the grenades. Just know, I say as I swing the AR-15 strap over my shoulder, that whatever happens tonight, I love all of you. Yeah, Norm says. Me too, Abby answers. Family, Darlene says. Family, I repeat. We are all nervous, worried. Just when we thought we could settle down, we are thrust into another war. The last one, Jack. One more, and then the rest of your life starts. Get Carmen back. Save the day. You can do it, right? Hell yeah, I say quietly to myself. I lead us into the hall, expecting a blockade of Eve's guards. Nothing. Mike lets us pass. He looks especially tall and thin tonight. I'll cover for you guys. If they're coming, I'll stall them. Thank you, I say. We keep going. Abby stops. I hear her rushing footsteps retreating. I turn in time to see her jump into Mike's arms. She plants a kiss on him, long and beautiful. When they part, Mike's eyes are big. Wow, he exclaims. I'll be back, Abby says. Darlene smiles at me. I'm happy for them. Mike's okay in my book. We leave the complex. 68. So here we are. Darlene, Abby, Norm, Tim, Cupcake, and me. We all have weapons, except for Cupcake, of course. And we stare back at the entrance, which is swarming with people. One raises a hand and waves to Tim. It wasn't hard to get out of here. Not as hard as I expected. Then again, I still have Eden on my mind. It wasn't that long ago that we were stuck in that rotten place where the only way out was burning it down. Eve is no Spike or Butch Hazard. We were stopped by a grizzled-looking fellow, one I hadn't recognized yet. He wore a rifle over his shoulder, like me. Once he recognized Tim, the harsh look on his face faded away. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Court, where do you think?" Tim answered. At that moment, with all those eyes staring around at us, all those people with their guns, I was glad to have been reunited with Tim, all shocks of him and Norm's past aside. The man named Court backed away, hitched his pants up, and readjusted his rifle. Darlene, who was standing slightly behind me, didn't tremble or squeak out something like, "Let's get out of here." No, she stood her ground. And I remember feeling a large sense of pride at how far she'd come. "I probably shouldn't let you do that, Tim," Court said. I could picture Norm's response. Something like, "Well, there's 6 of us and 1 of you." But there wasn't just 1 of him. There was a whole score of people working on the fence, guarding it from the zombies, cleaning up debris and bodies, scrubbing away blood. We were the ones who were vastly outnumbered. Then Tim did something that surprised us all. He crossed the distance between Court and him, and he put his arm around the grizzled old man who vaguely reminded me of Zach before he was ripped in half by the merchant's bomb. Court hugged him back, patting him hard on the shoulder. "Be careful out there," Court said as they parted. "All of yous, be careful." Tim nodded. "And bring Carmen home, damn it. Bring her home for all of us," Court said. Darlene stepped forward and spoke. She said, "We will. We'll bring her back, and we'll kill all of those people. They won't bother us again." Us. Now we are staring at an abandoned mall, which the clergymen have made their base. Tim led us, never complaining. It's a big place, this mall. Our trek through the dead city took most of the day. We only had to kill a few zombies. No bullets were spent. It's dark out now. The moon shines. We are standing on the opposite side of the street, under the cover of a car dealership. On the brick side of the dealership, written in chipped paint, they proclaim, "Bad credit, no problem." The mall is fenced off. The fences stretch the length of the roads. Out of sight to the right and to the corner of the street to the left, where a gas station, which one I'm not sure, sits deserted and half exploded. "Now what's the plan?" Norm asks Tim. Tim stares on with an intensity I've never thought possible on his face. There's a water tower jutting up from beyond the fence. It's painted white, but on the large sphere at the top, there is blood-red letters that read, "He will save." Again, I'm reminded of Eden, of the graffiti in the town of Sharon that said for us to hide our fingers. It causes a ripple of fear to go up my spine. "Tim?" "I don't know," Tim answers. "I've never seen this place, only heard of it. I didn't think it would be so big." I lean out from the cover of the building. "Jack," Abby hisses, but I don't heed her warning. I need to get a better look at the setup. I need to see how penetrable their fortress is. In the sickly moonlight, I do. The fence around the outside of the mall's parking lot looks to be professionally installed, like it was there long before the dead rose. But in front of the mall's entrances, there is a jagged fence made of sharpened tree trunks and other types of debris. We can blow it open. Tim has grenades. They're a last resort, but there's no way we're climbing over any of these fences without either getting speared to death or caught by the red-robed bastards. Might as well make a grand entrance. "Jack?" This time it's Darlene. I turn to her. She's ghostly white in the moonlight. "Let's blow the fence down," I say. Tim and Norm both bark laughter. Abby looks at me like I've really gone off the deep end. Maybe she's not wrong. "That's the dumbest thing you've ever said," Norm says. "You have a better idea?" I ask. Norm chuckles. "Yeah, dumbass, I do. We survey the fence, look for any weak points. We don't want to get noticed, not when we're outnumbered." My eyes scan the rest of the group. Darlene and Abby shrug. Even Cupcake looks like he's nodding. Well, maybe I am a dumbass. "All right," I say. "Not a bad plan." "Damn right," Norm says. And he leads us out from behind the car dealership and to the fence across the road. I have my rifle in one hand and a blade in the other. Both weapons feel like they're going to slide from my grip. 69. Zombies. Always zombies. "Fuck," Norm says. "Way to go," Abby says. "We should have listened to Jack." "Back, go back," Tim shouts/whispers. Truth is, I don't think any of us can move. We're bolted to the concrete, and in my case, the grass closest to this section of fence. Darlene mentioned the stench before we got in there, but the curiosity won out and dragged us closer to the low, buzzing noises of the zombies. Curiosity killed the cat and all that. Now we stare through the cracks between the fences at 50 zombies shambling around a walled-off section of this abandoned mall's parking lot. In the moonlight, the red and pink of the spilled guts shine. The zombies who are eating the open bodies of these faceless victims do so greedily. They dig their hands, some missing fingers, into the hunks of meat, creating a squelching musical score in the night air. A sacrifice, I think, getting a bad taste in my mouth. I think I'm going to be sick, but I can't look away. The smell is even worse. It's sharp, like expired food that's rotted away in a broken refrigerator for the whole length of an Arizona summer. "Jesus Christ," Tim says. "See? I told you, they're sick." That they are. Some of the zombies who aren't eating move around, their hands and rotted faces pressed up against the fences, trying to find a way out. I lean closer, waiting to find some kind of method to the madness. And as I'm looking through the crack in the fence, the stink and rot washing over my face, a zombie with one yellow eye slams into the covered chain link, rattling both it and my heart. I nearly fall on my ass, but Darlene is there to catch me. More zombies come over, the curiosity and allure of fresh meat too strong. Cupcake starts to bark, not soft barks either, but loud killer barks that could honestly wake the dead, and no doubt gives us away. "Shut him up," Norm hisses. I drop to my knees and grab Cupcake in a hug. He reluctantly wags his tail and whines. Darlene grabs his muzzle. That whine comes from between his clamped maw. He's shaking. I'm shaking. We're all shaking. Then a spotlight clicks on and shines through the cover, undoubtedly showing our shadows. Shit. Shelves of brightness paint our faces. This time I fall and scramble in the dirt. Darlene and Abby are both there to help me up. Norm says, "Run," under his breath. We do. 70. We run through thick brambles with thorns that whap at our faces and clothes. I have to pick Cupcake up and plow through the bushes. He's so scared his bladder lets go. I'm hit with a little of the urine, but manage to hold him out in front of me while he finishes the job. Then, in my arms, he looks up at me with those human eyes, guilty. I think I managed to tell him it's okay, but I'm not sure. I'm winded. Norm and Tim are ahead of us. Darlene and Abby are right behind me. We come out on another deserted street, this one going downhill. We are looking at an old garage, also deserted. The glass is broken in. I put Cupcake down and he tears off after Norm and Tim. A few seconds later, we're opening up a glass door and we're all inside, out of breath. My head whirls. That was close. Too close. They see us? Abby asks. Don't think so, Tim answers. He takes a seat on a stack of large tires and shrugs off his pack of weapons, ammo, and grenades. Norm goes over to him and wipes blood off of his face from a cut below his eye. Thanks, he mumbles. Norm looks at Tim longingly, and he says, Screw this. Let's go home. Let's give Eve what she wants. I feel like I've been sucker punched. What? I ask, unbelievingly. I said, let's get the hell out of here. It's bad enough we don't know what the fuck we're getting ourselves into, but it's dark on top of that, and these psychos keep a million zombies caged up like goddamn farm animals. Screw this, Jack. We can come back with help tomorrow. That court guy will help us. I shake my head at Norm. No, I say, dimly aware of Darlene deflating and stepping away from me. Yeah, Tim answers. We're here, and we're going to save Carmen. I smile at him. He reaches out and takes Norm's hand. Really, Norman, I'm all right, I promise. It's too dangerous, Norm says. We can come back in the morning. They're on alert now. This whole conversation, Darlene looks like each word is another nail in her coffin. I try to put my arm around her waist and pull her close, but she pulls away farther. Fine, I say to Norm. If you want to go back, go ahead. There's anger in my voice. Good. I am angry. Stop it, Abby says. This isn't a time to fight. You're not teenagers anymore. We're a team. We're family, which means Darlene's family is family. Cupcake barks quietly in agreement. Carmen is family, Abby continues. I'm nodding. Norm, you're the toughest asshole I know. You lost a finger in Eden. You almost lost your life in Mother's Village. And you saved our asses in the Mojave. This? She motions behind us where the water tower marks the spot we ran from. Is nothing compared to that stuff. Yeah, I say, stepping forward, trying to tell myself Darlene isn't crying behind me. Haven't I broken her heart enough? Now Norm has to. We have to stick together. We can't do this without you, Norm. Then don't, he answers. Don't and come back home with us. The way he says home makes my heart break. Home. We finally found a home, one worth staying in. But we're not out of the woods yet. We're never out of the woods, it seems. Norm, I say. I'm sorry, Norm begins. Can it, Norman? Tim says. We're not going anywhere. We're going to save Carmen and kill every last one of these rogue bastards. Norm looks at him with wide eyes. Cupcake barks a little louder this time, as if trying to get our attention. Tim, no. I'm sorry, Norman, but I'm here to help. Not turn tail and run back home to my mommy, Tim answers. Norm exhales a large breath. Fine. But if you get hurt, or I get hurt, and there's a big chance that will happen, that we'll all die, then I'm gonna kill you, Jack. And if you somehow survive this, I'm gonna haunt... Wait, Abby says. Did you hear that? We all turn around and look at her. What? I ask. Shh, listen, Abby says, bringing one finger up to her lips. I look around the room. Cupcake whines softly, then... My heart thumps in my chest. It's so loud. I see Cupcake look up to me, like the damn dog heard it. But who I don't see is Darlene. And from the outside, I hear a banging. Not a hard banging, mind you, but a soft, squelchy banging. Where's Darlene? I find myself saying, but I don't sound like myself to my own ears. We all look around. Now I find myself shouting, Darlene! Darlene! I told her I'd never lose her again, and here I am, looking like a total jackass. Abby creeps to the door we came through, and I follow her, my heart hammering, Cupcake at my heels, and a rifle in my hands. 71. Abby pushes the door open. The hinges creak. I stop, dead in my tracks. Abby stops too. Cupcake whimpers. The source of the sound isn't Darlene, but it's a zombie, except it's not a threat. Thanks to Darlene. One of the machetes we brought with us is through the zombie's midsection, poking out of her back. But the machete is also jammed between the rain gutter that runs the length of the little garage. Blood runs down the white metal in the zombie's crooked mouth. She's pinwheeling her arms, beating the siding. I start pacing back and forth, looking everywhere for Darlene, for any sign of her, and I'm not seeing anything. Fuck. I feel like falling down on my knees. I have to go after her. Behind me, the hinges groan again. Tim lets out a noise of disgust. Then there's another sick squelch and the sound of the machete unsheathing from flesh. I turn around in time to see Abby pulling the blade out and jamming it into the zombie woman's head. A flood of black brains ooze and the thumping stops. The zombie dies. I don't even spare it a second glance. I run back into the garage to grab the rest of our stuff. I know where she went. She went to do what we were all arguing about. She went to save her sister. 72. Jack, wait up, Norm says. Now he's following at my heels with Cupcake. Tim comes too. Wait, where's my bag? He says. Huh? Norm asks. My bag. The bag I brought that had the grenades. My stomach lurches. I picture Darlene with explosives in her hands, like the merchant near the fence. Does she even know how to work one of those? God, she's gonna blow her pretty little face off. Jack, you sound like Grandma. Calm down. She's tough. Tougher than you think. She can handle it. She can last until you get there. But can she? Abby's surveying the rest of the garage. When she sees me, she stops and there's an uneasy smile on her face. Did you take Tim's grenades? I ask. What? She asks. And right as she speaks, the air fills with the smell of fire, cutting her off. Night bleeds into day as flames blow into the sky near the water tower. Cupcake whimpers and takes off. The ground shakes. Both Abby and I are knocked on our asses. Me for the second time in less than 5-ish minutes. My ears throb with the sound of the explosion. My face feels like it's been sunburned. Then something starts raining from the skies. First, it's debris. Then it's something wet. Drops of blood. Body parts. Arms, legs, heads, all with the same sickly color of skin exclusive to zombies and corpses. Abby is up before me, and she gives me her hand. I find it's hard to stand. My legs are weak. I taste iron in my mouth. My tongue hurts. I've bitten myself with the shuddering explosion. Now, Everywhere I look, I see mutilated body parts. And there's a great emptiness growing inside of me. Because every time I glance at a head or an arm or a foot, I picture them to be Darlene's. 73. I waste no time recovering from the explosion. I follow it. The fire eats away at the fence and the surrounding trees and grass. The night doesn't seem so complete anymore. But I see no signs of Darlene. People are running about in the parking lot. Guns blast off. Others scream. Zombies drop. An alarm starts to wail. A loud klaxon that reminds me of the tornado siren we had in Woodhaven. I'm running toward the chaos, Cupcake behind me. Abby behind him yelling, "Jack, don't!" It's too late. I am. A man aims his weapon at me, causing my steps to jerk. I almost fall on my ass, but catch myself before I can. He snarls. There's a moment of hesitation where I think he's comprehending whether I'm human or dead, and that's all I need. With the blade in my hand, I cock it back and let it rip. It whistles through the air. It spins about 1,000,000 times before it launches in the man's forehead. He crosses his eyes to look up at the blood dripping down the bridge of his nose. Then he dies. Before he can even hit the ground, 3 zombies are on him. He screams bloody murder as the zombies rip his throat out. And when the blood spurts and washes over the parking lot, the scream turns into a soggy wheeze. Cupcake barks like mad behind me. He darts to and from, dodging zombies and people alike. I try to grab him the next time he whizzes by, but that's damn near impossible. Then something bumps into my back and I scream. "Jack!" It's Abby. "Duck!" "What?" She doesn't answer my question because she's throwing me down to the bloody pavement and pumping lead into a swarm of zombies. They fall wetly a couple feet from me. My rifle is gone, lost somewhere in the mounds of flesh. I unholster my pistol. The fire is loud enough to be heard all the way back in Haven. Tim and Norm come up behind us. Norm lets off 3 shots. 2 of those shots take out clergymen. You can't even see the red stain their robes. I shoot at a zombie coming up to the side of Tim. 1 shot blows the rotten bastard's face off. Tim nods, trying to look cool and calm, but I can see how pale he is, especially with the orange glow of the firelight all around us. Norm nearly drops his gun and takes Tim into his arms, but Tim pushes him away. We shoot and bash and fight until there are no zombies left standing, and until the clergymen run back to the hole they crawled out of. 74. I'm heaving. I feel like vomiting or crying, I'm not sure which. Darlene is gone. So is Cupcake. Norm walks up to me, wipes the back of his hand across his face, smearing blood. Not his blood. He then offers me help up. I don't take it immediately, and he doesn't take it back. He lets it hang. I look up at him. "Come on, little bro. Let's go." "Where?" I hear myself asking. Abby walks around the remains of the dead, scavenging for weapons and ammunition. In front of us, we are under the cover of part of a fence that hasn't caught fire yet, and behind us, the fire rages and feels like it's burning away my hair. But that's nothing compared to how I feel on the inside. And I'll tell you how I feel. I feel like giving up. I feel like I've been doing this shit for too long. I feel like the odds are not in my favor anymore. Like I'm gonna storm this abandoned mall and I'm gonna find Darlene and Carmen dead, their throats slit and their eyes vacant. No, you can do this, Jack. I can. "We're here for you, Jack," Tim says. Norm nods. I take his hand, let him lift me. Barking. Loud. It's Cupcake. I'd recognize his bark from anywhere. My eyes are wide. All of our eyes are wide. It's coming from beyond the fence. Then, screaming. Darlene screaming. 75. There's a gash in the fence. The metal is bent back and jagged. Blood drips from a few of the stray wires. A piece of cloth. It's dark. I reach out and grab it, hearing the footsteps coming up behind me. Tim's wheezy breath. Norm saying something along the lines of, "You gotta quit running, Jack." The piece of fabric is wet with the same blood dripping from the fence. I bring it up to my nose. Through the haze of flame and smoke, I smell Darlene's scent. Her cherry-scented shampoo. Her berry deodorant. Am I imagining these smells? I put the fabric into my pocket. My heart is beating so fast as I scan the concrete beyond the fence. It leads to the mall's front doors. There are stacked sandbags in front of the glass, but they're stacked half-heartedly, as if whoever fortified this place never thought of a breach in the fences. Norm is directly behind me now. His hand goes over my shoulder and pulls the sharp metal back. "You're gonna shish kebab yourself, man," he says. "They're waiting for us," Abby says. Her voice is chilling. The fire has made the air hot, but my skin ripples with goosebumps. God, it feels like there's a weight plate in the pit of my stomach. I'm at the threshold of life and death, it seems. As soon as I step from this battlefield, this place where my group has come out on top, and into the unknown, I know what it means. I know exactly what it means. It means the end. It means I give up my advantage and I bend to the whim of the madman who leads these robed figures. "Yeah, they are," Tim says. "Walter is a smart man. I can't say he still is after dying, but he now has the upper hand." "Jack?" Norm asks. I cringe because I can already hear what he's going to tell me. He's going to tell me to step aside. Let the real men lead this mission, because if I do, someone will just end up getting mauled or maimed or even worse, dead. But that's my fiancé in there, my dog, and my future sister-in-law. "What?" I reply, my voice mildly grating. Norm is nodding. "Lead us home," he says. And he claps me on the back in almost the same way he did in Woodhaven. It doesn't feel like I'm on the same piece of concrete. Its only difference being the division of the fence. No, it feels like I'm standing at the top of a skyscraper, 1 foot out over the edge, and I know I'm not supposed to look down, but I can't help it. I have to look down, because if I don't look down, then whatever manifests in my own head will be worse than any 100 stories splat. Norm nods at me. All the anger he had before is gone, replaced with seriousness. A cold seriousness only my older brother is capable of possessing. So I do. I walk through the hole in the fence and follow the line of blood with my family behind me, backing me up. The blood runs in a little semicircle. I picture Darlene, her arm scratched, sneaking up through the fence and toward the sandbag block doors. But as we got to the curb, the trail diverts. Inside of the mall is blackness. If anyone was in there, I'd honestly be surprised. Of course, I know they are in there, and I know they're watching us. And I can't blame Darlene for taking matters into her own hands, can I? The trail goes to a loading dock off the side of the mall's front. Here there are 2 large dumpsters. They were once blue, but have been flipped on their sides and pushed together to form a barricade. Most of the blue paint has been scraped off, revealing the cold steel beneath. Abby gasps, stops. Norm and Tim nearly knock her over. I turn to them, ready to tell them to be quiet, when I see their heads are craned up to the black sky. Tim slowly raises his hand and points with a shaky finger. My head follows. Inside of me, everything tightens. Every smell and sound and feeling is amplified. The blood rushes through my ears like a tsunami wave. God, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Darlene or Carmen? Am I going to see them hanging there like I saw Tony Richards hanging by my cell window in Eden, with a bullet in his head and a sign around his neck? I almost can't look. Sick fucks, Norm says. For once, Abby whispers, I agree with you. That's good. No screaming, no cries of, Darlene, Carmen. So I keep moving my head. And what I see is enough to cause my legs to weaken, for my stomach to lurch and to revolt against me. It's depraved. It's disgusting. It's exactly the type of shit I'd imagine a group led by Walter to do. 76. 2 poles hang from the top of the mall building. It's 2 stories high. If the things hanging above us were any closer, I think I'd probably either run away or crawl underneath them. From these poles, which are maybe lightning rods or antennae that have been disconnected a long time ago, there are 2 thick ropes. These ropes were once brown, I have no doubt about that, but now they are a slick and slimy red because they're coated with blood, much as everything is in this fucked up world. I find myself almost unable to breathe, looking up at them. These people weren't even zombies. That's what the terrible thing is about all of this. If they were zombies, you could tell by their pallid flesh, their tattered clothes, the way their jaws would be crooked and locked open in preparation for feeding, the last glowing vestiges of their burnt-out yellow eyes, and the way there is no pain on their faces because zombies don't feel pain or emotions or even death. These people have pain carved on their faces. Twisted grimaces that make me feel a burning in my stomach and a weight on my heart. One is a woman, the other a man. The wedding bands they wear on their bloody fingers match, and they gleam with filtered moonlight. The man died with his head tilted to the woman. There are bloody streaks from the corners of his eyes, as if his very love for his wife leaked out from inside. I could say that was the worst of this, but I'd be lying. Sure, the death of true love can be crippling, but so can the ripping of someone's spine, and I mean this in the literal sense. From the ropes which hang the poles, the lightning rods or antenna, are the couple's spinal cords, ripped from their flesh. Their bodies hang like deflated balloons from rigid strings. Tim turns his head to the right, falls on his knees near the overturned dumpster, and vomits. He pukes up mostly foam and bubbles, all that beer from earlier. Norm bends down next to him and pats him on the back. Get it out, he says. Get it all out. Walter, Tim wheezes between retches. Walter. Abby and I exchange a glance. She looks squeamish, and I'm sure I do too, because I certainly feel squeamish. But we've almost seen it all. And besides, nothing can be as sick, at least not to me, personally, than having to put a bullet in the back of a loved one's head like I had to do with Herb. Abby saw that firsthand. We're built for this stuff. The thing that bothers me most about the two people dangling above us from their spines is the fact that I think they were married, youngish people in love, like Darlene and I. I look up, and my face replaces the man's. Darlene's replaces the woman's. And I feel that dread weighing me down again. Tim gets up with the help of Norm. He has spit and froth at the corners of his mouth and large blue-brown bags beneath his eyes. I hope he can hold on. I try not to show any unease on my face. As the leader, I can't afford to. "You ready?" I ask, hoping my voice is strong and confident. We are going to have to climb over the dumpsters. The thought of getting that much closer to these two dangling corpses makes my blood run cold. But so does the thought of a dead Darlene and a dead cupcake. Tim nods. Abby pats the gun on her hip. Norm does nothing. He's looking over at Tim, studying him with fascination. "Let's move out," I say. I scale the dumpster, finding footholds in the metal of its underside. I'm dimly reminded of D.C., where I had to climb up that stone puzzle wall to avoid the zombies and save Doc Klein. Of course, this isn't as high, and the zombies have been demolished, but I still feel like a sitting duck, mainly because I don't know what's on the other side of the dumpsters. I pull myself up to the top. I guess it's time to find out. 77. Norm and I bend down to help Abby up. She's done a pretty good job of scaling the dumpster with only one hand, but time is short, and she accepts the help willingly enough. What's behind the dumpster isn't anything, just empty concrete and brick walls. There are no more bodies hanging by their spinal cords, though I can smell the unlucky couple behind me, and they smell almost sickeningly sweet. This was a place where delivery trucks and mall tenants dropped off merchandise and packages, and now it's eerily empty and quiet. But as I scan the empty concrete, no longer seeing any signs of blood trails that ended near the front doors, I see a door. It's cracked and moving slightly, as if someone is lurking in the shadows, waiting for us. It's our way in, but I think it's meant to be. Norm must see me looking at it because he says, "It's a trap." "Of course it is," Tim echoes. "Walter is smart. There's plenty of traps." "This whole place is a trap," Abby says, starting to climb down on the other side. "But it doesn't matter. We need to get inside, don't we?" "Yeah," I say, following her and trying to get down before she does so I can help her off the dumpster. Turns out she doesn't need my help. She drops the last few feet and lands as graceful as a cat stalking its prey. I'm impressed. Then again, I'm always impressed with what Abby is capable of given her disability. In fact, I'm impressed with all of my family. All the way down to the way I was impressed with Herb. How he was smart enough to save the day on more than one occasion. "Then that's our way inside," Abby replies, dusting the knees of her jeans off. "If it's a trap, we'll kill them before they can kill us." "Simple," I say. "I like it." A statement that would normally be construed as funny, but there's no humor in my voice. I don't know if there ever will be after what I've seen tonight. Tim comes down almost as soon as I land, leaving Norm up there to linger, staring down at us with his hands on his hips. I think he's beyond scared. He's not even cracking jokes. "Come on, Norman," Tim says. The way he says it reminds me of a strict parent. Norm lets out a deep breath, closes his eyes, then opens them slowly. Eventually, he starts to make his way down. We go to the door. no light spills out from inside. It is noticeably cooler. I sweep the right while Abby sweeps the left, and Norm and Tim watch our backs. Nothing. Tim and Norm file in. Tim pulls out a keychain flashlight. I'm grateful for it. We are in the corridors beyond the mall, the spaces for the stock rooms. Employees only. The walls are brown and stained with splotchy paint and scuff marks from stock carts. The floors are stone, chipped, the color of weathered grave markers. Directly in front of us is a door that reads Popcorn Palace Delivery. Next to it is a Finish Line and an Express Clothing Store stockroom. All the doors are shut, blacker blackness seeping out from beneath them. We walk on down the corridor, passing Starbucks and Auntie Anne's Pretzels rooms. Then we take a right. Now the corridor stretches about 500 feet. Doors on the left, fuse boxes on the other side. The air is warmer here. I feel my blood rushing, pulse thundering. Norm's breathing is hitched. Tim's teeth chatter. The only one who seems to have some semblance of calmness is Abby. She walks like the gunslinger she is. I'm proud of her. Halfway down this new corridor, we come upon a pair of dead legs and a waist. Where the top half is, I don't know. It's so old and rotted that it almost doesn't smell. Almost. Blood stains the walls near here as if a great battle was fought. I think I'm going to be sick again, Tim says. I hear Norm patting him on the back and Tim gulping down whatever's making its way back up. As we pass the legs, I cover my mouth and nose because the air around them is so sharp, I'm liable to have a coughing fit. I step over its gray Reeboks and head for the double doors in the distance that surely lead out into the mall's main walkway. From behind us, a low moaning echoes outside. We snap our heads in the direction of the noise. Zombies, Norm says. He's right. That guttural death rattling could be nothing else. At least we have the dumpsters blocking us off from the parking lot and the hole in the fences. But I'd give up those barriers if it meant being reunited with Darlene and Cupcake. Plus, the front doors aren't going to hold up for long. Sandbags aren't tons of metal. Sandbags topple over when enough force is pressed against them. I shudder, not wanting to think about that or zombies or anything living that should be dead, like Walter and the rest of his red-robed douchebags. Always is, Abby whispers. I turn back toward the door, make sure the safety is flipped off my pistol, and say, "Let's go." 78. By the time I reach the double doors, I hear another voice. It's soft whimpering. It comes from the shadows outside. I lean forward and peek through the crack. I see an abandoned kiosk that used to sell phone cases or something. I don't see the source of the whimpers, but I know them even without ever hearing Cupcake whimper like this before. My muscles quiver, but my middle goes rigid. I find I'm squeezing my gun hard. Any harder, I'm going to contort the sandalwood grip. It's Cupcake, all right. And those aren't whimpers of fear. They're whimpers of pain. "What the hell should we do with the mutt?" a man with a gruff voice asks. Another person, this one a woman, chortles high and melodic. "Kill it," she says. "Break its spine." They walk in front of me. The man drags Cupcake by the scruff of his neck. Cupcake freaks out. The whimpers turn into yelps. It hurts my heart just to hear. Just as I'm about to burst through the door and kill these two bastards, I feel a clammy hand on my bicep. It's Norm. He shakes his head and says, "No, let it go." I'm brought back to that summer all those years ago, remembering how I didn't have any choice in the matter of the original Cupcake's death, how that damn dog just got sick and died, and how I would have done anything in my power to stop it. That Cupcake was old and in pain. This one is not. He's one of the best things besides my family and Darlene worth giving a damn about. I have to save him, even if it is a trap. And that's just what I do. I shrug Norm off of me. Cupcake's yelping has bled into almost human-like shrieking. Shrieks of pain and anguish, the type of sounds you'd expect a dying man to make. Then I kick the door open, faintly aware of Norm's sigh behind me and the sounds of their clicking weapons over the double metal doors banging off the outside walls. The man holding Cupcake by the scruff of the neck looks surprised as all hell. He has a gun on his waist, and he lets go of Cupcake, who takes the newfound opportunity to gnash at his hand. The dog goes from cute to Cujo in less than a second. I hear the crunch of bone and punctured flesh clamp between Cupcake's jaws. Now it's the man's turn to shriek. But I don't let him shriek long. I pull the trigger of the big gunslinger gun that once belonged to a nice fella named Zach, and I blow a plate-sized hole in this particular clergyman's chest. The gunshot roars and echoes all throughout the empty mall. There's about a bucket's worth of blood. But what really sucks is the fact that I can't see his robe get drenched in the stuff. There's no contrast here. All the robe does is darken, as if he's been caught in a rainstorm. It's a morbid wish, I guess. But at least the son of a bitch is dead. Another gun goes off behind me. We outnumber them for now. The woman screams. I turn around to see her catch a bullet in the chest, spin around, and fly into the empty kiosk. Glass breaks with the force of her face smashing the display cases. The sound is horrible. But watching this bitch who's said to break my dog's spine die instead of Cupcake is satisfying. Cupcake, claws clicking on the shiny mall floor, rushes over to me. There's a big smile on my face. I bend down, and he hits me so hard, I'm knocked over on my ass for the third time. Don't have time for this shit, Norm says. He points ahead, where down the wing of the mall, a group of red-robed men and women, probably 15 of them who are all carrying weapons, make their way around a large and broken water fountain. The first shot whizzes by my skull. It's so close I can feel the wind on my left ear. Cupcake yelps again. The shot buries into the pillar outside of a store called Spencer's Gifts. Rock dust flies into the air. Pebbles land on the tile in the entryway. My ears are ringing. "Jack, time to go," Abby says. "Now!" "Darlene," I said to Cupcake. "Darlene, where's Darlene?" I pulled the ripped piece of fabric I found on the fence from my pocket. Cupcake, in all his fear, leans forward. His nose twitches as he sniffs at it. Then he turns toward the fountain and the group of enemies coming for us, only a few 100 feet away, and he barks. His body goes rigid, tail pointy. He's like one of those dogs you take hunting. It must be the beagle in him with those floppy ears. I stand up, aim the gun at the lead clergyman. 2 shots, 2 bodies drop. My hand shakes with the power. Bones clatter. It's like catching a fastball on the wrong part of a metal bat. Then I do something stupid. I'm always doing something stupid. It seems like it, but what choice do I have? I look down at Cupcake. He's growling, standing his ground, still pointing in the direction of the water fountain while the rest of my backup hides behind a bloody and defunct kiosk. "Ready, boy?" I say, barely able to hear myself over the ringing in my ears from the gunshots. Cupcake looks up at me, teeth bared, but his eyes as gentle and human-like as ever. Let's go. Faintly, I hear Abby and Norm screaming after me, but I ignore it. I have to. I charge the group of clergymen like the last soldier who knows his death is inevitable. Might as well go out with a bang. 79. What happens is not what I thought was going to happen. How many movies have I seen where the good guy, vastly outnumbered, makes his last stand by charging the opposing army head-on? Usually works, right? The bad guys are so caught off guard they turn tail and run from the lone hero. Not what I got. None of the clergymen, save a few, break rank. Now, instead of 15, I'm dealing with about a dozen. Gunfire ripples through the air. Automatic weapons, more advanced than the Dirty Harry I'm touting. Shots nail the floor right in front of me. It's my turn to break rank. Cupcake is already way ahead. I dive behind a mess of upturned tables. Thankfully, there's some kind of metal. Right in front of a Starbucks built almost directly into the fountain. Mirrors to my right, running along the wall opposite of the clergyman toward the shuttered entrance of a JCPenney. Shatter and burst into glittering shards as they hit the red iron benches and the floor beneath. Cupcake hides on the opposite side of the fountain, eyeing me. His eyes faintly glow in the darkness, almost like a cat's eyes. He leans out, cranes his head at me as I fumble in my breast pocket for more rounds to plug into the six-shooter. Shots spray into the table protecting my life and the floor around me. A napkin holder on one still-standing table explodes into an array of paper and smoke. The idea that that could have been my head crosses my mind. Now, more gunshots from the way I came. Thank God, a sense of relief. My backup hasn't forgotten about me. I put the gun over the edge of the table, making sure no part of my flesh is exposed. I've been shot once before, and I don't want to be shot again. And I pull the trigger 3 times. I don't know how successful I am, but I hear one man scream out. More glass breaks. More shots go off. I lean over the side this time, pull the trigger the remaining 3 times. I take off the face of a woman whose hair is done up in a tight bun. She spins with the force of the shot, drops dead. Another one of the clergymen falls fast to the floor and uses her bloody pulp body as a human meat shield. So much for camaraderie and honoring the dead, right? I'm back, fumbling for bullets. My heartbeat racing so fast I think I'm close to a heart attack. I load the rest of my ammo, which is only 4 rounds. The Magnum wasn't meant to be my main gun. It was meant to be my backup. But I left the rifle in the fiery chaos outside. Cupcake whimpers, his eyes boring into me. Then his teeth bare and he snarls. What? The eyes leave me and go above the table. It takes me a moment to realize what he's snarling about, and only when the clergyman's shadow mutes the shine on my gun do I really know what Cupcake is growling at. I look up just in time, pull the trigger. The slug hits beneath the man's chin. I hear every tooth eviscerated. A rain of blood drenches me, and the dead man falls forward, pushing the table up and over my body. Shit. The clergymen who aren't currently shooting at Norm, Tim, and Abby waste no time in reminding me why I needed the table. Bullets rip into the floor. I scrabble up, feeling their heat much too close to me, and dive around the water fountain, nearly smothering Cupcake. The shots don't stop once I clear the battlefield, but Cupcake pays no notice. He stands over me. I'm on my back, heaving, and he licks my face with all too much slobber. If that doesn't knock me out of this current shell-shocked state I'm in, I don't know what will. Luckily, it does. I push Cupcake off gently and get up on my knees. He wags his tail as the shots continue murdering our ears. I hope Abby and Norm and Tim can handle it because they're going to have to do it without me. Darlene? Where's Darlene, boy? I asked Cupcake, holding out the piece of fabric. He sniffs again, nose twitching, and goes right back into that pose that looks oddly like an exclamation point to me. I sigh and nod my head. Of course, Cupcake is pointing toward what looks like a food court on the other side of the fountain, the side where the rest of the clergymen with their assault rifles and shotguns blast off at what's left of my family. And, of course, I only have 3 shots left. Good boy, I said to Cupcake. He's still rigid, but as I go to scratch him behind his ears, he relaxes, sits back on his haunches, though his ears twitch with every thundering gun blast. Who's a good boy? He sticks his paw out. It's so much like the junkyard Cupcake I once knew all those years ago. You go hide over there. I point to the J.C. Penney's shuttered opening, which is cracked enough for Cupcake to barely squeeze under. Yeah, go there and wait for me. He whines and looks at me with those human eyes as if to say, I don't wanna. I mean it. I'm gonna save your mommy. We'll be right back for you. Cupcake lowers his head, floppy ears drooping. It's okay, boy. I'll be back, I promise. And I'll have Darlene with me, I say. Then lean down and plant a kiss right between his brown eyes. He seems to perk up after that. So do I. Cupcake, much like Darlene, Norm, Abby, gives me hope. I stand up and grip my gun tight, waiting for Cupcake to go toward the J.C. Penney. Reluctantly, he goes, and I crouch toward the other side of the fountain, not risking a look back at this dog that's stolen my heart because I keep telling myself it's not going to be the last time I see him. It's not. I take a deep breath. A man screams as a bullet hits him. I don't see him, but I hear his body thud on the floor. I think that's my cue. Well, here goes nothing. 80. On the other side of the fountain, the side opposite the Starbucks, is a Verizon wireless store. I get about 3 feet outside of it before a robed man who is hiding across from me behind a pillar outside of the K jeweler notices me. He screams, Behind us! Behind us! The fucker's coming from behind! Then he raises his weapon, which is some tiger-striped assault rifle I thought only existed in video games, and pumps a few rounds in my direction. I don't think I'm quick enough. For a second, my heart quits beating, and I think I'm surely dead. But I hit the floor hard as I dive out of the way, feeling my bones jolt and bruises already beginning to form on my hip, and I know I'm not dead yet. Glass from the Verizon wireless display case flies toward me. I'm hit with these big shards. I grab one, reminding me of that sun-scorched zombie in the front of Doc Klein's Honda out in the highway. I pull myself up. The shots toward me on this side have stopped, but the shots down the wing of the mall I came from, where Norm and Abby are, haven't. It's like World War III out there. I do, in fact, look toward the J.C. Penney only to make sure Cupcake wasn't hovering and got hit by a stray bullet. He's not there, though, thank God. Relief floods me. Then I get an idea. I scream out, loud. 3 bullets isn't going to be enough to get to wherever Darlene and Carmen are. Then I cut my arm with a piece of glass deep enough to draw blood. I rub my hands in it and leave bloody streaks on the floor. I don't have enough time to let the blood pool. I scream again and lay down on my stomach, making sure my gun is out of reach. Now no shots ring out. It's quiet except for the steady pulsing in my head. The man near the K Jewelers cries out, I got one! I got one! Guys, I think I got one! A barrage of shots follow his voice. Norm and Abby and Tim making their last stand, hoping to avenge me. The shots stop now. They must be reloading. Sure enough, I hear frantic footsteps coming toward me. All right, a voice says. the same voice who'd shouted seconds earlier. He puts the toe of his shoe into my side and nudges me. I've seen enough dead people on my travels to know how to act, and I think I'm doing pretty damn good. "I got him! I got him!" he shouts, practically jumping. Distantly, Norm yells, "Jack!" "Jack, huh? Jack no more, buddy," the clergyman says. I hear him shuffling. It stops abruptly. I think he's noticed my magnum. It's a nice gun. I don't blame him for falling for my trap. His robe brushes my face as he bends over me, reaching for the weapon. I grip the glass tight and make my move. The clergyman barely has a chance to scream as I spring up, lithe as ever, and bury the shard into his pudgy stomach. Blood spurts out of the fresh wound as I pull the glass away and stab him again in a spot nearby. Warmth floods my hand, both our blood mingling together. I can't imagine what I look like right now. I don't want to imagine. As the clergyman drops to his knees, dropping his assault rifle in the process, I stare at him with flinty eyes. "Jack Jupiter," I say. "Still am." He dies. With the magnum back in its holster, and the rifle now in my hands, I'm brimming with confidence. I don't decide to go around the fountain now. I decide to go over it. I climb the second level, my boots getting enough traction because the fountain is bone dry, and probably has been for a while now. And I shout without really meaning to. The heat of the battle gets to me. It gets to us all. I aim down my sights. There's 5 clergymen and women still standing. The rest are in bloody robed heaps. I pull the trigger and gut shot the 2 closest men. They scream out and jump as if they'd just been stung by a bee. The other 3 turn their attention on me. As one of them swings to aim and fire, a bullet from the left wing, the wing where Norm, Tim, and Abby are, catches the man in the side of the head. An explosion of red and pink brains goes out of his left ear. It's gross, but I have no time to study the macabre scene. I aim down the other 2. 2 shots in the shoulder spins a woman around as if she were a ballerina. But the shots also take her arm off. Well, mostly. It hangs by a rubbery cord of muscle and gristle. My adrenaline is at maximum capacity. I can't believe this. I'm going to get out of this mess. I'm going to win. But as I move on to the last man standing, my gun clicks. Empty. He grins a devilish sort of grin and aims his gun at me. "Good night," he begins, but is cut off by Abby's voice. "And sleep tight," she says. Her assault rifle barks. The guy never even knew what hit him. He takes a barrage of shots, body convulsing, face twisting into a deathly grimace, and he falls onto the ballerina, dead. Norm, Abby, and Tim rush up to the fountain. Norm shoots the dead guy one more time, causing us all to jump. "And don't let the bedbugs bite," he says, and then cackles like a madman. "Seriously?" Abby asks, head cocked. "You couldn't just leave it?" Norm shrugs. "It's OCD or whatever." He looks up at me as I climb down from the fountain, careful not to slip in the tide of blood that has enveloped the white flooring. "I thought you were toast, little bro." I shake my head. "You know I wouldn't go without a fight," I say, poking him in the chest. "I learned that from you." Norm grins. We hug each other roughly. It's quick and to the point, the only way brothers can hug. "Proud of ya," he says. "Hate to break up the love fest," Abby says, "but we better get going." "I agree with the lady," Tim says. He swipes his hair back. Somehow, it lays down smoothly. He hardly looks like he's just survived World War III. Aside from the singed clothing and soot on his face, you would think he's just out for a midnight stroll. Let's go save them, Jack, Norm says, clapping me on the back with his four-fingered right hand. And make that masked bastard pay for the people he killed. Man, never thought I'd agree with you twice in one night, Abby says, grinning. First time for everything. Let's go, Norm says. Just as we move toward the food court, a chorus of singing voices rises from deep in the shadows. I freeze, look around at my partners. Abby's eyes are squinted. Here we go, Tim says. This is where it starts to get weird. Wasn't it weird enough to begin with? 81. To answer the question, yeah, I guess it can get a lot more weird. The food court, with its legions of tables and chairs, some down, some stacked on the table surfaces, are pushed to the edge, creating a sort of semicircle in the middle of the rotunda. Skylights offer us a muted moon view, painting the whole scene in some dreamlike detail. The robed clergymen have their backs to us, and they're on their knees, bowing continuously at the foot of a low platform. My eyes start from these robed figures, who hum in deep voices, my heart beating wildly, hands shaking, thinking, oh God, Darlene, I've been here before, and it never ends well. But then my eyes jump from the floor to the platform, where the same man who I'd come face to face with outside of Haven's blown gate stands over all of them. He has a knife in his hand. Here we go again. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the big sacrifice, the lamb, the ant. Carmen is chained to a gray pillar, a gag in her mouth. Her red hair stands out in frizzy tufts. Her face is sweaty and pale, tears and makeup running from the corners of her eyes. Carmen. My God, Carm, Tim says under his breath. Yes, Carmen, but where's Darlene? Where the fuck is Darlene? The man who was once Walter runs his hand down the blade, closes his eyes, and lets his worshippers' voices wash over them. I'm glad you made it, he says. I really am. His voice is quiet, calm, and muffled behind the oxygen mask, but somehow it carries over the choir. We've been expecting you, Jack Jupiter. There's still near 300 feet between us, but I hear him as if he's standing right next to me and talking into my ear. You bastard, Tim says. You bastard! He takes off running. Norm makes a grab at him, but he's not fast enough. No, Tim! Norm shouts and runs after him. Abby and I are helpless to watch. I aim my rifle at the bowed men and women, who are now looking toward the thundering footsteps coming upon them, about to pull the trigger. But Tim breaks through the semicircle of chairs as Walter stands as calm and haggard as ever, with a slightly unnerving smile on his face. And Tim is swallowed up by the sea of red. Abby twitches next to me. I see her holding herself back. Surprisingly, Tim gets right up to the platform. None of the clergymen do a damn thing. Their chanting and undulating continues. Hello, Tim, Walter says. It's been a while. You son of a bitch, you let her go, Tim says. I'll kill you, Tim shouts. Walter grins through the foggy plastic of the oxygen mask. The chorus of voices grows louder. I think they're saying something now. Kill him, kill him, kill him. I have to put an end to this, whether I have a clear shot or not. Now, I say to Abby. She doesn't show any inclination that she's heard me. She just brings her pistol up and closes one eye to aim. Drop them, a voice says from behind me. And that all too familiar feeling of a muzzle in the back of my head. Drop them and walk forward if you ever want to see your loved ones again. Fuck you, I say, my mouth tasting bitter. I should have known. I really should have. But this time, I'm not going to bend to the man's whim. No. I'm going to fight. 82. I've been here before. How many times have I had a gun pressed into my back? Too many times to count, I'll admit. But at least I've survived every last one of those experiences. And I plan to survive this one. Nice and slow, the voice says again. I barely hear him over the voices. In the crowd of clergymen, "Tim!" Norm shouts, his cries drowned out by the increasing chants. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" And back on the outskirts of the gathering, "I said, nice and slow, buddy. You don't want to miss the show, do ya?" the clergyman says from behind me. "You too, bitch." Abby looks at me from the corner of her eyes. I nod slightly. "All right," I say. "Nice and slow. Here I go." I bend down at the knees, guiding the assault rifle to the floor. "Not as stupid as you look," the man says from behind me. Again, I can barely hear him. My hands tremble slightly and make the metal clank against the floor. If I'm going to do this, I have to be fast. As I'm coming back up, I no longer feel the gun pressed on me. That's good. That's what I need. It hovers now, still dangerously close, but not in the way of what I'm about to do. "Kill him! Kill him!" the voices continue. I strike, full force, head flying back to meet the man's face. I feel a crunch as I connect with his nose. Instantly, blood gushes out and he screams. The gun shoots, and the whoosh of the bullet goes right by my arm, almost directly to the spot where I was grazed before. But it doesn't hit me. It winds and burrows into the floor. Abby has done the same thing, and the man who she's hit collapses. I see him crumble into a heap of folded red robes as if her hit was hard enough to kill him. Unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky. I turn around to see the man who was behind me holding his face with one hand, blood spraying out from between his fingers. In his other hand, he still holds the gun. I'm not proud of what I do next because I've been there before. I know the pain and anguish that comes with a kick to the balls, but in order to survive, I have to do it. I kick him square in the groin. Hard. I don't want to admit to myself that I feel something pop against my shin bone, but I do. Yuck. Poor bastard. He topples over like a rotted tree in a tornado. I pick up the gun, not even thinking twice as I put a slug in him. Dead. I'm a monster, I know. I'm over it. Time to save the fucking day. 83. "Tim, no, no!" Norm yells. He breaks through the barrier of tables and chairs. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" the voices chant. I swear to God I'm in a horror movie. The way their voices blend together and make this mega demon voice does nothing but make me want to cower away to the shadows. But I can't. Carmen's up there, and now Tim is too. Norm is driving straight into the trap. Because that's what this is. It takes an outsider's perspective, but I see it. In fact, I think I always knew it, actually. This is a trap, and Carmen's the bait. But where the hell is Darlene? Maybe she found Cupcake, and Cupcake somehow communicated to her that I'm saving the day, and it's better if they wait outside. He'll see you in a minute, Darlene Honey Pie. Just stay here with me and scratch me right there behind the ears, please. Yeah, that's it. No, that's wishful thinking. I move fast, chasing after my older brother, feeling the dread in the pit of my stomach like a form of cancer, and fearing the worst. Tim stands in front of Walter, this slouched, half-dead, oxygen mask-wearing shell of a man with chaos in his eyes, and says, "Enough, Walter! Enough!" Walter flashes the blade. "It'll never be enough. Not for what Eve took from me. For what she did to me." I reach the tables. The clergymen all start to rise. Their chanting voices now whispers, as if they want to hear the drama unfolding on the stage like a playhouse's theater. Norm is momentarily lost in the sea of red robes. "Go right, I'll go left," I say to Abby. She does, and I do. As I'm shoving past these gaunt-faced men and women with their pale, ashy skin and their claw-like hands, I think to myself I'd almost rather deal with the zombies. Norm screams, "Back off!" A gun blasts. That dread in my stomach erupts. I feel like I'm about to start vomiting up worry and bad thoughts. Norm's been shot, I know he has. Damn it, and it's my fault. I lost Herb and Darlene, and now I'm going to lose my older brother. Then he shouts again, "Tim! Tim!" Not shot. Good. Don't freak out, Jack. You still got time. I make my way into the crowd, and just as I shove past the first row of clergymen, I wish I had enough ammo to kill them all, but I have to save my bullets for Walter. You know, cut off the head of the snake and all that. They turn to face me. It's eerie, almost in sync. Their eyes are haunted. The women have hardly any lips, just thin white lines. Their cheeks are doughy, hanging off their skulls like melted candle wax. I freeze up. Of all the times to not freeze up, this would be near the top of the list, and what do you know? Jack Jupiter fucking does. They move with the slow and heavy grace of a horde of zombies, but their eyes don't glow. They're scarier somehow. I find myself still frozen. They're scarier because they're conscious. They're not some undead nightmares whose only instinct is to kill and eat the flesh of others. With the zombies, it's not their faults. I hate them, don't get me wrong. But with these freaks, they're acting on their own accord. I try to bring the rifle up. Can't. It weighs 1,000 pounds. They're growing closer and closer, squeezing out my space, making it hard to breathe, making it hard to think. They have knives. All of them have knives. These glistening stainless steel blades you'd see advertised on a late-night infomercial. The samurai steak knife can even cut through metal. For the low, low price of $19.95, you, too, can own... The lead man, this haggard senior citizen whose nose is about as thin as the tip of his weapon, reaches out for me. I move on instinct. He strikes fast, faster than his age shows. "It's never enough, Timothy. Never enough," Walter shouts. "Blood for blood. Eve took mine, so I will take her daughter's. Blood for blood. Blood for a blood. Blood for a blood." The men and women began to chant in front of me, their voices oddly calm, expectantly chilling. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. The man coming for me does too. A slight smile on his face, a crazed look in his eyes, whispering, "Blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood." Norm crawls out of the sea of robes. He scrabbles up onto the far end of the platform. He's weaponless. Where it has gone, I don't know. The old man tries to stab me again. This time, I'm not fast enough. I barely get out of the way. The blade cuts a smooth red arc across my ribs. I cry out in anguish, feeling the cold burning that comes with a cut this deep. I'm trying to watch my older brother and trying not to get stabbed at the same time. It's a lot harder than you'd think. The clergymen surround me. I somehow find myself in a circle of red, contracting. Their blades are held high. A woman shrieks from behind. I turn around just in time, block her blow with the tiger-striped assault rifle. A spark shines in the filtered moonlight. Another female, this one no older than her teens, makes a move. Again, I hate what I have to do, and it makes me feel like an even bigger monster. But I do it. I swing the rifle like a baseball bat and knock her flat on her ass. A gap opens up in the tight circle. I see my way to the stage. It's a straight shot. If I'm fast, I can make it. I also see Norm now fist-fighting with the robed men who climb the stage after him. Screams, blows landing. My eyes go wide as he loses his footing and falls on his face. Walter doesn't seem to take any notice. He's staring at Tim with those dead eyes. Norm rolls over and kicks a man in the face. The man flies off of the platform, arms pinwheeling. He lands with a crack I'm able to hear over the chanting voices. Blood for blood, blood for blood. Another knife comes at me, gleaming in the darkness. I scream as it nicks my shoulder, drawing a fresh rivulet of warm blood down my flesh. I swing the rifle again, knocking the teeth out of the old man's whose blade it belonged to. But I lose the rifle in the process. Third time's the charm, right? I instantly reach for the magnum on my hip and find it's gone. Someone must have ripped it clean in the chaos. The bashed man crumbles to the floor, and I use him as a starting block. His bones grind beneath the soles of my boots. No weapons or common sense, but Jack Jupiter is off, going for the gold. 84. I see Tim rush Walter. Walter is quick, very quick for a dead man. He slices the blade through the air. I can hear the wind. Tim is not so quick. He catches the sharp edge of the blade across his stomach, up his neck, and finally under his chin. "No!" I shout. Tim screams. A spray of blood splashes onto the platform, staining the dirty gray a deep red. Tim's shirt is open. His skin hangs and flaps. The blow is deep, but I don't think it's fatal. Tim doesn't move, though, so I could be wrong. God, I hope I'm not wrong. Now Norm gets his footing. His face is crimson with rage and hate and malice. It's almost frightening to look at this man. He's not my older brother. He's something monstrous. I've seen Norm mad before. I don't know how many times I pissed him off back when we were younger, and how many times he stalked me around the neighborhood like he was a lion and I was a wounded gazelle. But this is so much worse. His one true love, his best friend, has been wounded, and Norm means to rip the head off of the man who did it to him, even if Norm is the wounded gazelle in this instance. And he is. His face is a mask of blood. It runs down his brow and into his eyes. He almost looks like a zombie. I can help. I can help while Walter is distracted. So I make a move. The first thing I do is grab Tim and pull him to the other side of the platform. Abby starts to lay into the crowd of robed men, her gun rat-a-tat-tat-ting. Bodies fall, but they still come for her. They still move with a zombie-like gait, the type of walking that tells you they will stop at nothing. Abby shoots until she can't shoot anymore. From across the food court, her back against the Dairy Queen's counter, she shouts, "Save them, Jack! Save them!" I'm torn. Meanwhile, the fighting to my right continues between Walter and Norm. Blows are exchanged. Walter laughs. The knife slices through the air. I can't watch. I can't let myself watch. I have to free Carmen. She can help me get Tim out of here, and then I can help Norm defeat this ugly masked bastard once and for all. As hard as it is, I cross the platform. Movement outside. Through the sandbag-covered doors, I see the slow, lumbering shadows of the dead. They've breached the fence. They've come for us. All of a sudden, I find it difficult to breathe. The clock is ticking ever faster, and here's me, a man who no longer believes in time. Jesus Christ, what do I do? Save the fucking day, Jack. Yes. Now that Tim is in the clear for the time being, and trying not to look at my older brother, who now screams in pain and fury. Dear God, did he get stabbed? I reach Carmen. She's mumbling through the gag, her forehead wrinkled, eyes bulging. I pull the gag free. It's slimy with spit, red with blood. "Watch out!" she yells. Now it's my turn for my eyes to bulge. I spin around. A robed man yells through gritted teeth. He brings the blade down in a wide arc. I don't have much time to think, but I have to. God, I wish Darlene was here. She does the thinking for me. I need her now more than ever. If I move out of the way, Carmen is going to get her head cleaved open. If I don't move, I'm going to end up getting my face chopped off. A blink of an eye. That's all I have. I don't move. I stand my ground and put my hands up. My fingers clamp around the base of the blade, which is a few inches short of machete length. That otherworldly force must be smiling on me now. I slide my hand down to his wrist. I whip his arm in the direction away from Carmen. We part. I see this guy is not an old man, not a woman. He's big, buff. All the prior confidence I had wheezes out of me. He comes at me full force, that blade held high. This is what the kicker must feel like when he accidentally has the football in his hands and a 400-pound lineman is bulldozing his way toward him. All I can do is close my eyes, listen to the screams from Carmen, from Abby, from Norm. Listen to the laughter from Walter, from the clergyman who believes sacrificing humans to the zombies keeps them away. All I can do is accept my fate. 85. If this is hell, then hell is full of thunderstorms. Because that's what I hear. Loud claps, almost like a gunshot. I open my eyes just in time to see Bulldozer have his airbag deflated. And by that I mean I open my eyes just in time to see his head blown in. "You're welcome," Abby shouts. Bulldozer drops to his knees and falls, dead. Abby stands behind him, the rifle aimed. We catch eyes. Mutual respect, mutual understanding. Then it's back to the war. I turn to Carmen. "Get Tim and get out of here." I'm expecting her to say he's too heavy or I can't do that, but she doesn't. She nods as if she was way ahead of me the whole time. I climb the platform. Norm screams. Somewhere in all the chaos, Abby shouts a cry of victory. I see her standing on a different counter now, a place called Charlie's Grilled Subs, and she's stomping down on the heads of the robed clergymen. They reach up to her dazed, like zombies, eerily like zombies. Others slice at her with their knives. But Abby's not giving a shit. She connects with the top of a woman's head. The woman collapses almost instantly. I mean, Abby must be made of titanium. First the killer headbutt, and now the killer boot stomp. What's next? She gonna regenerate her hand? Norm screams again. "A sacrifice is needed," Walter's voice booms. I snap my head in their direction. Norm no longer has the upper hand. He's on his back, pinned down by Walter's knees, and by wearing the oxygen tank, Walter must weigh a ton. My magnum glows. It's a few feet away from me. I think I hear an angel's harp. Just as I set off for it, a robed man sees me. His eyes narrow to the weapon. We both go for it. Nope. I slug him. Mean right hook. Feel his gaunt cheekbone shatter beneath my fist, which burns with fire. I get the gun, hand thrumming, aim at Walter on the stage. "Hey, ugly," I say. He turns. Beneath his oxygen mask, he snarls. "Here's your sacrifice." And I pull the trigger. 86. Click. Shit. Jammed or empty. No, but it shouldn't be. The horror on Walter's face, which I think is probably always horror-filled, eases into a smile hidden behind that foggy and now bloody oxygen mask. He laughs, deep and rumbling. He has a hand clamped around Norm's throat. It squeezes tighter and tighter. I hear Norm choking. His arms and legs flail, but the movements are slow, sluggish. Outside of the mall, the zombies' faces fill the glass. Their eyes glow, not like dim embers, but like wildfires. Thump, scratch. Thump, moan. That's what we hear now. "No, my friend," Walter says. "The sacrificing has yet to begin. My babies are hungry, aren't they? Aren't they?" "Hungry," what's left of the crowd echoes. Not much, but more than us. "They must be fed," Walter says. "Fed," another echo. Then, "Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice." It's like DC, but 100 times worse. Back there, when I was running from the cannibals, it was just me. No one to worry about. Jesus Christ. Norm utters one last wheeze and his arms stop fighting. Carmen, with Tim half dozed in her arms, leaning against her, back up to the windows as another crowd of clergymen corner them. Abby screams, "Get off of me! Get the fuck off of me!" Across the way, Abby is pulled from the counter. I pull the trigger again. Click, click, click. Now I'm backing up. I hit a wall. Turn around. It's a wall of red robes. Their faces are bloody. Their faces are hungry. I'm thinking of Darlene. God, I hope she's all right. I hope she's running back to Haven. I hope she doesn't see this. Arms seize me. I go rigid. I try to fight. Try to resist. Useless. 87. Hope can come in many sounds. And just when I think all hope is dead, it comes in the form of a bark. 88. Heads turn in the crowd, one by one. The domino effect. The last head to turn is Walter's. From around the side of him, I see the big black Labrador tear through the people. I don't believe it, but some of these robed clergymen shriek as if Cupcake is a monster from another planet, as if they've never seen a dog before. I'm on my knees. As happy as I am to see Cupcake, I'm even more happy to see Walter turn. Then, emerging from the shadows like a gunslinger on a dusty road, is Darlene. She is covered in blood. I don't think it's her blood. I can't fathom what she had to get through, who she had to get through to get to us. Bloody, yeah, but she looks better than all of the rest of us, which I guess isn't saying much. "No sacrifices today," she says. Walt takes one look at her. "Kill the bitch," he says. But the distraction, that's all I need. This time I don't hate myself for what I do. I'm past that. I lean back, crack my head against the man behind me, Bulldozer Jr.'s, groin. Except he's so big I barely clip his beanbag. It's enough for him to double over and shout out in pain. Darlene aims and fires toward us. A man behind me screams. Walter runs for cover, but I'm on him. A punch to the gut. All the breath whooshes out of him so fast that I actually see his oxygen mask go starch white with fog. He drops the blade he was about to kill me with. It clangs off the platform and is lost in the sea of dead red robes. Chaos follows. Carmen screams as she fights the clergyman. Abby screams as she protects Norm, who is passed out. Darlene runs toward us. I almost want to turn and shout, "No, get out of here!" but can't. There's no time. More gunshots go off, and I try not to think of any of my group shot or dead. I lunge at Walter again. If I can't shoot him, I'll beat him to death. But he's strong. These crazy pricks are always strong. Ask Butch Hazard. He catches my fist and swings back with his left. It catches me on the jaw, causes my vision to fuzz out. I stumble back. A gunshot goes off much too close to my ear. A quick glance shows Darlene fighting her way toward me, burying slugs in red-robed assholes. Suddenly, moonlight floods the food court, illuminating Walter's haggard face. His left eyebrow is covered in red. There's a gash there about 2 inches long. I bet I look worse. His hand slowly goes to the cut, touches the fresh blood, and holds it in front of his face. Then his features change. Somehow he looks more crazed, more psychotic. I won't lie and say I'm not scared. I'm fucking terrified. He comes at me like a raging bull, moving much too fast for a half-corpse of a man. Walter spears me. I hit the mall floor with bone-cracking force, and we are sliding. We come to a stop at the front doors. Jack! Darlene. Gunshots. The doors behind rattle and shake in their frames. Smeared blood and pus blurs the zombies' yellow eyes. Jesus Christ, there must be 100 of them. They smash their faces into the glass, gnash their teeth, claw with missing fingertips and bony nubs. But that's the least of my worries, because Walter mounts me. He really does weigh more than he looks. Then again, all the weight is in the oxygen tank. He throws a fury of punches at me that catch me in the face, the ribs, the neck. Cupcake runs beneath the platform. I see him through bleary, bloody eyes. As my consciousness slips, he looks like a dream. He jumps, flies through the air, teeth bared. Walter doesn't even know what hits him. Cupcake clamps down on the side of his body, growling. Fresh blood sprays as he rips the fabric and the skin like Walter is a chew toy. Walter, distracted again, lays off of me, though he's still pinning me down. I find I don't have the strength to swing at him. I can barely lift my arm. Walter backhands Cupcake. Cupcake yelps and whines. He lets go of Walter's side. Stupid fucking dog, Walter seethes. Then he turns back to me. More gunshots go off. People are screaming. Or am I screaming? I can't tell anymore. The world gets blurry, distant. Where's Darlene? Gotta hope she's okay. I think I see Herb. No, but he's dead. I killed him. I shot him in the head like a sick dog. Jesus, here I come. Hell, maybe. Walter snarls. He sees me trying to fight back, and the oxygen mask is all askew, and I can see his twisted smile, his sharp, bloody teeth. He raises a fist again. It comes down so slow, yet so fast. It clobbers my skull. My head bounces off the hard mall floor. What the hell is this made out of? Stone? My ears ring. Blood dribbles from my mouth. I have no fight left. What little hope I had before is as dead as I'm going to be. Darlene screaming, hands grabbing at her, red-robed arms pinning her down and taking the gun away. More barking. More death rattles. More gunshots. Jack! It's Darlene, but she sounds so far away, in another world. Walter hits me again. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. My head is tilted. The floor is cold against my cheeks. Teach you to fight back, Walter is saying. Each pause between words is another hit, another blast that brings me closer to death. Jack! Jack! Gunshots. Screams. Mother, Isaiah, Mrs. Fox, Pat Huber, Tony and Ben Richards, Grady, other mother, Jacob, Doc Klein, Herbie. Here I come. There is no last hit. There is no nail in the coffin. I hear snarling again, not from the zombies. Pressure releases from my chest. I find I'm able to breathe again. Stupid. Yelp. Fucking. Yelp. Dog. Walter shouts. His voice is thunderous. The growling and snarling is louder. I'm able to lift my head, though the world is distorted and pigeon feather gray. Cupcake has a mouthful of Walter's arm. Blood squirts from between his clamped jaws. Walter is beating Cupcake with his free hand, bashing his head. The dog's eyes show whites, but he won't let go. God, is he dead? Please don't let him be dead. Bloody foam leaks from his mouth. I have to stop this. Walter grabs him by the scruff of his neck and vaults him across the floor. Come on, Jack, find that inner strength. Find the reserve tank. But it's empty. With all the pain and delirium in my head, I accept my death. I accept my failure. Norm is in my head saying, "We had a good run, didn't we, bro?" Abby is saying, "I'm so glad you came back to Woodhaven when you did. I'm so glad you're always there for me. Family until the end." Herb says, "Jackie, come hear the music. Come dance with me." Darlene is last. She steps forward. She's glowing. She says, "See if you can come back from this." What? No, I heard that. I actually heard that. Walter screams as Darlene grabs him by his wispy hair. She has something in her hand, something that snaps me out of my haze. The oxygen mask pulls away from Walter's mouth. His scream is so loud. Holy fuck, it's a grenade. One of Tim's last grenades. Somehow, I'm up. I found the reserve tank. "Now here's your fucking sacrifice," Darlene screams. The oxygen mask snaps over the grenade, which is over Walter's mouth, and Darlene shouts as she yanks him back. I hear the metallic clank of his oxygen tank breaking the glass of the front doors, his muffled scream as he falls into the lobby. My own bloody gurgle. The death rattles of the zombies who have found their way over her amplify. The 8 seconds we have before Walter explodes into a billion scorched pieces of demented meat last for an eternity, and it still doesn't seem long enough. With my body screaming in pain, I tackle Darlene, who is laughing like a lunatic, and shout, "Get down! Everyone get down!" I drive her behind one of the stone pillars near the platform where Walter has thrown Cupcake. Is my dog dead? Please don't let him be dead. Don't let any of us be dead. We hit a mound of red-robed corpses. Walter's last scream, already dampened by the grenade he is currently sucking on, is cut off by an explosion of biblical proportions. My head pulses. Ears bray and ring. Fire bathes us all. Hot. So hot. Hellfire. Pale, rotted arms and gnarled hands blow through the lobby and into the food court. Then it's over. I lift my head up and see half of the mall's facade is blown to smithereens. Flames light up the night. Zombies are gone. Walter is gone. We are still here. Victory. 89. I push myself up on watery legs. Darlene is under me. She's still smiling, still looking insane, but still beautiful. I almost fall, have to catch myself on a fractured pillar. "Jack? Darlene?" Abby shouts. It's like hearing her through earplugs. I stick a finger inside and try to swab them out. No luck. She's by the Charlie still. "Where's Norm?" I shout, seeing he's no longer on the platform because the platform has flipped over. "Norm!" Tim shouts. I look to my left by the carousel, see Carmen and Tim on the ground. Carmen is bleeding, dazed. Tim is okay. As I scan the food court for my older brother, I see the dead men and women where I was held before Walter and I got into that final fight. They are not dead because of the explosion. They're shot. Darlene killed them. Like a gunslinger, I think. Silence until gunshots ripple through the food court, scaring us all. The explosive noise not as loud now that my ears are fucked. It's Abby shooting running robed figures. She cuts down a lot, but more get away, running back the way we'd come. "Norm!" I shout. I know I've lost him, I think. Never get off easy, Jack. It's the way of the world now. Way of Ugh. Muffled. It comes from under the platform. Hope swells. In the ruins of this beautiful battlefield, I hear my brother. "Come on, Dix," Norm says. "Over here." Tim and I dig him out, much to the disagreement of my injuries. Broken ribs, beaten face, third-degree burns, you name it. "Thanks," Norm says when he's free. He's bloody. He's bruised. One eye swollen. Like Eden all over again, I think. "But you still owe me that Slim Jim." Then he bends over and starts coughing. Slim Jim. Cupcake. I rush back over to where Darlene is. "Cupcake," I say. My voice is hoarse. "Cupcake!" "No, Jack, don't look," Darlene says. She's huddled over Cupcake's body. His bloody body. "Cupcake!" I shout, the effort burning my vocal cords. My chest tightens as I look at the dead dog in front of me. Another dead family member. Then the tears come. Slow at first. A thunderstorm seconds later. "Cupcake," I whisper. Darlene turns and hugs me tight. Dull pain comes with the force of her arms. Her insane haze breaks, and we sob together. I bring a bloody hand up to wipe my face. Eyes close. World goes dark. Thump, thump. "Cupcake?" My voice is breathless. Thump, 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 thump. "Cupcake!" He turns his bloody face up at me, straining, ears flowing out behind him like long black hair. Darlene and I part. Against every twinge of pain and protest in my body, I run forward, nearly falling on my face on 3 occasions. Cupcake's tail continues to wag, slow but steady, like a beating heart. 90. Cupcake's beaten up pretty bad, but I think he'll be okay. Tim and Norm embrace each other, exclaiming in mutual shared pain. Tim has torn his singed shirt and wrapped it around his torso to keep the flapped open skin and blood in place. It's gruesome, but I think he'll be okay too. Carmen kisses Darlene on one cheek and doesn't even say, "Yuck." Abby pats me on the back. Norm hobbles over to me. "We did it, little bro." "We did," I answer. I bend down and speak softly to Cupcake. "It's all right, boy. We're going to fix you up." "I can't believe I did that," Darlene says, breathless, looking at the ruined front of the building. "I second that," Abby says. I grab her around the waist, inhaling her sweet, smoky scent. "You did what you had to. I'm proud." She grabs my hand. Then we kiss. We reach the outside, and the air is cooler out here. The zombies coming toward the flames never see us, nor do they care. Darlene tells me she loves me, and I tell her I love her too. Cupcake's whines grow into soft barks, a good sign. We move on, as a family, beaten, broken, but still alive, still together. Haven's repaired fences loom in the morning haze. Muted sunlight rises in the distance. "Hey," a man says. "Hey, it's them! It's them!" Tim waves. He doesn't get his arms up very high, but he does. Carmen waves too, jumping up and down. "Hey," she calls back. The thought of them mistaking us for zombies crosses my mind. We look pretty messed up. We'll be all right. Darlene, whose hands have been hovering around my waist out of fear of me losing my balance and falling over with Cupcake in my arms, squeezes me, pulls me closer. We smile at each other. There's both relief and love in her eyes. The entrance screeches as the fence swings open. We are not greeted by soldiers, but by Eve herself. Tabby and Olive are behind her. Her face is a mask of tears. Carmen sprints the rest of the distance and jumps into her mother's arms. It makes my body go weak. It makes me want to cry myself. Darlene doesn't rush. Eve and Carmen part. Eve stares daggers at her eldest daughter. "I can't believe you defied me," Eve says. Darlene doesn't answer. They keep on staring. Everyone is staring now. I'm starting to get uncomfortable. Eve's face melts. She breaks into a wide smile. "But I'm so proud of you. Of all of you." Now they rush into each other's arms, crying, kissing, telling each other, "I love you." Norm and Abby and Tim laugh. Mike is there at the fence shortly after. He hugs Abby. They kiss. "Let's get you guys fixed up," Eve says once the reunion is over. "You all look horrible." "Thank you," I say. "For the offer, not for saying we look horrible." They all laugh. I crack a smile. We head through the entrance back into the settlement. As I pass over the threshold with my fiancé at my side and Cupcake in my arms, a thought crosses my mind, an eerie one that explains so much. What started in Woodhaven ends in Haven. I look up to the rising sun and smile. Cupcake manages to bark softly, as if to say it's okay. Darlene smothers us in kisses, her tears dampening my face. It's finally okay. Whatever watches over us, know I'm grateful. Epilogue. Darlene and I married on what we believe to have been July 30th of the year 2017. As I write this, I've been a husband for 2 months. And news just came in from one of Haven's doctors that I'll be a father sometime next year. Yes, Darlene's pregnant. I would be lying to you if I said tears aren't dripping onto this paper. But I'm not sad. I'm a happy man. Truly happy. Finally. We're still very much in love. Legions of zombies, scores of mad men and women, and thousands of miles of travel couldn't come between us. And nothing ever will. Our wedding took place on a beautiful day. We married on a beach. Cliché, maybe, but we could have gotten married at a drive-through wedding chapel somewhere in Vegas and it wouldn't have made any difference to me. The ceremony took place on the coast of the park, not far from where we built a nice home. Norm was my best man. Tim, Cupcake, and Mike, my groomsmen. Yes, Cupcake is okay. The same doctor who told me of Darlene's pregnancy fixed him up. Now Cupcake walks with a limp, but his barking and tail wagging is as strong as ever. Abby and Carmen were co-maid of honors. Eve, Tabby, and Olive were bridesmaids. It seemed like the whole compound came to see us get married. So many people, in fact, we ran out of chairs. People didn't mind sitting in the sand. It was a perfect day. My hearing came back enough for me to listen to Darlene say, "I do." And we kissed before the priest could finish saying, "You may now kiss the bride." The audience erupted into applause. Norm laughed and said, "Don't use your tongue, for God's sake, be civil." Then he went, "Ow!" I'm assuming Abby leaned over and hit him because the crowd laughed. It really was perfect. Darlene had never looked so beautiful. And aside from our first kiss, this one on our wedding day was my favorite. Tim and Norm live down the street from us. Abby has her own place, too. Mike is a frequent visitor. They are very much in love. I can see it. Abby says she doesn't have nightmares anymore. Neither do I. Norm was made head of security. He has this really sweet job where he's in charge of the fence that protects us. You should see how happy he is now that he gets to act like a dick again and get recognition for it. It's awesome. Yes, the zombies are still a problem. We'll always need fences. But it's okay. And Eve has truly accepted me. If there was any doubt before, it was all gone after the wedding, where she called me son. I know. I'm getting teary-eyed again thinking about all of this. Now Cupcake comes to me, limping. He sticks his head on my thigh. I'm at my writing desk. Yes, I've started writing again. People around here don't care much for the Johnny Deadslayer stories, but they like my haunted house books. And Eve and a group of her middle-aged friends faint over my romances. One of my wedding gifts to Darlene, besides this huge diamond ring I found in a jewelry store not too far from Haven, was to read those dreaded romance novels she was so crazy about. I kind of like them, and then tried to write my own. They're not too bad. You want to go outside? I ask Cupcake. He whines again. I get up, my knees and back cracking. Cupcake follows me to the door. The sun is going down over the water, painting the waves with gold. Our house is near the shore. Cupcake, still limping, tears out onto the sand. Darlene stands near the ocean, her hands protectively over her stomach. Cupcake reaches her and she bends at the knees, slowly, and scratches him behind the ears. Cupcake's tail bats sand in every direction. I walk up to them, my heart swelling with love and adoration. You finished writing? Darlene smiles up at me. For tonight, I say. We both look out over the water, into the endless blue in the distance. This quiet, quiet world. I love you, Darlene Jupiter, I say. I love you too, Jack, she says. Cupcake barks. And we both love you too, Cups, I say. He sits in front of us, watching the waves. I put my arm around Darlene's shoulders. I think it's a boy, she says. You do? I say. How do you know? I don't. I just have this feeling. She smiles again. God, she's beautiful. Yeah? Yeah, she answers. I've already picked a name. You did? Herb, she says. Herb Jupiter. I turn to her, my stomach fluttering. I love it, I say. Me too. Cupcake barks in agreement. We watch the sunset as a family. I know the zombies are still out there, and the world may have ended. But my world is right here, all around me in this place called Haven. And as long as I'm with them, everything is perfect. This concludes Dead End by Flint Maxwell. Narrated by Neil Helligers, a proud member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2017 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Crimes like sand swept by tides in the ocean's waves or heights. Every sin, a grain so small, in the waves they rise and fall. Silent current secrets keep in the ocean shadows sleep. Every sin, shadow sleep.
You all look horrible. Thank you, I say. For the offer, not for saying we look horrible. They all laugh. I crack a smile. We head through the entrance back into the settlement. As I pass over the threshold with my fiancé at my side and Cupcake in my arms, a thought crosses my mind, an eerie one that explains so much. What started in Woodhaven ends in Haven. I look up to the rising sun and smile. Cupcake manages to bark softly, as if to say it's okay. Darlene smothers us in kisses, her tears dampening my face. It's finally okay. Whatever watches over us, know I'm grateful. Epilogue. Darlene and I married on what we believe to have been July 30th of the year 2017. As I write this, I've been a husband for 2 months, and news just came in from one of Haven's doctors that I'll be a father sometime next year. Yes, Darlene's pregnant. I would be lying to you if I said tears aren't dripping onto this paper. But I'm not sad. I'm a happy man. Truly happy. Finally. We're still very much in love. Legions of zombies, scores of mad men and women, and thousands of miles of travel couldn't come between us. and nothing ever will. Our wedding took place on a beautiful day. We married on a beach. Cliché, maybe, but we could have gotten married at a drive-through wedding chapel somewhere in Vegas and it wouldn't have made any difference to me. The ceremony took place on the coast of the park, not far from where we built a nice home. Norm was my best man. Tim, Cupcake, and Mike, my groomsmen. Yes, Cupcake is okay. The same doctor who told me of Darlene's pregnancy fixed him up. Now Cupcake walks with a limp, but his barking and tail wagging is as strong as ever. Abby and Carmen were co-maid of honors. Eve, Tabby, and Olive were bridesmaids. It seemed like the whole compound came to see us get married. So many people, in fact, we ran out of chairs. People didn't mind sitting in the sand. It was a perfect day. My hearing came back enough for me to listen to Darlene say, "I do." And we kissed before the priest could finish saying, "You may now kiss the bride." The audience erupted into applause. Norm laughed and said, "Don't use your tongue, for God's sake, be civil." Then he went, "Ow!" I'm assuming Abby leaned over and hit him because the crowd laughed. It really was perfect. Darlene had never looked so beautiful. And aside from our first kiss, this one on our wedding day was my favorite. Tim and Norm live down the street from us. Abby has her own place, too. Mike is a frequent visitor. They are very much in love. I can see it. Abby says she doesn't have nightmares anymore. Neither do I. Norm was made head of security. He has this really sweet job where he's in charge of the fence that protects us. You should see how happy he is now that he gets to act like a dick again and get recognition for it. It's awesome. Yes, the zombies are still a problem. We'll always need fences. But it's okay. And Eve has truly accepted me. If there was any doubt before, it was all gone after the wedding, where she called me son. I know. I'm getting teary-eyed again thinking about all of this. Now Cupcake comes to me, limping. He sticks his head on my thigh. I'm at my writing desk. Yes, I've started writing again. People around here don't care much for the Johnny Deadslayer stories, but they like my haunted house books. And Eve and a group of her middle-aged friends faint over my romances. One of my wedding gifts to Darlene, besides this huge diamond ring I found in a jewelry store not too far from Haven, was to read those dreaded romance novels she was so crazy about. I kind of like them, and then tried to write my own. They're not too bad. You want to go outside? I ask Cupcake. He whines again. I get up, my knees and back cracking. Cupcake follows me to the door. The sun is going down over the water, painting the waves with gold. Our house is near the shore. Cupcake, still limping, tears out onto the sand. Darlene stands near the ocean, her hands protectively over her stomach. Cupcake reaches her and she bends at the knees, slowly, and scratches him behind the ears. Cupcake's tail bats sand in every direction. I walk up to them, my heart swelling with love and adoration. You finished writing? Darlene smiles up at me. For tonight, I say. We both look out over the water, into the endless blue in the distance. This quiet, quiet world. I love you, Darlene Jupiter, I say. I love you too, Jack, she says. Cupcake barks. And we both love you too, Cups, I say. He sits in front of us, watching the waves. I put my arm around Darlene's shoulders. I think it's a boy, she says. You do? I say. How do you know? I don't. I just have this feeling. She smiles again. God, she's beautiful. Yeah? Yeah, she answers. I've already picked a name. You did? Herb, she says. Herb Jupiter. I turn to her, my stomach fluttering. I love it, I say. Me too. Cupcake barks in agreement. We watch the sunset as a family. I know the zombies are still out there, and the world may have ended. But my world is right here,